Chapter 181. 0181 Yi Fan laughed self-deprecatingly. Because of what happened downstairs just now, I thought you really fell in love with me. It's just that you're too shy to show it to me. But just now, I felt that you didn't enjoy any of this at all. You were like an emotionless porcelain doll. You were beautiful, but you weren't alive. You were just lying on the bed without any response, cold and emotionless. This kind of thing, if it's not mutual affection, if you don't sincerely accept it, and if it's purely me forcing it on you, then what's the point? Shu Qingxue was silent. Her heart was indeed in a mess. She didn't even know what kind of feeling she had for a man, so how could she enjoy it? However, what she didn't expect even more was that Yi Fan would actually worry about this. He really care about his feelings? Shu Qingxue felt a strange warmth surge through her heart. Su Qingxue turned around, hiding her gradually rosy face, and said, "Then you should rest early." With that, Su Qingxue walked out of the room and closed the door. After the woman left, Yi Fan lay on the bed gloomily and let out a long sigh. It seemed that the road to conquering this iceberg beauty was not easy. But then again, that Chu Yunyao was really going against him. She actually ran straight to his house to look for Su Qingxue. Fortunately, Su Qingxue was not an ordinary woman, otherwise she might not be able to handle it. Just as Yi Fan was about to take a shower and sleep, the phone rang again. He picked it up and saw that it was Moo Moo Moo. Could it be that she was here to express her gratitude? This last was quite sensible. Yi Fan picked up the phone. "Hello, Woo Woo." The response was a girl's cries. Yi Fan's head exploded. "Why are you crying? What is it? Yi Fan, where are you? I feel so bad." "Woo Woo," Moo 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 said while crying. "What's uncomfortable? I'm at home. What's wrong with you?" Yi Fan was confused. "I'm homeless." "Woo, what's wrong? That matter hasn't been resolved yet. That adulterer and adulterer were caught, but my dad doesn't want me anymore." "Don't want you? What do you mean?" "No means no. I've been abandoned." "Woo Woo." Yi Fan scratched his head. What was going on? He could only ask, "Where are you?" "I'm opposite the Defense Bureau," Moo 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 said, sobbing. Yi Fan thought about it, but was still worried. He could only say, "Then I'll go over now. Don't run around." "Oh," Moo 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 mumbled in response. Fan Xian hurriedly went downstairs, thinking that Su Qingxue should have gone to take a bath and sleep. If he rode his bicycle there, it would definitely be a waste of time. So he simply stole a car key, drove a car, and headed straight for the Defense Bureau. The autumn rain fell bleakly from the gray night sky. Fan Xian was even more anxious. This girl definitely didn't have an umbrella, and he didn't know if she would get wet. The temperature was low at night, so it wouldn't be good to freeze. Thinking about it, Yi Fan realized that he was actually quite concerned about Moo Moo Moo. It seemed that he had known her for a long time. Although they didn't meet often, he had already treated this girl as someone close to him. When the car arrived at its destination, it saw a girl huddled in front of a shop by the roadside. The autumn rain fell on the girl's body along with the wind, causing her thin clothes to become wet. Her black hair also stuck to her fair and delicate face. "Lass, get in the car." Yi Fan pressed the horn and woke Moo 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 up. He leaned over and opened the co-pilot's door. Moo 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 raised his head and wiped his red eyes. After seeing that it was Yi Fan, he ran into the car like a little wild cat. "Yi Fan!" Without saying anything further, Moo 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 threw herself into Yi Fan's embrace. She didn't care that she was in the car. She wrapped her arms around Yi Fan's neck and buried her head in Yi Fan's chest and cried. Yi Fan discovered that the girl's entire body was wet. He sighed and said, "Don't be like this. Close the door first. I'll take you home." "I'm not going home. My dad doesn't want me anymore. Stop messing around. Last time you said you didn't want you, but this time you're still doing this?" Yi Fan was depressed. Moo 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 raised his head and said in an aggrieved tone, "This time, he really doesn't want me anymore. He left me here and took a taxi. He even said he didn't want to see me." Yi Fan frowned. "What happened? Were those two adulterers?" Moo 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 said, "The police found out that Liu Sha had a criminal record and was a swindler. That Yu Sixian was also detained on suspicion of fraud." "Isn't that good? What else does your father want?" Yi Fan was puzzled. He feels that he has no face. A musician, a conductor, was tricked by such a person, so he blames me. I hate him. Moo 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 pursed his lips, looking like he was about to cry again. Yi Fan was most afraid of women crying, so he hurriedly hugged the girl, patted her back, stroked her hair, and comforted her. Don't cry, don't cry. Your father is a man. It's normal for him to want face. Once he thinks it through, he will feel sorry for you. Believe me, he only did that because his pride was hurt. I don't believe it. He's a bastard. Moo 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 was angry. Don't say that. The one who suffered the most from this matter was actually your father, Yi Fan advised. Moo 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 raised his head and looked at the man eagerly. Yi Fan, can you take me back to your house? I'm homeless now. When Yi Fan heard this, he hurriedly shook his head. How could he do that? It was one thing to bring Feng Yuing back, but if he brought Moo 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 back, wouldn't Su Qingxue fight him to the death? He even brought a female high school student back. Wasn't he crazy? It's not appropriate, Yi Fan said, conflicted. I'm not going home. I'm not going home. Moo 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 hugged Yi Fan tightly, just like a koala bear hugging a eucalyptus tree. Yi Fan had no other choice. If this went on, the girl would catch a cold. Then I'll take you to the hotel and take a hot bath. This won't do. To the hotel? Moo Moo Moo's delicate body trembled as she weakly glanced at the man. As if she had made up her mind, she let out an end sound. Yi Fan always felt that the girl looked at him strangely, but he didn't think too much about it. He let her fasten her seatbelt and brought her to a nearby 4-star hotel. Because they had to go to the internet cafe today, both of them brought their IDs. However, because it was late, there weren't any standard rooms, only big bedrooms. Yi Fan thought that it would be the same if he went back to sleep later, so he opened it. After getting a room and walking in, Yi Fan urged, "You're going to take a bath. You're already drenched, so you don't know how to find a place to hide from the rain." Moo 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 pouted. "I'm afraid that you won't be able to find me when you come. I don't dare to go far." Hearing this, Yi Fan's heart softened. This girl was really pitiful. Her mother went early and met a father who wanted to save face, and the other elders of the family weren't in Huahai. If she wasn't too lonely, she wouldn't have thought about playing games all the time. "All right, go take a bath. I'll get the hotel waiter to get you a change of clothes," Yi Fan said. Chapter 182. 0182. Yi Fan originally wanted to say that he wanted to leave, but looking at the girl's pitiful appearance, he felt that it would be better to accompany her. He would send her back tomorrow morning, so he said, "I'm not leaving, don't worry." When Moo 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 heard this, he was even more certain of something in his heart. Then, he silently walked into the washroom. Li Fanxian was alone in his room, planning to watch TV in the early hours of the morning to pass the time. In the end, a call from the chief of the defense bureau, Yao Zhengong, arrived. "Mr. Yi, Old Yao, just received news that the man will probably be in prison for a few years. The woman's criminal record is not easy to find, but we are searching for evidence." Yao Zhengong took the initiative to get close to him. Yi Fan smiled and said, "Bureau Chief Yao, you've done a good job. Thank you for your hard work. You're too polite as long as you're satisfied. Besides, punishing evil and promoting good is our duty." Yao Zhengong said with a smile, "Mr. Yi, if there's anything like this in the future, feel free to call me. I don't have any other good points. After so many years, I've relied on my sense of justice to sit in this position." Yi Fan wasn't interested in listening to his bragging, so he casually chatted for a while before hanging up. Not long after, the waiter also brought over the clothes that Moo 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 wanted to change into. They were both inside and outside, and they were very well prepared. Yi Fan brought the clothes to the bathroom door and said, "Girl, the clothes are all at the door. You can take them yourself later." Moo 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 replied from inside and didn't say anything. Leaf the Sail returned to the bed and lay down. After a few minutes, the bathroom door opened. Moo 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 didn't pick up the clothes on the ground. Instead, she silently walked towards the big bed barefooted. When Yi Fan heard that the situation wasn't right, he turned his head to look and saw that the girl was timidly standing to the side. How could there be any cover on her body? Yi Fan was stunned. He usually treated this girl like a child, but now that he looked at her, he realized that she was already a slender and elegant lotus. "Girl, what are you doing?" Moo Moo Moo's black hair was scattered over her shoulders, and her beautiful face was flushed red. She replied in a low voice, I'm ready. Prepare for what? Yifan asked in surprise. Moo 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 pouted. Aren't you very clear? Why are you asking me? Yifan thought about it again and again before he understood what the girl was talking about. He couldn't help but laugh. Do you think I brought you to the hotel today to have sex with you? Moo 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 raised his head in astonishment. Isn't that so? Fan Xian wanted to look up at the sky and let out a long sigh, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. How did your brain grow? I don't have that kind of thought. Am I such a beast in your eyes? But I heard from my classmates that if a man brings a woman to a room, that's what it means. And you said that you won't go back tonight, and there's only one bed here. Moo 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 was anxious. Could it be that she had misunderstood? Yifan could not bear to listen any longer. This girl had developed too well. Not only was she physically strong, she was also mentally overdeveloped. He quickly got up, ran to pick up the girl's clothes, and stuffed them into the girl's arms. Go put on. Don't think about those messy things. How old are you? Study hard and make progress every day. Understand? Yifan lectured. Moo 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 was on the verge of tears. You hate it. Why didn't you say so earlier? I've already shown you everything. Yifan rolled his eyes. Do you still need me to say this? Who told you about those crooked ways? If I want to get a room to sleep with you, then I want to drive you out to have a car shake? Moo 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 pouted and looked at Yifan bitterly. You can even hold it in when you see my body. Nonsense, what haven't I seen before? Do you really think you can mess me up? Yifan smiled complacently. At the same time, he glanced at it and muttered in his heart, in a few more years, he might really not be able to hold it in. Moo 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 snorted angrily, turned around, and ran back to the bathroom to put on her clothes. When the girl came out again, she was completely covered, but her cheeks were still rosy and rosy. Yifan spread a blanket on the ground. I'll sleep on the floor tonight. It's getting late. Hurry up and rest. You still have to go to school in the morning. Moo 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 felt a wave of warmth in his heart. You should lie on the bed, too. The ground is cold. Aren't you afraid that I'll turn into a big bad wolf? Yifan laughed evilly. Moo 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 glared at him. If I cared, would I have walked in front of you naked just now? Yifan was stunned. That's right, this girl was actually willing to have a relationship with him. He couldn't help but ask, You're still a virgin, right? Why would you want to hand over your first time so casually? How can it be so casual? Moo 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 seemed to be thinking about misery and said, My father doesn't want me anymore. I just want to find someone to rely on. Other than you, who else can I find? Yifan saw that the girl was about to cry again, so he hurriedly went forward and gently hugged her. Don't cry, don't cry. You're in a low mood right now. Just sleep for a while. Don't do anything stupid. Moo 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 suddenly leaned his head on Yifan's chest and said, Yifan, if I sleep with you, will you always be good to me and not leave me? What nonsense are you saying? If you don't sleep with me, I'll leave you? Regardless of whether it's true or not, you're still my student. Yifan patted the girl's face and said. Moo 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 looked at him with watery eyes. Why are you so nice to me? Yifan couldn't figure out what kind of feelings he had for Moo Moo Moo, so he joked. Didn't you say that you're a little beauty? When you grow up a few more years, you'll become a great beauty. I'll nurture you first. When Moo 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 heard this, his face immediately heated up. He stammered, I'm already an adult. I'm already an adult. Yifan stretched out his hand and pinched her face. In my eyes, it's not big enough, okay? Stop talking. Go to sleep. Moo 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 pouted and let out an oh in disappointment. One of them was on the bed, and the other was out of the bed. Just like that, they turned off the lights and fell asleep. At first, it was nothing. Yifan felt that lying on the ground was quite comfortable, but after more than half an hour, he heard a rustling sound from the bed. Li Fan Xian's many years of instincts allowed him to quickly react in his sleep that someone was approaching. He noticed that the girl had gotten off the bed and was squatting in front of him. She was breathing softly and looking at him. Li Fan Xian hesitated for a moment. He wanted to see what this girl wanted to do. If she didn't do anything too excessive, he would pretend to be asleep. In the darkness, Moo 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 smiled slightly. Then, like a mischievous elf, She leaned over and kissed Yi Fan on the cheek. "Thank you, Yi Fan," Moo 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 said in a low voice beside the man's ear. Li Fan Xian heaved a sigh of relief. So the girl had come to thank him. This girl, she didn't expect her to have such an obedient and considerate side. But just when he thought that everything was fine, the next thing that happened was a little off. Chapter 183. 0183. Fan Xian struggled in his heart. Should he wake up, or should he continue to pretend to sleep? Just as he was hesitating, Moo 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 had already hugged him from behind. The girl seemed to be hugging a big bear doll. With a happy smile on her face, she began to sleep. Li Fan Xian clearly felt that there was something soft pressing against his back, but he could only pretend that nothing had happened. This was because he could feel that Moo 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 didn't have any other thoughts. She just wanted to hug him and sleep, that was all. Unknowingly, both of them fell into a deep slumber. It wasn't until the early morning sun shone into the hotel's guest room that the hurried doorbell rang. Bang, 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 accompanied by a knock on the door. Li Fan Xian immediately felt that something was wrong. He wanted to get up, but found that Moo 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 was entangling him like an octopus. He had no choice but to pull the girl down and run to the door to open it. "Where's my daughter?" As soon as he opened the door, Mu Xuesong shouted loudly and barged into the room. Leaf, the waiter at the hotel, said apologetically at the door, "I'm sorry, sir. This gentleman is looking for his daughter. The police called, and we can't do anything about it. Please forgive us for offending you." Li Fan Xian waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. In fact, he had also expected that Mu Xuesong had found him through some connections. It seemed that Moo 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 hadn't been home for the whole night, and his father was still worried. Mu Xuesong saw her daughter lying on the floor with sleepy eyes. At the same time, she heaved a sigh of relief and vigilantly looked at Yi Fan. "Father!" At this moment, Moo 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 also woke up. When he saw the man standing in front of him, he called out in a daze. Mu Xuesong didn't care about anything else. She hurriedly knelt on the ground and said regretfully, "Moo Moo, it was Dad's fault yesterday. Dad shouldn't have left you at the Defense Bureau. Don't be angry at Dad. Dad won't do that again." The girl, who was gradually waking up, tightly pursed her red lips when she heard Mu Xuesong's words. Her eyes also began to heat up. "You scolded me yesterday. Dad's mind was in a mess yesterday, and he was on the verge of collapse. However, it was my fault that Dad scolded you. Dad deserves to be beaten." Mu Xuesong repented as she slapped her own mouth. Moo 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 finally burst into tears. She jumped up and hugged her father. "Woo!" Mu Xuesong almost burst into tears. She gently patted her daughter's back to comfort her. After all, they were biological father and daughter. No matter how bad their quarrel was, they would reconcile quickly. Blood was thicker than water. Yi Fan looked at this scene with a complicated gaze and felt a wave of sadness. If his father was still alive, what kind of man would he be? After 10 minutes, Mu Xuesong pulled Moo 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 and arrived in front of Yi Fan. "Moo Moo said that you didn't do anything to her last night. It was all thanks to you that she didn't get wet in the rain. I want to thank you." Mu Xuesong said apologetically. Yi Fan smiled. "It's a small matter. After all, I'm her tutor." "Are you really this child's tutor?" Mu Xuesong was very puzzled. Yi Fan awkwardly said, "Tutoring in games." This time, Mu Xuesong finally understood. She looked at her blushing daughter in annoyance and said, "This child, why are you so unwilling to study properly?" If it was in the past, Mu Xuesong would have definitely lectured him a few more times. But now, his heart was filled with guilt towards his daughter, so he didn't want to say too much. "Yi Fan, it was all thanks to you yesterday that my daughter was fine. However, I hope that you can still keep your distance from Moo Moo. She's only in her 3rd year of high school, and she still has to go to university." Yi Fan directly stretched out his hand to stop him. "Mr. Moo, first of all, I'm already married. Secondly, I'm not your student or your subordinate, so you have no right to teach me what to do." Mu Xuesong was stunned. "You're married?" Yi Fan nodded, thinking to himself, although he was married, there was more than one woman. "Then I'm relieved. Since you even know the chief of the Defense Bureau, you shouldn't be a reckless man," Mu Xuesong said. Moo Moo Moo, on the other hand, frowned as she silently thought about something. She looked at Yi Fan with a hint of resentment in her eyes. Because Moo 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 still had to go to school, Yi Fan had to go to work, so they quickly left the hotel. After Yi Fan arrived at the company, he sent out a large pile of information that needed to be translated on his desk. Could it be that Chunya at the airport suddenly changed? Yi Fan was also happy to be free and played games in the office for the whole morning. At noon, Yi Fan went downstairs to the buffet restaurant to eat. He accurately found Su Lingshan's location and sat down opposite of the woman. She was wearing a security uniform. Her figure was tall and straight, and her curves were provocative. Every time one saw her, they would feel pleasing to the eye. Su Lingshan seemed to have expected Yi Fan to come, so she wasn't too surprised. She just lowered her head and ate. Yi Fan greeted him with a smile. "Captain Su, your body has almost recovered, right? It seems that your spirit is not bad." Su Lingshan still didn't say a word and just ate. "What's wrong? I didn't look at you randomly today. Why are you ignoring me?" Yi Fan was very puzzled. Su Lingshan faintly said, "You are Director Su's husband. Even if the others in the company don't know about it, I should still keep my distance from you." After saying that, Su Lingshan didn't even finish her meal. She planned to pick up the plate and leave after eating half of it. Yi Fan hurriedly stood up and blocked the woman. He smiled and said, "Captain Su, this is wrong of you. The two of us are innocent. If you run away from me like this, wouldn't it seem like something is going on between the two of us? Could it be that you've fallen for me?" I didn't." Su Lingshan blushed and turned her head away. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Yi Fan felt that there was a problem. "You don't even dare to look me in the eye, and you still say that you don't have any thoughts. I'll just look at you. I'm not afraid of you." Su Lingshan angrily turned around and glared at Yi Fan. Her beautiful eyes were watery and had an indescribable charm. This made Yi Fan a little embarrassed. He swallowed his saliva and muttered in his heart. Only then did he realize that this girl's eyes were especially beautiful. "Hee, I think you're not full yet. Sit down and eat some more." Yi Fan said, "You just left the hospital not long ago. You need to make up for it." Su Lingshan was indeed not full. She was a soldier, and her figure was taller and more voluptuous than the average girl, so her appetite was a little bigger. Thinking about it, he was an upright person, and he didn't really do anything with the boss's husband, so it was inappropriate for him to cower. Thus, Su Lingshan sat down again and started eating by herself. After eating for a while, Yi Fan suddenly thought of something and asked with concern, "Oh right, Captain Su, that Zhao Tianxian didn't look for you again, right?" Su Lingshan paused in her eating and raised her head to look at him. "Why are you asking this?" "Oh, I previously asked a friend, who is Zhao Tianxuan's superior, to tell Zhao Tianxian not to harass you. I don't know if it will work or not." Yi Fan casually made up a story. Chapter 184. 0184-inch. What did I do? Yi Fan was puzzled. The day before yesterday, my family called me. This is the first time they call me since I came to Huahai. At this point, Su Lingshan's expression was clearly a little sad. "Oh, what did you say?" Yi Fan asked. "My father said that the Zhao family has already proposed to end the engagement," Su Lingshan said. Yi Fan smiled, thinking that this Zhao Tianxian still knew how to be a person, and that it was possible that Xiao Linfuan's face was really good. "Isn't this just right?" Su Lingshan's eyes were filled with doubt as she said, "But I thought my family would scold me. But my father wasn't angry and even asked me some strange questions." "What strange question?" Su Lingshan hesitated for a moment before saying, "He asked me, did I get to know the military advisor in Huahai?" After saying that, Su Lingshan's pair of beautiful eyes stared at Yi Fan as if she wanted to peel off a cocoon, as if she wanted to see something. Yi Fan smiled. "So you think I'm the military advisor?" I've never seen the military advisor before. To me, he's a legendary figure in the military world of China. How would I know what the military advisor looks like?" Although Su Lingshan said this, the meaning in her eyes was obvious that she was guessing that Yi Fan was the military advisor. Yi Fan was a little helpless and calmly said, "I'm not the military advisor, but the military advisor is my brother. Since you already know that it's related to the military advisor, there's no harm in telling you." When Su Lingshan heard this, her eyes immediately burned. I heard that the military advisor returned from overseas. After going through the harshest battlefield training overseas, he quickly rose to the top of the military and became the youngest general in the past 5 years. Could it be that you also met the military advisor overseas? Yi Fan felt sour in his heart when he heard this. He thought about how the little brother who picked up the head from behind him back then became a superhero after hearing Su Lingshan's words. Could it be that this woman's idol was Xie Linfuan? That wouldn't do. As a brother, he could give in to other things, but he couldn't give in to women. Do you really admire him? Yi Fan asked. Su Lingshan nodded without hesitation. Of course, in the past, when we were in the army, everyone would think that it was a legend. For a person to be able to go from the grassroots of the Dragon Soul to the third seed of the Dragon Soul in just 3 years, this is definitely not a coincidence. Bullsh ***. Without the overseas experience, how could he have become a military advisor in 3 years? He was just going through the process with the skills that he had mastered long ago. The group of brothers who are with him overseas are all stronger than him, not weaker than him. Don't think too highly of that kid. Yi Fan waved his hand. He wasn't spouting nonsense. Was this the truth? Su Lingshan was about to retort, but she felt that it was rather strange. Why was there a hint of sourness in Yi Fan's words? The woman thought about it and couldn't help but smile. Is my admiration for the military counselor a hindrance to you? Why do you look so unhappy? Yi Fan curled his lips. How could I? I'm just telling the truth. We're all normal people. We're not that evil. I heard that the military advisor is a Xiantian realm expert. Are you as strong as him? Su Lingshan asked. Xiantian is nothing. Without a Xiantian realm, how can we return to China alive? Yi Fan muttered. You also have the innate realm? Didn't you not even have any true energy? Su Lingshan asked in astonishment. Yi Fan sighed. In this world, if a person wants to become stronger, they can't only cultivate internal energy. If you have talent, perseverance, even if you don't cultivate internal energy, you can still be stronger than a Xiantian realm martial artist. Su Lingshan's eyes flickered, and she said excitedly, Then can you tell me how to become stronger? When Yi Fan heard this, he felt that he had said too much, and it wouldn't be good to change his words now. He remembered that Su Lingshan had told him about the disintegration technique, so it wasn't impossible for him to teach her some cultivation methods. How about this? At 2 in the afternoon, you can go to the training ground, and I'll teach you something. Yi Fan said. Su Lingshan asked, Can you become stronger than the Xiantian realm? That depends on how well you train. I can only say that if you train well, the Xiantian realm is definitely not your match. Yi Fan said. Su Lingshan didn't have the mood to eat after hearing this. Who are you? Why do you know the military advisor and have such a strange cultivation method? Yi Fan grinned. You want to know? Kiss me, and I'll tell you. Go to hell. Su Lingshan finally revealed her true colors and glared at the man. Yi Fan already knew that this would happen, so he didn't really expect Su Lingshan to come over and kiss him. You're already married, yet you're still thinking about this kind of thing. Be careful. I'll tell Director Su. Su Lingshan's face turned red. She picked up the plate, turned around, and left. After Yi Fan finished eating, he planned to take a box of fruits as usual, but then he thought of Feng Yuing, who he hadn't seen for a few days, and felt that he had neglected her, so he took another box. Yi Fan first arrived at the sales department, and just as he was about to enter the woman's office, he realized that the door was locked. Assistant Yi, are you looking for the minister? Lu Xiaoyan asked enthusiastically. Yeah, Xiaoyan, where's Minister Feng? Yi Fan was puzzled. The minister took a long vacation and hasn't returned yet, Lu Xiaoyan said. Yi Fan was stunned. Why didn't he know? Why did she take a leave? I'm not too sure. Sai, it seems like something happened at home. I also heard that the minister applied for a transfer to an overseas branch, but I don't know why. Assistant Yi, do you know? Yi Fan's expression changed. Thinking of Feng Yuying's expression and words that day, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. I got it. Thank you, Xiaoyan. Yi Fan frowned, took the elevator back to the top floor, and entered the CEO's office. Su Qingxue was busy flipping through some documents. Today, The woman was wearing an ivory-white shirt, paired with a pink pleated skirt, and her black hair was curled at the end. At first glance, she didn't look like a CEO of a listed company, but more like an 18-year-old campus beauty. It was just that her cold and refined temperament made her more mature. "Why did you bring 2 boxes? I can't finish it." Su Qingxue saw the man bringing fruits over, so she got used to it. After Yi Fan put down the fruit, he asked, "Do you know that Yuing is going to an overseas branch?" Su Qingxue's expression froze. Her watery eyes looked at the man for a while, then nodded. "And the application was given to me, of course I know. How long has it been? Why didn't you mention it to me?" Yi Fan was a little depressed. Su Qingxue's expression became even colder. "I'm the CEO. She's my subordinate. What does the transfer of the upper echelons have to do with you? I don't need to go through you to communicate with the head of personnel. You clearly know that I didn't mean it that way. If this is because of our relationship, then I should know. I can't be muddle-headed. Just look at her suddenly going overseas. This is unfair to her." Yi Fan said. Chapter 185. 0185. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. He seemed to have spoken too abruptly, so he could only explain, "Xiao Shui, that's not what I meant. I just want to figure out the reason." "What? Do you think I purposely hid it from you so that I could break you up?" Su Qingxue felt wronged and angry. She couldn't help but sneer. "You care so much about her. Why don't you go find her? Have you ever thought about why she didn't tell you?" Yi Fan didn't think that a single question would cause such a conflict. Afraid that the woman would get angry again, he quickly smiled and said, "I was wrong. Don't be angry. I shouldn't have asked you that. I'll ask her myself. You keep saying that we are legal husband and wife. Even if you love Feng Yuing in your heart, you should at least respect me on the surface, right? You came in front of me and asked me this kind of question without saying anything. Have you ever thought about my feelings?" Su Qingxue was so angry that her chest heaved. When Yi Fan heard this, he felt especially ashamed. Although it was unintentional, it didn't seem right. He really didn't understand a woman's thoughts. "Get out. I don't want to see you," Su Qingxue coldly reprimanded. Yi Fan sighed. He didn't want to add fuel to the fire, so he silently turned around and walked out of the office. Seeing that the man really turned around and left, Su Qingxue cursed him hundreds, thousands of times in her heart. "Damn Yi Fan. Smelly Yi Fan. I told you to leave, and you really left just like that. You didn't even say a single nice word." Su Qingxue muttered to herself, her eyes turning red. She looked at the 2 boxes of fruits with grievance, picked them up, and threw them into the trash can, as if it was someone who was thrown in. Yi Fan also had a headache. After leaving the office, he called Feng Yuing, but for some reason, the phone was turned off. At this moment, he couldn't wait to run to Feng Yuying's house to see if the woman was there. However, he promised Su Lingshan that he would teach her a set of cultivation techniques, so he could only go to the training grounds first. When he arrived at the training room, Su Lingshan was already warming up. The woman was wearing a martial arts uniform. The loose white clothes on her body were actually a little crowded, and the arc of her chest was incomparably provocative. Seeing that the woman was so serious, Yi Fan couldn't help but ask curiously, "Captain Su, do you like training that much?" "What can I?" Su Lingshan said, "You're the same as those people. Do you think that women who practice these kinds of martial arts aren't virtuous enough?" Actually, he was a bit of a male chauvinist and felt that women should have the appearance of women. However, he did not reject women practicing martial arts. After all, it was very useful to strengthen one's body and protect oneself. "No, let's start as soon as possible. After I finish teaching you, I still have to hurry out." Yi Fan said, "You're in a hurry to get out? How about another day? I'm not a genius. I might not be able to remember the things you taught me in a short period of time." Su Lingshan frowned. She was very serious about it. Yi Fan shook his head. "No, I will only teach you a very simple set of movements. You will definitely remember it within an hour." Su Lingshan was confused. What was a set of movements? When Yi Fan demonstrated a set of seemingly simple actions, her eyebrows furrowed even more. "Yi Fan, although my skills are much worse than yours, you don't have to fool me like this, right? This kind of messy movements is not kung fu at all." Su Lingshan was a little angry. The man was playing with her. Yi Fan was speechless. Captain Su, don't be anxious. Do it according to what I did and experience it again. I'll do it then. It's so simple. I'll know it after watching it once. Su Lingshan harumphed and straightened her posture. She started to land on one foot and lifted her other leg back. Her body leaned forward and her left and right arms started to stretch and rotate, according to what Yi Fan did in her memory. Yi Fan went forward and reminded her, your left hand is not bent enough. Turn your elbow and wrist outwards and turn your right leg upwards. Su Lingshan followed the man's instructions and slowly followed the standard. However, as she got more and more standard, she suddenly felt the burden on her body increasing. Su Lingshan's breathing became rapid and her forehead was covered in sweat. Yi Fan shook his head. Your legs are not right either. They're not just straight. You need to lean forward at a certain angle. How many angles? About 6 degrees, Yi Fan said. Su Lingshan was very tired. What 6 degrees? Yi Fan scratched his head and said, I'll help you adjust it. Do you mind? Hurry up and adjust it. You're a man and you talk so much nonsense. Su Lingshan glanced at him. Yi Fan didn't care about this anymore. He held Su Lingshan's thigh with both hands and slowly exerted force forward. Because Yi Fan's hand just happened to touch the inside of her thigh and it was only separated by a single pair of pants, this feeling was especially clear. After Su Lingshan was touched, she realized that this action was very ambiguous. This was because the man's hand was actually not far from her sensitive parts. Why are you touching up there? Su Lingshan's face turned red. It was unknown whether it was because she was tired or shy. Yi Fan felt the delicate touch from his hand and the feedback of the elasticity. He muttered in his heart, so teaching a beauty martial arts has this kind of benefit. Should I teach Su Qingxue as well? He pretended to be serious and said, it's more accurate for me to touch you like this. If you don't want me to help you, then I'll let go. Then hurry up. Su Lingshan's voice had changed. Yi Fan was very happy in his heart. After a while, he pretended to be done with his adjustments. After finishing the set of actions, Su Lingshan was already panting and directly sat down on the mat. She was finally sure that this wasn't a very casual set of actions, and it definitely wasn't simple either. What kind of martial arts is this? Su Lingshan was confused. Fan Xian smiled. I created it myself. If I want to reach the Xiantian realm in a short period of time, I can't think of a faster way to do so. When you can do it 100 times a day, I'll teach you the next set of actions. 100 times? Su Lingshan was shocked. She was already so tired after doing it once. 100 times? How strong would her stamina have to be? Yi Fan didn't have time to explain too much. He was in a hurry to go to Feng Yuying's house, so he greeted her and left the company. Half an hour later, Yi Fan arrived at the Crescent Bay district. When he arrived at Feng Yuying's house, Yi Fan saw a shocking scene. He saw that on the anti-theft door in the wall, someone had actually sprayed lines of words with bright red paint. Pay your debts with money. Use your life to pay off the debt. All sorts of harsh words were sprayed on the door. Yi Fan immediately understood something, but he was also very puzzled. Why would Feng Yuying owe so much money? He pressed the doorbell, but realized that there was no response at all. He carefully sensed and confirmed that there was no one in the house. Just as Yi Fan was about to leave and go to Splendid Apartment to take a look, for unfriendly-looking men wearing black jackets suddenly ran out from upstairs and downstairs. Chapter 186. 0186 Yi Fan smiled. He was still planning to find the source of the matter, but he actually sent a few of them to his doorstep. These few fellows must be the ones who were collecting debts. Big brother Xiaolong, look at this brat. Is he scared silly? He's actually still smiling at us. A hoodlum pointed at Yi Fan and said happily. Xiaolong, who had a cigarette in his mouth, grinned. Hey, brat, I'm asking you a question. Do you know this woman with the surname Foam? Damn it, didn't you hear brother Xiao Long ask you? You're still laughing? Are you laughing at me? You're looking for a beating. One of the hoodlums saw that Yi Fan did not make a sound, so he immediately kicked Yi Fan's leg. Who would have thought that Yi Fan had already pushed him away with one hand? just in time to push the hoodlum down the stairs. With a dang, dang, dang sound, he rolled and directly crashed into the wall, half dead. F***CK. Xiao Long didn't pay attention and actually saw one of his lackeys get knocked over. He immediately shouted, "Beat him up!" But before the three of them could come up and attack Yi Fan had already moved. He grabbed another thug beside him and threw him down the stairs. Another thug rolled down the stairs. He lifted his leg and kicked a hooligan behind him, sending him crashing into the wall. After taking care of the three lackeys, Yi Fan grabbed Xiao Long's collar and lifted him up. Big brother, I was wrong. Spare me." Xiao Long realized that something was wrong. Under Yi Fan's hands, the few of them were like little chicks. How could they fight? "Let me ask you, what happened here? Tell me everything clearly. Why did Feng Yuing owe a debt? And who are you people?" Yi Fan's gaze was cold as he said, "Your name is Xiao Long, right?" Xiao Long said bitterly, "Please calm down, big brother. We are only collecting debts on behalf of old Master Fan. We don't know what's going on with this family. We're only responsible for doing the work. Master Fan told us to block this place and find people who have dealings with this woman so that we can ask them about her whereabouts. We don't know the specifics." Who is Master Fan? Yi Fan had never heard of such a person in Huahai. Xiao Long swallowed his saliva and said carefully, "Fan Xiao, our Tai City's boss. We came from the Eastern Province." Yi Fan thought about it. That was Feng Yuying's hometown, so there was a connection. "Where is Fan Xiao?" Xiao Long said, "Master Fan did not come. He has hundreds of brothers under him. He only sent us here to collect a debt." Yi Fan said, "You guys still haven't found Feng Yuying?" "No, big brother. You're the only one who came looking for us. We have eyes but failed to recognize a hero. Please let us go," Xiao Long said with a sullen face. After thinking for a moment, Fan Xian let go of Xiao Long and said, "Tell me Fan Xiao's phone number." Xiao Long was stunned. "Sir, how could someone of my level have old Master Fan's phone number? Then contact the people above you and tell Fan Xiao that there's a man called Yi Fan. Give him a day to think about it and immediately stop. Collect the debt and collect the debt. Don't do this kind of thing again, or else you'll have to bear the consequences." Yi Fan said as he gave a string of his cell phone number, "This is my phone number. If there's anything, come at me." After he finished speaking, Yi Fan did not care about Xiao Long's dumbstruck expression and directly walked into the elevator. He knew that finding Feng Yuying was secondary. The most important thing was to lead this spearhead from Feng Yuying to himself. This way, the woman would at least not be in much danger. When Yi Fan left, Xiao Long and the two who were still awake all had nervous expressions on their faces. "Brother Xiao Long, is that guy so arrogant? Are all the people in Huahai so powerful? Bullsh asterisk T. He dares to challenge Lord Fan? He doesn't know that Master Fan is backed by the Azure Sun Group. Otherwise, he would have peed his pants long ago." Xiao Long pondered for a moment, then fiercely said, "Whatever. Let's report this matter first. If this brat is killed by Master Fan, then he deserves it." Finished speaking, Xiao Long began to make a call on the other side. Yi Fan took the subway and hurried to the splendid apartment. Feng Yuying didn't have any other place to stay, and going to the hotel to register her identity card would expose her whereabouts. Therefore, staying in the strictly supervised splendid apartment was the safest way to take refuge. When Yi Fan arrived at the splendid apartment, he knocked on Feng Yuying's door. After a while, a woman's voice came from inside, carrying a hint of anxiety and hesitation. "Who is it?" Yi Fan let out a long breath and said, "It's me, Ying." The door opened, and Feng Yuying stood inside with a haggard face. She was wearing a light yellow round neck striped top and ripped jeans. She was dressed very casually, as if she had lost a lot of weight. "Yi Fan, why are you here?" Feng Yuying didn't dare to look at the man in the eye. Yi Fan was expressionless. Without saying a word, he went up and hugged the woman. Feng Yuying's entire body froze. After 3 seconds, she came back to her senses and her eyes immediately reddened. She trembled and choked with sobs as she said, "You, don't be like this. Hurry and leave." Fan Xian grabbed the woman's shoulders with both hands and stared straight at her. There was already a trace of anger in his eyes. Do you think that by hiding by yourself and avoiding me, nothing will happen to you? Apply for a transfer abroad? Do you think you can leave the country like this? If you do such a stupid thing again, do you believe that I won't hit you? As Fan spoke, he increased the strength in his hands, and his eyes became even more serious. Being so fierce to the man, Feng Yuing felt even more wronged, but she didn't know why, but her heart felt warm. I really have no other choice. Feng Yuing choked with sobs. My dad was detained by them, and my mom kept crying. I have no way of taking out so much money at once. Right at this moment, a middle-aged woman who looked rather old walked out and asked softly, Yuing, who's here? Only then did Fan realize that he had neglected the other person in the room. This should be Feng Yuying's mother, Ma Liying. He let go of Feng Yuing and quickly introduced himself. Auntie, my name is Fan. I'm Ying's boyfriend. When Feng Yuing heard that, her face instantly turned red, and she anxiously tried to explain, No, that's not it. Fan, he's not. Without waiting for Feng Yuing to explain herself, Fan had already walked in front of the woman and said with a smile, Auntie, can you tell me exactly what happened? Ying has been hiding it from me. I want to do my part. Ma Liying had been washing her face with tears recently, so her eyes were red and swollen. She looked at Fan in a daze, then looked at her daughter. She was confused and couldn't understand why her daughter suddenly had a boyfriend. Young man, are you really Ying's boyfriend? Ma Liying asked. Fan nodded. It's absolutely true, and Auntie, don't worry. Those hooligans who came to collect debts were chased away by me. They won't be coming to cause trouble for you for the time being. When these words came out, Ma Liying and Feng Yuing were even more surprised, but at the same time, they were worried and anxious. Chapter 187. 0187 Fan shrugged his shoulders. I know, there's someone called Fan Xiao. He could be considered a local snake in your hometown. I don't think there's much of a problem. Do you know what kind of background Fan Xiao has? Feng Yuing asked. Fan shook his head. Actually, he didn't care at all. With a trace of fear on her face, Feng Yuing said, his backer is the Azure Sun Association of the Eastern Province, which is also one of the 5 great underground families of China, the Dongfang clan. I heard that Fan Xiao himself is the young master of the Dongfang clan and a trusted aide of Dongfang Ming. That's why he gave him the entire underground market in Tai City. The Dongfang clan was said to be the most ferocious and uncontrollable of the 5 great underground families. There were all sorts of struggles within the clan, and this also caused this clan to only be an underground family despite having a long history. Oh, Fan nodded and said, Anyway, I've already provoked the Shangwan clan before, so it doesn't matter if there's more than one Dongfang clan. Why do you think that? As for the Shangwan family's matter, we were in the right, so Shangwan Ling couldn't pursue it further. But this time we owed money. What should we do now? You beat up Fan Xiao's men, so he definitely won't let this matter rest. Feng Yuing said worriedly, Even if you fight very well, the other party still has the support of the Dongfang clan. Fan chuckled. I've already told those people to call Fan Xiao and tell him to make a decision within a day. If he doesn't want to compromise, I'll deal with him. Deal with him? Ow! Feng Yuing was puzzled. Fan didn't explain further. He turned his head and said to Ma Liying, Auntie, don't worry. With me here, Uncle will be fine. I guarantee that your family will be safe. However, I still want to know the cause and effect of this matter. Although Ma Liying was very uneasy, she had nowhere else to go. Suddenly, a man ran out and said that he could help her solve the problem. Of course, she was willing to give it a try and choose to believe in Fan. Sigh, young man, it's really embarrassing to say it out loud. This matter, it's also my husband's fault for not doing well. Following Ma Liying's story, Fan finally understood the reason for the matter. It turned out that after their son Feng Xiaowei became a vegetable, Feng Yuanxiong, who had suffered a blow, began to drink and gamble, relying on these to vent his emotions. Over time, these bad habits became more and more severe. They began to borrow money everywhere. Later on, they were targeted by loan sharks and fell into their trap. Feng Yuanxiong himself didn't earn much money, and Ma Liying was a housewife. Yet, she was at odds with her daughter, Feng Yuing, because of Feng Xiaowei, so there was a lack of communication. Feng Yuanxiong had thought of borrowing money to gamble and fight a comeback several times, but who would have thought that his feet would fall into the mud? Unknowingly, he owed more and more money. From 100,000, it had now reached more than 800,000. Sigh, my husband was taken away last week, and I don't dare to go home. They want me to raise money, and all my relatives and friends are avoiding me. Who can I borrow money from? I could only run over to find Yuing. The two of us are really comparing ourselves to her. We're already like this, yet we're still harming her. As Ma Liying spoke, her tears could not stop falling. Feng Yuing hugged her mother and said, I plan to sell the house at Crescent Bay as soon as possible, then use the money to exchange for Dad, then I'll transfer overseas. In that case, my salary will be twice as high as now, and my parents can also enjoy their old age in peace. When Yifan heard this, he frowned and said, You apply to go abroad just for this matter? Feng Yuing weakly nodded, and, anyway, I'm also alone, it doesn't matter. Li Fanxian was angry in his heart. He wanted to say a few words about women, but after thinking about it, he had indeed changed from a fake couple to a real marriage with Su Qingxue, so he didn't have the qualifications to say anything bad about Feng Yuing. She didn't know what her identity was, she just didn't want to get involved in this kind of thing. To put it bluntly, if Feng Yuing was that kind of heartless woman, then she might have already come to find him, or told Su Qingxue. After all, to Su Qingxue, 800,000 was just a drop in the bucket. No matter how much she relied on her relationship with him over the years, not to mention borrowing it, she could even give it to him for free. She only wanted to silently bear the burden of a family's predicament. This tenacity and kindness couldn't help but be admirable. Yifan thought for a moment, then said, I've already taken care of this matter. Now that my name has reached Fan Xiao's ears, if you believe me, then do as I say. I won't let you go overseas alone. Feng Yuying's eyes were red as she looked at Yifan pitifully. What do you want? Yifan didn't care too much. He was annoyed and took out a cigarette to light it for himself. After taking a deep breath, he said, When Fan Xiao calls me, if he lets Uncle go, then that's fine. If he doesn't want to let him go, then I'll accompany you to Tai City and save him. If he wants money, then give it to him. As for the rest, it's not up to him. You want to go to Tai City? This is too dangerous. Those people are all gangsters. Ma Liying said anxiously. I know, you guys don't have to worry. Yifan didn't want to explain too much. He looked at the time on his phone and said, I have something to do tonight. Ying, Annie, don't worry. Listen to me, there won't be any problems. With that, Yifan turned around and left the apartment. He was very clear that if he didn't resolve this matter, it would be very difficult for him and Feng Yuing to talk about the matter between the two of them. Because he was going to attend the party, Yifan went home first and changed into a suit. Then, he took a car and went to Huahai High School. Since Ning Zimo was a guest performer, she went there early, while Yifan planned to go with Du Yuner. Walking into the high school campus, Yifan still thought of Mu Mu Mu. This girl probably hadn't finished school yet. He didn't know what this girl looked like at school. She was probably either dozing off or playing with her phone. However, Yifan didn't have time to see her. He asked a guard and went all the way to the teacher's office building. Just as he was about to enter, a man suddenly walked towards him. His hair was neatly combed to one side, and he was wearing an exquisite Armani suit and Zegna trousers. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that he was of high status. At the same time, the man was holding a bouquet of bright red roses. This was one thing, but the key was that Yifan knew this man. Songxingha? What a coincidence, we meet again. Yifan greeted with a smile. Yifan, however, Songxingha frowned. Why are you here? Just as Yifan was about to say something, Du Yuner, who was dressed in a white shirt, jeans, and a ponytail, ran out. Even though she was barefaced, she still couldn't ignore the girl's tall and exquisite figure, as well as her exquisite and beautiful face that was worth looking at. As a teacher, Du Yuner was a bit more steady in school, adding a bit of intellectual beauty to her. Brother Yifan, you're here so early. When the girl saw Yifan's figure, she immediately came out to welcome him. She put down the airs of a teacher and had a sweet smile on her face. Chapter 188. 0188 Song. Xinghe no longer cared about Yifan. With a polite smile, he brought the rose in front of the girl. Yin'er, I know you like the young writer Meng Qiuyu. Today, he is attending our Hua High Art Charity Gala. I want to bring you there. Song Xinghe was like a prince, slightly bending his back with a charming smile. Du Yin'er looked at the flowers in surprise. After hesitating for a while, she thought about it again and again. Out of politeness, she still accepted the flowers. Thank you, but Brother Song, how did you know I like Meng Qiuyu? Du Yin'er was very confused. She had never mentioned this to Song Xinghe. Song Xinghe smiled slightly. I also heard it from the people from the orphanage. Oh, Du Yin'er didn't think too much about it and said uneasily, Brother Song, you're wasting too much money. Actually, I know that Meng Qiuyu is coming, so I've already agreed with Brother Yifan to go over together. You knew? You're with Yifan? Song Xinghe was very surprised and puzzled. Could it be that Lu Shuang didn't tell the girl about Yifan? When Song Xinghe saw Du Yin'er's gaze and expression, he frowned and coldly glanced at Yifan. But in the blink of an eye, he quickly said to the girl with a gentle expression, Yin'er, I'm here to pick you up. Let's go pick out an evening dress together. Tonight, I want you to be my female companion. This kind of party is not like an ordinary charity party. You have to dress very well. Is it really that exquisite? Du Yin'er was stunned on the spot. Yin'er, did I scare you? You've never participated before, so you might not know. I won't lie to you. Song Xinghe said apologetically. However, Du Yin'er still tactfully refused. But Brother Song, we actually took the invitation, so we should be able to enter. You don't have to worry about it. Hearing that, Song Xinghe's face turned cold. He looked at Yifan and said, You got the invitation? Yifan had already sensed some things and bitterly smiled in his heart. He already knew that Song Xinghe was interested in Du Yin'er, so he reckoned that the matter with Lu Shuang was also caused by Song Xinghe. Obviously, Song Xinghe treated him as a love rival. This was quite annoying. After all, they were also companions in the orphanage. If it was a normal day, for the sake of knowing each other back then, Yifan might be able to fulfill his wish. But if he did that, what would Du Yin'er think? Didn't he just say that he didn't care about her feelings at all? After all, for his sake, Du Yin'er had rejected a tall, rich, and handsome man like Song Xinghe. Moreover, from Song Xinghe's performance, he could not be considered a good match. If Du Yin'er were to follow him, she would most likely not be able to obtain happiness. Xinghe, sorry, we have to leave first, Yifan said with a smile. Song Xinghe felt a burst of anger in his heart. He forcefully suppressed it and said to the girl, Yin'er, are you really not going to think about it? Come with me. I can take you to meet a lot of important people. About it. You were said of Yin'er, fan about to leave. Song Xinghe said with a serious expression, Yin'er, why don't you understand my heart? I hope that you can see my success. No so-called big shot is as important as you in my heart. Song Xinghe realized that he was in too much of a hurry and was afraid of provoking the girl. Thus, he took 2 steps back and said, Then I'll be leaving first. Don't be angry. I don't have any ill intentions. Song Xinghe realized that he was too anxious and was afraid of provoking the girl. So he took 2 steps back and said, Then I'll be leaving first. Don't be angry. I don't have any ill intentions. Song Xinghe looked at Yifan indifferently. Yifan, you must pay attention and send Yin'er safely. Yifan didn't want to argue with him, and lightly said, Yin'er is like my family. Of course I will take good care of her. Fanxian didn't want to bother with him, and lightly said, Yin'er is like my family. Of course I will take good care of her. Yifan, on the other hand, frowned. Just now, for a moment, he actually sensed that Song Xinghe's body was emitting an extraordinary aura. Yifan, on the other hand, frowned. In that instant, he actually sensed that Song Xinghe's body emitted a trace of an extraordinary aura. Yifan frowned. Just now, for a moment, he actually sensed that Song Xinghe's body was emitting an extraordinary aura. Was he being paranoid? Was it an illusion? Yifan was puzzled. Brother Yifan. After Song Xinghe left, Du Yin'er immediately said nervously, There really is nothing between me and Big Brother Song. Don't misunderstand. Yifan came back to his senses. Hearing the girl's words, he smiled and said, I didn't misunderstand anything. Du Yin'er looked at the rose in her hand. If he gives me flowers, it would be rude of me not to accept them. But I actually don't want them. Take it. He likes you and pursues you. You should be happy. It means that you are charming. Yifan said with a smile. Seeing that Yifan really didn't seem to be angry, Du Yin'er heaved a sigh of relief and was also a little disappointed. Then I'll pack up, greet the gray director, and then we'll leave. After Du Yin'er finished speaking, she ran back to the office and packed her things. As for that bunch of roses, she directly gave it to a middle-aged female teacher she was close to and told her to take it back as a decoration. At the end of summer and the beginning of autumn, the temperature in the evening was just right. A gentle breeze blew through the shade of the trees on the campus, bringing with it the rustling of leaves. Yifan and Du Yin'er walked out of the school building together. Yifan leisurely put his hands in his pants pockets, admiring the green environment of the school. Du Yin'er, on the other hand, was slightly shy. She carried a small white bag in her hands and walked with her head lowered. Occasionally, a teacher or two would pass by. When they saw this scene, they would smile and greet Du Yin'er, asking if Yifan was her boyfriend. Naturally, Du Yin'er hurriedly shook her head and explained. Her face was flushed red as she lowered her head lower and lower. Du Yin'er thought for a moment and asked, All right, brother Yifan, you haven't told me yet. Where do you work? Oh, didn't you say it last time? I'm at the embroidery group. Yifan said. Du Yin'er was shocked. Embroidery group? That's a big company. Brother Yifan, you're really amazing. I knew you could do it. Actually, I just did some chores. I didn't do anything. Yifan said. When Du Yin'er heard this, she hesitated for a moment before asking. Then, is sister-in-law also from the embroidery group? Yifan thought, of course, the CEO was also a part of the group, so he nodded and said, That's right. Oh. Du Yin'er nodded in understanding and didn't ask any further. Arriving outside the school gate, Du Yin'er used a taxi app to call for a taxi. Just as he was about to ask the driver to send them to the venue of the party, Yifan interrupted him. Wait, Yin'er, are you going to wear these clothes? Yifan asked. Du Yin'er was stunned for a moment. She looked at her white shirt and jeans and nodded. Yeah, can I do that? Yifan sighed. It seemed that this girl was really simple and didn't know what kind of occasion it was. If you go in like this, people would think that you were some reporter who went to interview. Didn't Song Xinghe say that ladies need to wear evening gowns tonight? Yifan shook his head. Then what should I do? I'll go back to the dormitory and change my clothes? But I don't seem to have a formal evening dress. Du Yin'er lived in the school staff dormitory. Chapter 189. 0189 All right. Young man, you want to get a good dress for your girlfriend, right? Huh. The taxi driver was also very familiar with the business district of Huahai. Du Yin'er hurriedly said, Brother Yifan, that place seems to be full of big brands. Are we going to buy a dress? You should at least have an evening dress. Didn't you see me? In order to accompany you to the party, I even wore a suit and tie today. Although this outfit can't be compared to Song Xinghe's Armani, it can at least be considered formal. Yifan said. Actually, the clothes were still the work suit that Su Qingxue bought for him, but it was enough. Du Yin'er was nervous before, but now she realized that this was the first time she saw Yifan dressed so formally. The girl's heart was rather sweet. This meant that Yifan cared about the activities with her, but thinking that the man already had a wife and a lover, she felt a wave of complicated emotions. All right then, I'll listen to Brother Yifan. The girl smiled shyly. Yifan, on the other hand, chuckled. Yin'er, didn't you hear what Master said just now? He treats you as my girlfriend. Don't you object? Du Yin'er cried out in alarm and hurriedly turned around to explain to the driver with a red face. Master, you misunderstand. We are not in that kind of relationship. The taxi driver laughed out loud. The little girl is shy. Yifan also felt that Du Yin'er's reaction was too funny. He reached out and grabbed the girl's shoulder, saying, Master, my girlfriend has always been very shy. I've made you laugh. Feeling her shoulder being grabbed and her body leaning against the man, Du Yin'er's delicate body suddenly trembled. She had the urge to cry in her heart. She felt bullied, but for some reason, she felt joy in her heart. The girl coquettishly rolled her eyes at the man. Brother Yi Fan, you've learned bad things. Aren't you afraid that sister-in-law will be jealous? It's good that your sister-in-law is jealous. I'm just afraid that she won't eat it. Yi Fan winked at her. Du Yinner pouted. It seemed that in a man's heart, she was just a little sister. Otherwise, Yi Fan wouldn't have joked like this. 20 minutes later, the two of them arrived at Starlight Street. Just by looking at the large number of luxury cars in that small parking lot, one could tell that the consumption here was definitely not low. Looking at the windows of a few shops, she could easily see a set of ready-made clothes worth hundreds of thousands of yuan and a bag worth tens of thousands of yuan. Du Yinner became more and more flustered. Brother Yi Fan, I don't have much money in my card. How about we rent an ordinary dress somewhere else? These are all international brands, too expensive. Du Yinner whispered. However, Fan Xian said, this is your first time attending a party. You should at least leave behind a beautiful memory. Besides, you rejected a rich man like Song Xinghe, yet you went with me. I can't treat you too badly. I don't mind these things, Du Yinner said seriously. Fan Xian nodded, but I mind. My little sister Yinner is so beautiful. Later on, because of the problem with her clothes, she will be defeated by other women. She timidly lowered her head and said, I'm not beautiful, Brother Yi Fan, you're talking nonsense again. Although she said that, it was as if she had eaten honey in her heart. When he arrived at a shop called Alexander McQueen, Yi Fan stopped and stood in front of the window. He looked at the evening gown in the middle and grinned. Yinner, what do you think of this dress? Du Yinner had been nervous the entire time. Hearing Yi Fan's words, she turned her head to look, and her eyes lit up. This was a white and red gown with a combination of velvet, chiffon, and other fabrics, and a large number of diamonds. In the details, the designer used flower lines and hollow embossed patterns to advance, giving off a low-key, luxurious aura. A thin black belt around a waist highlighted the hourglass outline of the skirt, and also outlined the woman's figure in an incomparably three-dimensional manner. So beautiful, this gown seems to have a life of its own. Du Yinner revealed a look of longing and envy. However, the girl also had a trace of regret, because she knew that a poor girl like her would never have the chance to wear such clothes, because the price of this gown was 6 million. This price was almost enough to buy a supercar, and this was actually just a gown. All right, if you like it, we'll take this one. Yi Fan smiled and nodded. Huh. Du Yinner was stunned. She didn't know what the man meant and suspected that she had heard wrongly. Yi Fan didn't say too much. He took out his phone and dialed a number. After he changed his phone, he had already changed his plan to a global call, so he could make a foreign call right now. Not long after, Yi Fan's call connected. The foreigner on the other side of the phone was a Frenchman, speaking in French with incomparable excitement. Yi Fan also spoke a few words to the foreigner in fluent French, then hung up the phone. Du Yinner was confused. Brother Yi Fan, who are you calling? Was that French just now? It's French with an old friend from France, Yi Fan said. I still don't know. Brother Yi Fan, you actually know French. Last time you even spoke Fusong. With so many foreign languages, no wonder you were able to enter the embroidery group. Du Yinner exclaimed, but then she asked doubtfully, that French friend just now, could it be that he's from this shop? Yi Fan said, yeah, it's the owner of this shop. I've already greeted him. You even know their boss? Du Yinner felt that this big brother of hers, her childhood sweetheart, was becoming more and more unfathomable. Yi Fan smiled. Don't worry about it so much. Let's go in and talk. Saying that, Yi Fan pulled the girl's small hand and walked into the shop. The cold silver-gray tone, the shiny white marble floor tiles, the exquisite clothes rack, and a very small number of clothes, but each one was filled with sincerity and taste. A beautiful shop assistant walked up and quickly scanned the two of them. After staring at Du Yinner's bag for a second, she revealed a faint smile. Sir, miss, is there anything you need? Yi Fan pointed to the evening gown in the window. Take out that dress. We want it. The shopping guide was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, Sir, please don't joke with us. That's an exhibit, and it's the only one in the world. I know, just go and take it out. I've already greeted your boss. Pino, your leader should know. Yi Fan said. Pino? Our boss. Sorry, are you mistaken? Our store manager's surname is Zhou, and the general manager of the Chinese region's surname is Wang, and they are both Chinese. Yi Fan scratched his head. You don't know him, because he's your boss in France. The shopping guide really wanted to curse, thinking to herself, how could someone like you know the upper echelons of the French headquarters? If that was the case, then they would be VIPs, and they would have received an appointment long ago. Chapter 190. 0190. After Miss Shopping finished speaking, she walked into the inner room. Not long after, a woman in her 30s, who was dressed fashionably and wore silver-rimmed glasses, walked out with a cold and arrogant demeanor. Seeing Yi Fan and Du Yun'er, the woman also frowned for a moment, then smiled and said, Mister, what is your surname? My surname is Yi. Mr. Yi, do you really plan to buy that exhibit? The manager asked. Yi Fan shook his head. I said, I'm here to take it, not to buy it, not to borrow it. I'm here to take it. I've already told old Pino. Manager continued to smile. I'm sorry, I don't know who the old Pino you're talking about is. Yi Fan felt that it was really strenuous. You really don't know? Or are you kidding me? Isn't your Alexander McQueen a brand under the Kieran Group? Isn't your founder Francois Pinot? Manager and the shopping guide behind him were both stunned for a while. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that this guy was a madman. Who was Francois Pinot? The top 3 giants in the world's luxury goods industry, the largest shareholder of Christie's auction house, the controller of Gucci, and a large number of other luxury brands. Such a world-class tycoon, an authoritative figure in the fashion industry. Would he know such an ordinary Chinese young man? Only Du Yun'er didn't know who they were talking about. She was just very nervous, afraid that Yi Fan would get into trouble. Mr. Yi, we are in the middle of business. If you are here to cause trouble, please leave immediately. Otherwise, we will call security. The manager said solemnly. Yi Fan was puzzled. What kind of attitude is this? I really do know Pino, and I even called him just now. I guess you haven't received the call yet. How about I make another call in front of you? The manager sneered. We often see this kind of deception. Isn't it just finding a foreigner, pretending to be someone from the French headquarters, and then singing a double act? Do you think we would believe such nonsense? Are you for real? There's such a scammer? This was the first time Yi Fan had heard of it. The manager felt more and more that this was simply unreasonable. I'm sorry, but our exhibit is not for sale. Please leave. Just as Yi Fan was about to say something, Du Yun'er pulled him and said, Brother Yi Fan, forget it. I don't dare to wear such an expensive dress. Let's go to another house and pick one. I'll be very happy if you accompany me. The girl actually didn't believe it either. She felt that Yi Fan must have made a mistake when he said he would give away something worth more than 3 million yuan. Fan Xian looked at the time. It wasn't a good idea to drag on like this, so he could only sigh and follow Du Yun'er out. Seeing that the two of them had left obediently, the manager and the shop assistant revealed looks of disdain. In the future, don't come to me when I know he's a scammer. It'll affect my mood. The manager lectured. The shop assistant quickly bowed and admitted her mistake. I'm sorry, manager. I'll definitely kick you out next time. Just then, a call came in to the store's landline. The shopping guide immediately picked it up. After hearing it, she said nervously, Manager, it's Miss Jessie. It's for you. What? The manager, who was about to walk back into the room, was stunned. Because Alexander McQueen only had 2 stores in China. They were managed by the French headquarters, and Jesse was the general manager in charge of the brand. He belonged to the upper echelons of the Cayenne Group, so he rarely contacted the store directly. The manager immediately cleared his throat and respectfully took the phone. He greeted in fluent French, Hello, Miss Jessie. What can I do for you? Mr. Yi is already here, right? Jessie asked seriously. Yi, Mr. Yi? Just as the manager wanted to ask who it was, he suddenly remembered that it could be Yi Fan who had just left. That's right. It's a very young gentleman. He should be in the shop. Didn't he come in? Jessie asked. The manager swallowed his saliva and carefully said, Enter. I did come in. What do you mean come in? He's already gone? Yes. Did you also take away the exhibit designed by Ms. Bolton? The manager's hand that was holding the phone was trembling. Cold sweat kept pouring out as he asked in a trembling voice, "No, no, why is your voice trembling? Answer me, what the hell happened?" Jesse was anxious. The manager was shocked and had no choice but to tell the truth. He said he knew the old chairman, but a VIP of that level would usually have an appointment. So I thought he was a swindler and let him out. What? Jesse's voice rose several octaves, and he almost went crazy as he slammed the table. Are you crazy? Who allowed you to decide on your own? Is this how you treat a customer who comes to your door? Where did you forget what you learned during the training? The manager was on the verge of tears as he begged. Miss Jessie, I'm sorry. I was really wrong. What's the use of you apologizing? Mr. Pino personally called and asked me to pay attention to him. No matter what that Mr. Yu wants, I must make him satisfied. You actually chased him out? If I were to be fired because of this, all of you would have to scram. Jesse wished that he could run to China and teach this employee a lesson in person. The manager's face was ashen. Miss Jessie, then what should we do now? Do you still need to ask? Hurry up and apologize. Even if you kneel down, you have to make Mr. Yi change his mind. Jesse shouted. The manager threw away the phone, turned around, and ran out of the shop. He didn't even care if he couldn't run in high heels. The shop assistant also knew that something big had happened, so she hurriedly called out to the other employees in the shop to look for Yi Fan and Du Yuner. Fortunately, Yi Fan and Du Yuner were having a headache about where to go to find evening dresses. Not long after, they saw the manager and the shop assistant hurriedly running out with 3 to 5 employees and then running towards them. Mr. Yi, please hold on. Please hold on. Du Yuner's beautiful eyes were filled with confusion, while Yi Fan had roughly guessed something. The manager's smile was even uglier than crying. He bowed his head in a flattering manner and looked at Yi Fan eagerly. Mr. Yi, it was a misunderstanding just now. We have already received a notice from the headquarters. We will satisfy all of your requests. Please don't blame us. I'm really just working for someone, so I don't dare to be careless. As soon as these words came out, Du Yuner's little face was filled with shock. She looked at Yi Fan in disbelief. So what the man said was true. Yi Fan wasn't really angry. After all, there were all kinds of swindlers these days. It was normal for him to suddenly ask them for millions of yuan, so it was normal for them to misunderstand. It's good that you've made it clear. Then hurry up and prepare the dress. Time is of the essence, Yi Fan said with a smile. Chapter 191, 0191. After returning to the shop, the shopping guide was the most active, busily helping Du Yuner put on her gown. Yi Fan saw that there was a lady's bag in the shop that was not bad. It was made of crocodile skin and cost more than 400,000. Coincidentally, Du Yuner's bag was very old, so he took it and gave it to the girl. When Du Yuner walked out of the fitting room, her black hair had already been tied up high, revealing her snow-white and slender neck. Her tall and slender figure was especially slender and elegant due to her dress, as if she was a peerless royal princess. Miss Du, you are simply too beautiful. This gown should be worn by a beauty like you. The manager and the shopping guide all praised from the bottom of their hearts, and at the same time started to flatter her. Du Yuner was wearing a gown worth more than 3 million and holding a bag worth more than 400,000. Her heart was beating extremely fast, and her face was flushed red as she looked at Yi Fan. Brother Yi Fan, I'm so scared. What if I break it? Such expensive clothes. Silly girl, this is yours. If it's bad, then it's bad. Yi Fan said, but this kind of gift is too expensive. I really can't accept it. Du Yuner was uneasy. This was money that she would never be able to earn in her entire life. Li Fan Xian couldn't do anything to this simple girl and said, how about this if you don't want it? Then return the clothes and bag here after using them. Is that okay? When Du Yuner heard the man say this, she felt that it was feasible. However, when she thought about how this was a gift from Yi Fan, she couldn't bear to part with it. It wasn't a matter of price, but a kind intention. All right, don't just stand there like a fool. The sky is already dark. Let's go. Yi Fan smiled as he held the girl's hand. This was the first time she had worn such sexy clothes, so she was very nervous. However, which girl didn't love beauty? Tonight, not to mention anything else, just wearing such a beautiful evening gown was enough for her to feel very happy. Mr. Yi, do you two need a special car? Our shop has a special car for VIP pickup and drop-off. We can wait for your orders, the manager said fawningly. When Yifan heard this, it was just right, so he nodded and said yes. Soon, a Mercedes-Benz S320 arrived at the entrance of the shop, picked up the two people, and headed to the venue of the Huahai Exhibition Center. Until she got into the car, Du Yun'er's heart sank. She still felt like she was dreaming. Originally, she just wanted to find a decent dress, but who would have thought that it would turn out like this? Yifan, on the other hand, received a call from France. He smiled and picked it up. An old man said apologetically in French, "My prince, please forgive me. I didn't expect my subordinates to make such a mess. If you have the slightest dissatisfaction, I'll have them fired." All right, old Pinot, it's normal that they don't know me and don't want to believe me. I still have to thank you for helping me deal with this matter in the middle of the night. Yifan said with a smile. Old Pinot said excitedly, "This little thing is not worth mentioning at all. If it wasn't for your help that year, my son and I would have long been torn apart by those hungry wolves, and not even our bones would have been left. Half of what the Clear Cloud Corporation has today is thanks to you. I will never be able to repay your kindness, even if I die. You're being too serious. I'm just helping you guys along the way. It's mainly for myself. We're all friends. There's no need to talk about repayment." Yifan said. Old Pinot sighed with emotion. "Your retirement is truly the greatest loss to the underground world. I hope that I can see you a few more times in my lifetime. There will be a chance." Yifan smiled warmly. Old Pinot was silent for a while, as if he was deeply moved. Finally, he said in a solemn tone, "It is my honor to serve you. I hope that your glory will always protect me and my descendants, divine wrath." Yifan didn't say anything else. He simply replied and hung up the phone. At the side, Du Yun'er quietly looked at Yifan. She discovered that Yifan's expression and gaze seemed to be very old. "Brother Yifan, are you talking to that old Mr. Pinot?" Yifan turned around and asked with a smile, "What's wrong? Didn't you say you were working abroad? How did you get to know such a powerful tycoon?" Du Yun'er really wanted to know. Yifan rolled his eyes and mischievously smiled as he pointed at his own face. "Yun'er, kiss me, and I'll tell you." Du Yun'er's pretty face instantly flushed red, and she angrily turned her head away. "I'm ignoring you. If you don't say it, then don't say it. You only know how to bully me. You're not serious even after getting married." Yifan helplessly smiled. It wasn't that he didn't want to say it, but even if he did, it would be hard to explain. If he said too much, it would only scare the woman. The key was that no one would believe him if he told the truth, so he might as well not say it. After arriving at the art exhibition center, he discovered that it was already surrounded by all kinds of reporters. The security guards and traffic police were sorting out the order outside. Du Yun'er was a little scared and didn't dare to get out of the car. Yifan simply grabbed the girl's hand and walked towards the door. As soon as the girl appeared, a large number of flashes immediately flashed towards her. Du Yun'er was tall and slender to begin with, so she could definitely be a model. This masterpiece of Alexander McQueen on her body caused her entire temperament to be set off, elegant and holy. Who is that beauty? Why is she so beautiful? I've never seen her before. Is she the daughter of some rich man? The reporters and some of the onlookers discussed animatedly, causing the shy Du Yun'er's face to burn. She lowered her head and snuggled up to Yifan, not daring to look around. Yifan also didn't expect that this charity auction party would attract so many media outlets. Fortunately, he had participated in this kind of occasion before, so he raised his head and puffed out his chest, looking very natural. After showing the invitation letter, the guard allowed the two of them to enter. As soon as they entered the brightly lit hall, they saw a large number of gorgeous crystal lamps and a large number of well-dressed guests. The moment Du Yun'er appeared, she immediately attracted a large number of gazes. The men were amazed, the women were jealous, and all sorts of other things. "Brother Yifan." "Aye, where are we going?" Du Yun'er asked nervously in a low voice. If it wasn't for Yifan's good hearing, He really wouldn't have been able to hear what the girl was saying in this kind of environment. He smiled and said, "Let's go watch Ning'er's tea ceremony performance first. Just follow me." Although Yi Fan had just entered the venue, he was very clear about the layout of this kind of party. He easily brought Du Yuner to the side of the stage where the art was showcased. On the stage, Ning Zimo had already started her performance. She was wearing a white and blue evening dress. She had the charm of an Oriental classic, but also a hint of Western fashion sense, attracting a large number of guests to stop and admire her. Just as Yi Fan and Du Yuner were slowly watching, a female voice came from behind. "You are Du Yuner." The female voice was filled with disdain. Yi Fan and Du Yuner turned around and saw a woman wearing a red, avant-garde dress. Yi Fan even recognized this woman. It was the Lu family's Lu Jing. Chapter 192. 0192. Du Yuner looked at Yi Fan doubtfully. "Brother Yi Fan? Who is she?" Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders. "She's called Lu Jinger, Song Xing's girlfriend." "Brother Song's girlfriend?" Hearing that, Du Yuner smiled and politely greeted, "Hello, Miss Lu. Who's with you?" "I'm warning you, Du Yuner, stay far away from my family's galaxy in the future," Lu Jinger said in disdain. Du Yuner was at a loss. I didn't do anything to Brother Song. "Miss Lu, did you misunderstand something?" "Misunderstanding?" Lu Jinger sneered. "Xinghe just went to your school to look for you this afternoon, and even prepared an evening dress for you. Do you think I don't know? You're a mistress, yet you're still two-timing. You're really shameless." Du Yuner panicked. "I didn't. Brother Song and I have always been innocent. I'm not two-timing either." Right at this moment, Song Xinghe walked over with a man wearing a white suit and glasses. "Lu Jinger, what are you doing?" Song Xinghe's face was cold as he glared at Lu Jing. Lu Jinger was a little flustered, but she immediately put on a coquettish smile and went up to hold Song Xinghe's arm. "Xinghe, you're here. I was wrong before. It was my fault. Can you forgive me? This kind of woman doesn't know what's good for her. She's not worth your sacrifice. I already told you, we're done. Scram." Song Xinghe waved his hand and said. Lu Jinger's entire face was burning hot. Although the Lu family was not the top family in Huahai, it was still considered a famous rich family. She, Lu Jinger, had actually been pushed away like this. Naturally, it was incomparably embarrassing. However, she did not hate men. Instead, she turned her head and glared at Du Yuner in grievance and anger. When Fan Xian saw this scene, he muttered in his heart, "A pitiful person must have something hateful about him." It was just right to describe Lu Jing. Song Xinghe, on the other hand, did not care about Lu Jinger at all. His gaze lingered on Du Yuner for a while before saying, "Yuner, where did you get this gown from?" Du Yuner smiled and said, "It was Brother Yi Fan who followed me to a shop to pick it out." Song Xinghe immediately snorted. "No wonder. I was wondering why they weren't compatible." "Brother Song, is my dress not good?" Du Yuner was puzzled. "This kind of dress doesn't suit you at all. It's too low class. I've already chosen a new fall Dior dress for you. If you were the dress I've chosen for you, you'll definitely be even more beautiful," Song Xinghe said. When Lu Jinger heard this, she was so angry that she laughed. "Song Xinghe, do you have to be so rude? You don't know anything about fashion. You actually used a Dior dress to compare with the one on Du Yuner's body?" Song Xinghe's face turned ugly. "The dress I chose is worth 300,000. Furthermore, there are only 50 of them in the world. Do you think it's worse than this?" Although Lu Jinger was unwilling, she also wanted to humiliate Song Xinghe at this moment. So she bluntly said, "Du Yuner, this is the only one in the world that is displayed by Alexander McQueen. It is worth at least 6 million. Even if you flipped through the entire Dior brand of evening gowns, you wouldn't be able to find one that could compare to this masterpiece. You should keep your 300,000 yuan dress for your little honey." "What?" Song Xinghe was stunned. He really didn't know much about fashion brands. He just purely believed that it was impossible for Yi Fan to bring Du Yuner to get some special high-grade dress at the last minute. When Lu Jinger shouted like this, some of the nearby ladies also looked over. When they saw the dress Du Yuner was wearing, they all revealed looks of envy. They all wanted to ask why Alexander McQueen's shop was willing to sell this treasure of the shop. Song Xinghe, who was at the side, was incomparably embarrassed. He glared at Lu Jing'er coldly. Are you satisfied? If there's nothing else, then hurry up and scram. Song Xinghe, I'm not done with you. Lu Jing'er was so angry that her eyes turned red. Finally, she could not stay any longer and quickly walked away. Du Yin'er could not bear to say, Brother Song, what's going on between you and this Miss Lu? Did she misunderstand something? Don't worry about her. She just wants to pester me. I have nothing to do with her anymore. Song Xinghe said. Song Xinghe pointed to the man in a white suit beside him and said, Yin'er, look who he is. Du Yin'er's attention was previously focused on Lu Jing'er, but now that she took a closer look, she exclaimed in surprise, Mr. Meng Qiuyu. This man was the young writer that Du Yin'er liked, Meng Qiuyu. Meng Qiuyu smiled lightly. I heard from Mr. Song that Miss Du likes my book. I am very honored. Mr. Meng, I've read all the books you wrote, and they left a deep impression on me. I'm also a language teacher myself, and although I don't have a deep understanding of some cultural knowledge, reading your books is very inspiring. Du Yin'er was like a little fan of books. She was very happy to see her fans. Yin'er, later tonight, Qiuyu will be discussing some literary topics with a few people from the Writers Association. You can bring people with you. Do you want to listen in? Song Xinghe asked. Hearing that, Du Yin'er was naturally interested. She nodded and said, Can I? Meng Qiuyu smiled. You can, but I can only bring one person. If Miss Du wants to come, you can only come alone. As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Fan with a rather cold gaze. When Du Yin'er heard that she could only go by herself, she immediately hesitated and looked at Yi Fan beside her. Brother Yi Fan, I'm fine. If you want to go, then go. Yi Fan couldn't wait for the girl to have fun. It wasn't easy for her to have an amateur life that she was interested in, so he naturally recommended her to go. Song Xinghe also hurriedly advised, Yin'er, it wasn't easy for me to get such a spot for Qiuyu. You must cherish it. After hesitating for a while, Du Yin'er still shook her head. No, I'll just walk around with Brother Yi Fan. Mr. Meng, thank you for your invitation. Yi Fan looked at the girl in surprise, while Song Xinghe and Meng Qiuyu also frowned. Yin'er, I really don't mind. Yi Fan said, but I don't want to be separated from you. Du Yin'er said with a smile. Yi Fan had no choice but to smile and say to Meng Qiuyu, Great writer Meng, why don't you give my sister an autograph? She really likes you. When Du Yin'er heard this, she was also looking forward to it. She was also very satisfied to be able to get an autograph back. Who would have thought that Meng Qiuyu would coldly say, I'm sorry, I'm only here for Mr. Song's sake. Not just anyone can make a request of me. The corner of Song Xinghe's mouth slightly rose. After all, his face immediately lit up, but he still pretended to be regretful and said, Yin'er, scholars are all a bit arrogant. Don't blame Qiuyu. Yi Fan said unhappily, just now, you wanted to bring Yin'er to participate in the symposium, but now you're not even willing to sign a name? Aren't you doing this on purpose? Isn't Xinghe right here? Would he stop you from signing for Yin'er? I won't talk about these theories with vulgar people. Meng Qiuyu disdainfully said. Song Xinghe also said seriously, Yi Fan, if I were you, I would leave first. You are hindering Yin'er's communication with your idol. Is it appropriate for you to hang here like a drag bottle? Yi Fan wanted to say a few more words, but Du Yin'er pulled his sleeve and shook her head. Forget it, Brother Yi Fan. I don't want to sign anymore. Yin'er, Du Yin'er angrily glanced at Meng Qiuyu and said, Since this person looks down on you, I will also look down on him. When these words came out, Yi Fan couldn't help but laugh. The girl was really straightforward. Meng Qiuyu's face stiffened. Wherever he went, he was surrounded by fans and was fawned upon by all sorts of celebrities. After all, in the upper class, he was eager to befriend people who seemed elegant. He was a well-known writer who had won international awards, so he was naturally the target of everyone's flattery. Who would have thought that a mere Yi Fan, who had appeared out of nowhere, and a high school female teacher would dare to look down on him like this? You don't know what's good for you, Meng Qiuyu said in disgust. Song Xinghe advised, Qiuyu, don't be angry. Yin'er doesn't understand you either. Give me some face and let it go for now. They will regret it. Meng Qiuyu coldly snorted, turned around, and left. Song Xinghe, on the other hand, thoughtfully glanced at Yi Fan and followed him. After the two of them left, Yi Fan sighed and said, "I'm sorry, Yinner. I wasn't able to let you get what you wanted." Du Yinner smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. I don't like that Meng Qiuyu anymore. In my eyes, Brother Yi Fan, who donated several million to the orphanage, is even more amazing than him." Yi Fan was a little embarrassed when he heard this. "I've already become your doll." Du Yinner giggled, like a lily blooming. "Brother Yi Fan, I'm hungry. Is there anything to eat here?" "Of course, I'll take you to eat." Yi Fan held the girl's hand and prepared to eat heartily. At this moment, four burly security guards in black suits suddenly passed through the crowd and arrived in front of the two of them. Chapter 193. 0193 Fan Xian frowned. He guessed that it was Meng Qiuyu who was up to no good, so he could only explain, "We do have an invitation. The invitation is only the lowest level of admission, but you've offended our most important VIP, so you can't stay here any longer," the black-faced security guard said coldly. "What happened?" At this time, Ning Zimo, who had already finished performing the tea ceremony, walked over. She was very puzzled when she saw Yi Fan and Du Yinner being blocked by 4 security guards. Du Yinner said with some vexation, "I'm sorry, Sister Ning. I accidentally contradicted Meng Qiuyu just now, so they want to chase us away." Ning Zimo thought for a moment and roughly understood the situation. She said with dissatisfaction, "What kind of attitude is this? They are guests that I invited. Isn't it just Meng Qiuyu? Do you have that much power to chase me away?" "Sorry, we're just following orders," the black-faced security guard said. Of course, Ning Zimo was not willing to give up. Her pretty face turned cold. "It doesn't matter if the organizers tonight are the higher-ups of Huahai City. Go back and tell them that if they want to chase Mr. Yi and Miss Du away, then I, Ning Zimo, will be the first to disagree." "Mph." The black-faced security guard sneered. "We know that you are President Ning of the Purple Bamboo Forest, but we are from the government, so we are not afraid of your underground gang. Go chase them out." As they spoke, a few security guards were about to grab Du Yinner's hand. When Ning Zimo saw this, she immediately wanted to turn hostile, but unexpectedly, Yi Fan, who was beside her, actually rushed out. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yi Fan raised his leg and kicked the black-faced security guard, sending him flying. The scene suddenly became a mess. The black-faced security guard knocked over the 2 security guards behind him, and they all fell to the ground. Fan Xian's face was gloomy. He was also really annoyed. He still had Feng Yu Ying's matter to settle, and he came here to accompany Du Yinner to a party. But there was actually someone looking for trouble with him. He was not a good person to begin with, and there was a bottom line for his patience. Seeing that Du Yinner was about to be bullied for no reason, he naturally couldn't be bothered to endure it. "Brother Yi Fan, you..." Du Yinner was shocked and didn't know what to do. On the other hand, Ning Zimo reached out and pulled Du Yinner to her side. She didn't say anything and quietly watched Yi Fan handle this matter. "No one can casually touch the woman beside me." Yi Fan grabbed the other security guard who was still standing and lifted him up. He stared at him coldly and asked, "Where is that Meng Qiuyu?" The security guard was so scared that he trembled. He didn't know why, but being stared at by Yi Fan, he was so scared that he didn't dare to resist. The security guard pointed to the north, and in the VIP seats, after Yi Fan left the security guard behind, he strode to the VIP seats. Meng Qiuyu was holding a glass of red wine and chatting merrily with a few officials of Huahai. When she saw Yi Fan coming over, she immediately frowned. "Mayor Fu, why hasn't this person been kicked out yet?" The person Meng Qiuyu was talking to was the mayor of Huahai, Fu Yanqing. Fu Yanqing looked at Yi Fan. It looked a little familiar, but before he could think about where he had seen it before, he saw that Yi Fan had already arrived in front of them. What do you want to do?" Meng Qiuyu was also a little panicked. Fu Yanqing immediately shouted, "Bodyguards, quickly stop him." 2 strong retired Special Forces bodyguards immediately rushed over from afar, wanting to block Yi Fan. Without waiting for the 2 fierce bodyguards to make a move, Yi Fan picked up a wine bottle beside him and smashed it on Meng Qiuyu's head with a clang sound. This was also a clever move. It wasn't enough to smash Meng Qiuyu to death, but it directly smashed him into a mess, causing his head to bleed. Blood and red wine flowed down together. Meng Qiyu stood there with her eyes completely red. She was completely dumbfounded. Ah! All sorts of cries of alarm came from the venue. Meng Qiyu was so scared that her face contorted. She hugged her head and cried, "Blood! I'm bleeding." Fu Yanqing shouted, "What are you guys standing there for? Quickly subdue this thug." A few bodyguards hurriedly rushed forward, wanting to attack Yifan. However, with Yifan's left and right legs, every bodyguard under him was nothing more than trash that could be knocked down in one move. Song Xinghe, who was talking to someone not far away, had a look of surprise on his face when he saw all of this. At this time, seeing that the few bodyguards had been taken care of by Yifan, Song Xinghe hurriedly ran over and shouted, "Yifan, stop it! Is this the place for you to behave atrociously?" At the same time, he was secretly happy in his heart. This time, Yifan was going to get into trouble. Yifan simply ignored him and grabbed Meng Qiyu, saying, "You said that I am a vulgar person, then I will use a vulgar method to tell you one thing." "What? What is it?" Meng Qiyu was so scared that her entire body was trembling. Yifan grinned. "In my eyes, you are not even a fart." After saying that, Yifan threw Meng Qiyu out and smashed her onto a long table, directly breaking the table into two. Meng Qiyu didn't know how many bones in her body had been broken, but she was in so much pain that she screamed endlessly. Fu Yanqing had gone crazy. This kind of high-class gathering had actually turned into a bloody scene of a fight. How could this be? Where are the people from the Defense Bureau? Where is Bureau Chief Yao? Fu Yanqing shouted. Coming. Mayor Fu, I'm here." Yao Zhengong brought a group of plainclothes guards from the Defense Bureau and hurried to the scene. Fu Yanqing ordered, "Why aren't you going to capture this guy?" However, the moment Yao Zhengong saw Yifan, his entire aura became dispirited. His entire body stiffened as he bitterly smiled. "This, Mr. Yi, why is it you?" Yao Zhengong wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Fu Yanqing was puzzled. "What, you know him?" Yao Zhengong had no choice but to whisper into Fu Yanqing's ear, "Mayor, we can't afford to offend this old man. Even General Wang Zhe and General Tan Jiang in the army don't dare to provoke him." Following Yao Zhengong's words, Fu Yanqing sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Yifan with a face full of fear. Meng Qiyu was in so much pain that she screamed, "Mayor, hurry up and help me catch this person. I want to sue him for assault." Unfortunately, no matter how much he shouted, Fu Yanqing and Yao Zhengong just stood there, pretending not to hear or see. Ning Zimo brought Du Yuner to the scene. Seeing this scene, Ning Zimo could understand what had happened, but Du Yuner was dumbstruck. Song Xinghe was anxious. He was still hoping that Yifan would be caught and brought into the police station. He couldn't help but say with a serious expression, "Mayor Fu, Bureau Chief Yao, why are you just watching?" Rider Meng was beaten up. Fu Yanqing and Yao Zhengong really wanted to kick Song Xinghe a few times. Was this great god something they could control? Once Song Xinghe opened his mouth, wouldn't that make things difficult for them? The guests at the scene discussed animatedly. They didn't know who Yifan was, but the people from the Defense Bureau didn't dare to touch him when they saw him beating people up. This made them quite worried. Seeing that there were more and more doubtful voices, Yao Zhengong was worried that he would tarnish the reputation of the Defense Bureau. He gritted his teeth and stepped forward. "Mr. Yi, please stop." Chapter 194. 0194 Yifan turned his head and lightly asked, "What? Do you have any objections?" "I just have a small suggestion." Yao Zhengong swallowed his saliva and pretended to be righteous as he said, "After our investigation, Meng Qiyu is indeed suspected of maliciously wounding people. Mr. Yi, it's true that you're defending yourself, but please don't go too far. Let our Defense Bureau arrest this Meng Qiyu." As soon as he said that, everyone present was dumbfounded. Song Xinghe felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his heart, and all of his joy had disappeared. No one would have thought that the Defense Bureau would actually want to capture Meng Qiyu. Yifan, the one who beat people up, was fine, but the one who was beaten up was a suspect? Meng Qiyu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Although she had fanned the flames and told the security guard to chase Yi Fan and do Yuner away, she shouldn't have been caught, right? Yao Zhengong muttered in his heart. If he was captured, he could at least ensure his life. If he was beaten up like this again, he might die. Chief Yao, what do you mean by that? How can your defense bureau frame a good person? Meng Qiu pointed at Yao Zhengong and cursed. I want to hire a lawyer. I'm going to sue you. When Yi Fan heard this, without saying anything further, he kicked again, directly breaking one of Meng Qiu's thighs. Meng Qiu was in so much pain that her eyes rolled back, and she almost fainted. Yi Fan grabbed Meng Qiu's collar and said with an evil smile, Lawyer? If I beat you into an idiot, who are you going to invite? Meng Qiu finally gave in, crying and begging. I was wrong. Don't hit me. Woo-woo. The surrounding guests also retreated, and no one dared to speak up for Meng Qiu. Mr. Yi, thank you for punishing evil and promoting good. I think this is about enough. As for the rest, our defense bureau will take care of it. Yao Zhengong politely asked. When Song Xinghe heard this, his face became even more gloomy. He couldn't understand why Yi Fan was able to beat up Meng Qiu so openly. Could it be that his background was so strong that he could cover the sky in Hua Hai? Just as Yi Fan was hesitating on how to deal with it, a call suddenly came in. When he saw that it was a call from a different place, he roughly knew who it was. Hello, Yi Fan answered. You're Yi Fan? A rough male voice came from the other side. It's me. The man smiled eerily. Not bad, Assistant Yi, right? I thought you were some big shot to actually have such a big tone. It took me so long to find out what the hell you are. You are Fan Xiao himself? I am your grandpa Fan. F*CK, you brat, wait in Hua Hai. I'll send someone to kill you right now. That woman with the surname Feng is just waiting for my subordinates to take her. There's no need. I'll go find you. Just wait there. WH what? You mother****. Without waiting for Fan Xiao to finish speaking, Yi Fan had already hung up the phone. Since Fan Xiao refused to settle the matter, Yi Fan didn't plan to wait any longer. He turned around and said to Yao Zhengong, Bureau Chief Yao, I'll leave this place to you. Yao Zhengong heaved a sigh of relief. He was worried that Yi Fan would really beat Meng Qiu to death, so he hurriedly sent him off with a smile. As long as no one died and the situation was under control, they would be able to continue holding the party. Yi Fan walked in front of Du Yuner and said apologetically, Yuner, I have something urgent to attend to. It's my fault that I wasn't able to make you happy tonight. I'll make it up to you next time. It's fine, brother Yi Fan. I'm actually very happy already. Seeing the man getting angry for her, the feeling in Du Yuner's heart was also indescribable. It was just like the figure that protected him many years ago in the orphanage. It was the same as before. Ning Shuama said, Don't worry, I will take good care of little sister Yuner. Yi Fan nodded. He really didn't have time to waste and quickly ran out of the venue. Looking at Yi Fan's departing back, Song Xinghe frowned. Many thoughts flashed through his eyes, causing him to shiver. Yi Fan rushed to the splendid apartment. On the way, he also sent a message to Su Qingxue, informing her that he wouldn't be home tonight. Su Qingxue also didn't reply to him. It was obvious that she was still angry, or perhaps she was too lazy to reply. Yi Fan could only take care of Feng Yuing first. After arriving at the apartment, he told the woman that Fan Xiao had already contacted him. Are we really going to Tai City? Feng Yuing was still very uneasy. Although she knew that Yi Fan's background was extraordinary, she didn't have a clue. Yi Fan said, We can still catch the last high-speed train. We'll go there tonight and solve the problem during the day tomorrow, then we can come back. Lily, from what you said, it sounds very easy, but this is too dangerous. Why don't we try calling the police? Ma Liying said from the side. Yi Fan smiled. Auntie, if calling the police was useful, Fan Xiao wouldn't have captured him like this. If you want Uncle to come back safely, this is the only way. You don't have any other way right now, do you? Both mother and daughter were silent. Indeed, other than believing in Yi Fan, they had no other choice. At 10:30 p.m., Yi Fan brought Feng Yuing and took the high-speed train to Tai City. This was the first time Yi Fan had returned to a woman's hometown, even though the high-speed train only took 2 hours. After leaving the train station, the two of them prepared to take a taxi to find a place to stay. Ying, where's your house? Let's stay at your house tonight. Yi Fan said. No need. Let's just find a hotel in the city. My house is in the countryside, and it's very likely that Fan Xiao's people are guarding there. Feng Yuing hesitated. Yi Fan said happily. Isn't that perfect? We can tell Fan Xiao that we're here, so that we won't have to waste time looking for him. Feng Yuing sighed. I really don't know what you're thinking. All right then, but you must not be careless. If anything happens to you, I will never be able to forgive myself. Yi Fan smiled happily, reached out his hand, and touched the woman's face. Look at you, you care so much about me, and you even said that it has nothing to do with me. You clearly like me. I didn't mean that. Feng Yuying's heart was in a mess, and her face was flushed red. Yi Fan didn't say much. He brought the woman into a taxi and drove towards Feng Yuying's house. Because the road was very smooth at night, the two of them arrived at Feng Jiaqiao village after half an hour. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Although it was night, they could still see large tracts of rice fields and crops. Ying, your hometown's environment is pretty good. This air, there's no such thing in the city. Yi Fan said. Be careful, there are still a few sections of the road that are muddy. It's rained, and there's a lot of mud. Feng Yuing told the man to pay attention to his footsteps. Yi Fan didn't care. He went around a few corners with the woman and arrived at the door of a two-story house. The door was open, and the walls of the courtyard were covered with all sorts of vicious words to collect debts. In the living room on the first floor of the house, the lights were bright. There were 6 or 7 hooligans gathered around a square table, smoking, drinking, and playing cards. Feng Yuing saw that her house had been turned into a mess, and her eyes were filled with regret. She also felt a burst of anger. Yi Fan walked into the house and immediately attracted the attention of this group of hoodlums. It's so late. Are you guys waiting for me? Yi Fan grinned. The leader was a yellow-haired man wearing a silver necklace. When he saw Yi Fan, he immediately took out a photo from who knows where. Damn it, Master Fan was right. Brothers, let's go. This is that Yi guy. Chapter 195. 0195. This group of people were all experts in fighting, but it was a pity that in Yi Fan's eyes, they were just a group of 3-year-old dolls. Yi Fan grabbed one with each hand and threw them onto the concrete floor outside. Not a single hoodlum could bring Yi Fan any trouble. Feng Yuing watched as the man threw these hoodlums out like a sandbag. She was completely stunned. For a time, the screams of the hoodlums rose and fell one after another. Each and every one of them had their arms and legs broken. They didn't even know how they were thrown out. After Yi Fan finished dealing with this group of hoodlums, he clapped his hands and said, Tell Fan Xiao that I have already arrived. If you want to collect the debt, it's fine, but it's his fault to capture him. Tomorrow is the deadline for releasing him. If anything happens to Feng Yuanxiong, Fan Xiao himself can forget about living. The yellow-haired hoodlum held onto his broken arm and retreated as he spoke ruthlessly. You wait. Master Fan will let you see the king of hell tomorrow. As they shouted, the group of people fled, not daring to stay a moment longer. After they left, Feng Yuing walked into the house and looked around at the completely messy house. Her eyes were red as she said, I haven't been back for a long time. I didn't expect that when I came back this time, the house would be like this. If it's a mess, just tidy it up. It's no big deal. Yi Fan walked to the corner of the wall, picked up the broom and dustpan, and said with a smile, Let me help you clean up. Men and women work together, so it's not tiring. Feng Yuing looked at the man's relaxed smile, and her gloomy mood was released a little. It was as if she had a place to rely on, so she nodded with a smile. The two of them cleaned up together and were busy until almost 2 in the morning. Finally, they managed to tidy up the messy house. When it was time to sleep, Feng Yuing brought Yi Fan into her parents' bedroom. You sleep here. I'll sleep in my room, Feng Yuing said. However, Yi Fan pulled the woman and said seriously, Ying, I'm afraid that if a bad guy comes in the morning, I won't be able to protect you in time. You should sleep with me. Feng Yuing looked at Yi Fan's serious face and couldn't tell what the man's intentions were. Did he really want to protect her, Or did he have other thoughts? Ying, you don't believe me? Yifan looked disappointed. No, I understand. Then let's go together. Feng Yuing actually didn't want to think too much about it. She was just a little nervous in her heart. Because of the cold weather, the two did not need to bathe. After a simple wash, they went to bed to rest. Although each of them was covered by a blanket, it was the first time that the two of them were sharing the same bed. The lights went out, and the room was dark. Feng Yuing hadn't had a good rest these few days, so she was very tired all of a sudden. But because she had a lot on her mind, she couldn't fall asleep. Actually, Fan Xian didn't need to sleep at all. He wanted to take advantage of the dead of night to have a good chat with a woman. Ying, I haven't had the chance to ask you how you found out about my marriage with Qing Xue. Feng Ying's back was facing the man. After a moment of silence, she said, It's the old madam. She told me everything. Yifan also confirmed his guess. Actually, if Su Qingxue didn't say this, then it would most likely be Bai Shuqin's actions. However, Bai Shuqin was thinking for her granddaughter, which was undeniable. Ying, come closer, let me hug you. Yifan lifted his blanket and wanted to get into the woman's bed. But Feng Ying quickly avoided it and said, Don't be like this, you're Director Su's husband. We can't be like this, Yifan sighed. If you heard everything from Grandma, then you should know that part of the reason why I married Qingxue was because of the company's shares. Of course, I don't deny that I also like Qingxue, but I also like you. Do you really not have feelings for me? Since you're married to Director Su, you can't like me anymore. Why? How can I control my heart? Yifan said. That's not right. Feng Yuing didn't know how to explain. Yifan chuckled. Unless you don't like me, I won't give up on you. I told you this before. Have you forgotten? Feng Yuing was silent. She curled up in her blanket and bit her red lips, not daring to make a sound. Yifan thought for a while, then thought of an idea, and said, Ying, I remember the last time I watched a thriller movie with you. You weren't afraid at all. How about I tell you a ghost story tonight? Why don't you try your guts? Feng Ying's delicate body trembled. Why was a man telling a ghost story in the middle of the night? This was different from watching a movie. Seeing that the woman didn't react, Yifan began to speak. In the past, there was a couple who often quarreled. Finally, one day, due to the intense quarrel, the husband picked up a fruit knife in a fit of anger and accidentally killed his wife. The husband secretly took his wife's body deep into the mountains and buried it. He was afraid that the child would ask about his mother when he got home, so he tried his best to think of a set of words. However, the first day passed, the second day passed. Until the sixth day, the child didn't ask about his mother. The husband felt that it was very strange and finally couldn't help but ask the child, Son, you haven't seen your mother for so many days. Aren't you sad? Why don't you ask where Mom went? Unexpectedly, the child looked at his father in confusion and said, No, it's just strange. Dad, why do you keep carrying Mom on your back? Just as she finished speaking, Feng Ying's entire body suddenly turned around and threw herself into Yifan's embrace. Yifan hugged the woman, smelling the fragrance of the woman's hair, and said with a smile, Ying, look, you still like me. You want to die? Telling this kind of story? How can I sleep? Feng Ying was so scared that she was about to cry, and her heart was thumping. Yifan extended his hand and lifted the woman's chin. Without any explanation, he lowered his head and kissed her. In the darkness, Feng Ying opened her beautiful eyes wide. The fear in her heart was instantly dissolved, and what followed was a warmth that was like the melting of winter snow. After a long time, the lips of the two parted. Yifan caressed the woman's hair. Go to sleep. Tomorrow, things will be over. Feng Ying's head was dizzy. Her heart felt like it was rippling on the surface of a warm lake. It was quiet and comfortable, causing her to gradually fall asleep. At dawn, Fan Xiao's men did not immediately come over. This made Yifan feel rather strange. After Feng Ying got up, she made some simple breakfast. After serving the man, she made Yifan wear slippers and took away Yifan's pair of leather shoes. Ying, what are you doing? Yifan walked to the grain-sunning field and found Feng Ying washing her leather shoes with a brush. Feng Ying looked back and smiled. You stepped on a lot of mud last night. Let me help you wash it. Yi Fan was stunned on the spot, staring blankly at the woman. This made Feng Ying a little embarrassed, and she asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Other than my mom, you're the first woman to wash my shoes." Yi Fan said. Even during his days in the orphanage, he washed his shoes himself. Feng Ying's expression froze for a moment, and then a trace of red appeared on her face. She turned around and continued wiping. The atmosphere was a little ambiguous, and Feng Ying didn't know how to respond. She could only ask, "Where are we going to wait? Why hasn't Fan Xiao sent anyone over?" Yi Fan also felt that it was strange. Logically speaking, after last night's incident, Fan Xiao should have aggressively found someone to deal with him. As time dragged on, he was afraid that something would happen to Feng Yuanxiong, so Yi Fan planned to take the initiative to look for Fan Xiao. Chapter 196. 0196. Not long after, the call was connected. You're really not afraid of death? I don't have time to look for you, and you still dare to call me?" Fan Xiao was so angry that he laughed. Yi Fan said, "I've been waiting for you for an entire night. Don't tell me that you won't dare to come out and see me just because I chased away a few small fries? Bullshit. I have hundreds of subordinates under me. Why would I be afraid of you? If it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't leave the sanatorium, I would have brought people to kill you. If you want to run, then do it now, or else find a good person to collect your corpse for you." Fan Xiao scolded. Yi Fan was puzzled. Sanatorium? Which nursing home are you in? "Ha! Kid, don't tell me you're planning to send yourself to me." Fan Xiao was also happy. This was the first time he met such a stubborn person. Every time he would send people to collect the debt, this was the first time someone took the initiative to come forward and die. Fan Xian said, "I don't want to waste time. After reporting your location, I will naturally go find you. If you are afraid, then pretend that I didn't say anything. I can look for you myself." "Scared? Fan Xiao, have been out for 30 years, but I don't know how to write the word fear. If you want to die, then come." Fan Xiao didn't waste any more words and directly told Yi Fan that he was at the Qingyang Sanatorium and Feng Yuanxiong was also being held captive by his men. If Yi Fan wanted to save someone, he could directly go over. When Yi Fan told Feng Ying frowned. "Qingyang Sanatorium. I think it's a private, high-end sanatorium opened by the Dongfang family. There must be a lot of people from the Dongfang family there," Feng Ying said. However, Fan Xiao didn't care. Fan Xiao should be held back by something. If we want to save Uncle, we have to hurry up and take advantage of the fact that he doesn't have the time to hurt Uncle Feng. Feng Ying was also worried about her father, so she couldn't care too much and nodded in agreement. They took a taxi and arrived at Qingyang Sanatorium after more than an hour. This was also a well-known private, luxurious medical institution in Dong Province. It was a major source of income for the Dongfang family. Ordinary people could not afford the expenses here at all. Those who came here to recuperate and treat illnesses were either rich or noble. It was said that in the early days, this organization was involved in organ trading on the black market, earning huge profits for the Dongfang family. However, with China's strict control, the Dongfang family could only turn this sanatorium into a legal medical institution. However, it was still only open to the rich. After getting out of the car, the two of them walked through a long avenue before entering the sanatorium. Just as they were about to enter the door, more than a dozen burly men in black bodyguard uniforms surrounded them. As expected, once they entered the Dongfang clan's territory, the bodyguard's formation was also different. The leader was a short-haired man with a scar at the corner of his eyebrow. He was the only one wearing a gray tie, and the material of his suit seemed to be of a higher class. "You can't be Fan Xiao, right?" Yi Fan asked with a smile. "Master Fan doesn't have time to deal with you," the man said. "He sent me here to ask you for money. 1 million. After you pay up, we'll let him go." Feng Ying said furiously. "Isn't it 830,000? How did it reach 1 million again? Since you've injured Master Fan's subordinate's brother, you naturally have to compensate for his medical fees. 1 million is still considered a small amount," the man said coldly. "I want to talk to Fan Xiao face to face. Money is money, but the hostages need to be released first." Yi Fan said. The leading man sneered. "Kid, are you retarded? How dare you come here and behave atrociously without money? If you don't leave, do you believe that I won't capture you and take out the things in your stomachs to pay off the debt? Yi Fan was too lazy to argue. Tell me where Fan Xiao is. If you want to know where Master Fan is, you have to pass through me first. The knife scar man waved his hand. Capture them. A group of bodyguards immediately swarmed forward. Two of them pounced towards Feng Yuing, while the others all greeted Yi Fan. Yi Fan blocked the woman behind him. Facing the bodyguards coming from all directions, he directly stepped forward and kicked the woman several times in a row. With a simple and violent kick, the bodyguards were sent flying one by one. The knife scar man originally thought that Yi Fan had some skills, but he could only deal with those hooligans. These bodyguards had all undergone strict training. Most people wouldn't even be able to get close to him in 3 or 4. How could they not even be able to defend against a single kick from Yi Fan? The knife-scarred man had a cautious expression on his face. After finding an opportunity that he thought he could, he quickly stepped forward and threw a hook straight at Yi Fan's abdomen. Yi Fan turned his body to face him, and without even looking, his left hand struck the knife-scarred man's wrist. The knife-scarred man felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His entire hand went numb, and he took a few steps back in shock. Yi Fan turned his head and glanced at him. The small success stage of the Hotian stage is not bad, but it's a pity that your snake form fist angle is not tricky enough. Who are you? The face of the knife-scarred man was gloomy and uncertain. Not only was his cultivation seen through, even his fist technique was seen through. Naturally, he was unable to continue fighting. Yi Fan helplessly said, "Didn't you already know my name? So much nonsense. Quickly tell me, where is Fan Xiao?" The knife-scarred man's face was bitter. He knew he had kicked an iron plate, so he could only answer, "Master Fan is in the operating room." Operating theater? What kind of operation is Fan Xiao performing? Yi Fan was puzzled. Could it be that this guy was sick? No, it's our young master who's undergoing surgery. Master Fan and the other masters of the hall are all waiting there. Yi Fan's eyes flickered. Your young master? Is he from the Dongfang clan? Dongfang Ming? Of course, other than young master Dongfang Ming. Who else could it be? The knife-scarred man said. Yi Fan thought for a moment, then asked curiously, "You said that Fan Xiao and the others are all waiting here. Could it be that this operation is very dangerous?" The knife-scarred man's face was heavy. The young master's heart has been bad since he was young, and he has been delaying the operation. Of course, it's because the risk is high. Wait, why are you asking so many questions? Heart surgery? Yi Fan was happy. Interesting, take me to see. Sir, your martial arts are better than mine, but don't be too ruthless. You even want to disturb a doctor during an operation. Do you really think that the Dongfang clan will be afraid of you? Yi Fan was speechless and chuckled. Who said I was going to cause trouble? I don't know about other surgeries, but as a heart surgeon, I'm going to take a look at what's wrong. Who knows? I might even be able to help. What? You're a heart surgeon? The knife-scarred man was stunned. Feng Yuing remembered that when she was in the sanatorium in Huahai, Yi Fan seemed to have said that he was a doctor in the heart surgery department. However, she had never seen Yi Fan's medical skills before, so she wasn't too sure what level this man was at. Hey, if I barge in, I might really interfere with their operation. Do you think it's better to bring me in, or should I do it the hard way? Yi Fan asked with an evil smile. The knife-scarred man looked troubled, but he had no choice but to nod. Then, sir, I hope you won't cause trouble. Don't worry, I still have medical ethics, Yi Fan said with a smile. He had already started to think about whether he could take the opportunity to solve this problem from a better angle. Feng Yuing silently followed behind the man and asked in a low voice, Yi Fan, isn't this not good? There must be people from the Azure Sun Association there. Since we're already here, just trust me. I have my own plans. Yi Fan comforted her with a smile, letting the woman feel at ease. After entering a building in the sanatorium, Yi Fan discovered that the facilities here were indeed very advanced and complete. Compared to ordinary high-level hospitals in the country, they were only stronger and not weaker. No wonder they could directly perform surgery here. Arriving at the entrance of an operating room, There was a large group of people standing outside. Most of these people were well-dressed and had an extraordinary aura. Chapter 197. 0197. Seeing the knife scar man bring Yi Fan and Feng Yuing over, a group of bodyguards immediately surrounded them. "What's going on?" a bodyguard asked. The knife scar man reported to a gray-haired man with a buzz cut. "Master Fan, Mr. Yi is here." The gray-haired middle-aged man had a fierce expression on his face, and his thick eyebrows were squeezed together. When he heard this, he immediately turned around and stared at Yi Fan. "It's you?" "He really came," Fan Xiao said angrily. "What's going on? Why did you bring him here? Didn't I tell you to arrest him?" "I'm sorry, Master Fan. This lowly one is no match for Mr. Yi," the knife-scarred man said in shame. Mr. Yi also said that he is a doctor from the heart surgery department and wants to come and see the young master's operation. He said that he might be able to help. Fan Xiao scolded. "Bullsh asterisk T. This guy was just a little assistant. How could he know any medical skills? You can't even beat this kind of character. What's the use of me spending a lot of money to recruit you?" Fan Xiao shouted angrily. "What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and capture this guy." Just as he finished speaking, an even more vigorous voice shouted, "Wait a minute." A group of bodyguards who were about to attack turned their heads in fear and trepidation, looking at a middle-aged mature man wearing a gray windbreaker and with white hair at his temples. Compared to the others, this man's temperament was clearly superior and had a lot of power. "President, I've disturbed you. This lowly one deserves to die 10,000 times for not being able to settle such a small matter. I'll go and arrest them right now." Fan Xiao's face was burning hot, afraid that this man would punish him. This man was the patriarch of the Dongfang clan, the president of the Azure Sun Association, Dongfang Bai. Dongfang Bai's gaze was like a blade as he pierced through the crowd and looked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan was not afraid at all and very naturally looked at Dongfang Bai. When their eyes met, Dongfang Bai narrowed his eyes. There were very few young people who could look him in the eye without retreating. He couldn't help but feel a trace of surprise as he said, "You dare to bring a woman here alone? You're a man." When Fan Xiao heard this, his eyes turned and he immediately understood. He extended his hand and told the bodyguards to retreat. Dongfang Bai asked, "Young man, what happened between you and Fan Xiao?" Fan Xian didn't hide anything and told him about Feng Yuanxiong's matter, saying, "If we owe money, we can think of a way to pay it back. After all, it's only right and proper for us to repay our debts. But it's not appropriate to arrest someone just because of a disagreement." Dongfang Bai muttered to himself for a moment, then looked at Fan Xiao. "You arrested him?" Fan Xiao blushed and said, "President, it's because that Feng Yuanxiong wanted to escape once. That's why I captured him. My father wants to come to Huahai to find me, not run away. My annual salary is also a few $100,000. Give me time, and I will definitely be able to raise the money. You guys arrested my dad without figuring out anything. This is too much." Feng Yuing immediately argued. "How would I know who he's looking for? There are many people who owe money and run away." Fan Xiao shouted in a rough voice. "Shut up." Dongfang Bai scolded and then sighed. "Usually you are on Ming's subordinate, so I don't care about you. Right now, the world is not under our control. Your violent methods will sooner or later bring trouble to our Azure Sun Association." When Fan Xiao heard this, he immediately knelt on the ground in fear. "President, I know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it in the future." Dongfang Bai said, "Get up. Although you were in the wrong in this matter, it is only natural for you to repay your debts. As the president of the Azure Sun Association, I will not mistreat my own people." Saying that, Dongfang Bai looked at Yi Fan and Yi Ying. "We can let them go, but you guys injured our Azure Sun Association members and didn't pay us back first. There has to be an explanation for this matter." Yi Fan smiled and said, "I don't have the money for the time being, but I can help with your son's surgery. I think this little bit of money is nothing compared to your son's life." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in dismay, feeling that Yi Fan was really arrogant. "President, this brat doesn't even have the money to brag. He just wants to fool us." The hall master said, "That's right. The young master's life can't be taken lightly. Dongfang Bai gestured for everyone to be quiet and grinned. Just now you said that you were a heart surgeon? Yi Fan nodded. If it's fake. My son is already undergoing surgery, and I've invited one of the best heart surgeons in China, Professor Yang Buiyan. I don't know if you've heard of him, but in short, even if you have the ability to help, it's already too late. Dongfang Bai said. Yi Fan shrugged his shoulders and smiled playfully. Although I don't know that Yang Buiyun, I feel that this surgery shouldn't be that simple. If the doctor you hired was really that powerful, the atmosphere here wouldn't be so heavy. Fan Xiao and the others wouldn't all be gathered here, waiting anxiously. I just heard that your son's heart has been bad since he was young. It should be a congenital heart disease. This kind of disease can only be operated on when he grows up. It's obvious that the success rate is low. So you guys haven't made a move yet, right? Dongfang Bai frowned. Indeed, this operation was very difficult, and he had always been sure that it wasn't a good method of operation. In addition, the medical technology back then wasn't so advanced, so he didn't make a move. Yi Fan continued. Of course, I'm just stating my opinion. If you believe me, you can show me Dongfang Ming's test report and surgical plan. Maybe I can give you a 100% successful surgical plan. Dongfang Bai hesitated for a moment. After all, he loved his son very much. Although he felt that it was suspicious, after hearing Yi Fan's words, he still felt that it was good to give it a try. Very quickly, Dongfang Bai ordered his subordinates to bring Dongfang Ming's medical records and various examination materials to Yi Fan. Yi Fan quickly flipped through it, then looked at the CT. After a moment of thought, he looked at the simple surgical plan. It won't do, Yi Fan muttered. What's not good? Dongfang Bai immediately tensed up. Yi Fan raised his head and said, that professor called Yang Buiyun only used the most basic aortic replacement technique, but Dongfang Ming's condition is rather serious. The success rate of this kind of surgery is low, and it cannot be cured. As the people present didn't understand professional things, none of them said a word. Even Feng Yuing was so nervous that she didn't dare to speak. Yi Fan saw that everyone was confused, so he could only say, President Dongfang, if you want your son to recover safely, then it would be best to stop the operation now and let me do it for him. What kind of joke is this? Who do you think you are? Why should we interrupt the operation just because of your words? Professor Yang was invited by us with a lot of money. A hall master shouted. Chapter 198. 0198 Dongfang Bai narrowed his eyes and asked, the operation has been going on for at least 25 minutes. Is there still time? There's still time, but if it's any later, it might really be too late. Yi Fan said. Dongfang Bai only had this one son, so he didn't dare to be arrogant. All right, I'll believe you this once. Very quickly, Dongfang Bai ordered a nurse to run in and inform Yang Buiyun to stop the operation. Yi Fan changed into a green surgical gown, disinfected it, and walked into the operation room. Because this was the Dongfang family's private medical institution, everything was decided by Dongfang Bai. Naturally, no one would check Yi Fan's medical qualification certificate or anything like that. Through the live video communication in the operation room, the people outside could also see and hear what was happening inside, so there wouldn't be any accidents. President, this Yi Fan's martial arts are very high. I'm afraid that he will harm the young master. Fan Xiao said in a low voice. Dongfang Bai glanced at Feng Yuing, who was standing behind him, and said, his woman is in our hands. He won't do anything. Fan Xiao suddenly realized that Dongfang Bai had considered this, so he didn't say anything more. At this time, Yang Buiyun, who was in the operation room, had already taken off his mask, his face full of anger. As an experienced professor in his 50s, this was the first time his surgery had been forcibly interrupted. He said that he needed to reconsider the surgical plan. Mr. Dongfang, what did this mean? Is my skill still going to be doubted? I am one of the top experts in the field of cardiac surgery in China. My aortic replacement technique has broken the fastest record in the field of surgery in China. Yang Buiyun was so angry that his face flushed red. Dongfang Bai said through the microphone, Professor Yang, please understand the pains of father. I just want to increase the success rate as much as possible. If this young man really doesn't have any real skills, I'll let him out immediately. I'll apologize to you. Humph. Yang Weiyun squinted at Yi Fan and discovered that Yi Fan was at the operating table. Looking at the scene of the operation, he became even more displeased and said, "Go away. I don't have the time to waste on a fledgling like you." Yi Fan sighed, turned his head and said, "You can't do this. Just using aortic replacement alone, the patient won't be able to recover." "What did you say? What do you know?" Yi Fan asked. "Didn't you notice that Dong Fongming's heart not only has a stenosis of the aortic valve, but also a stenosis of the left ventricular outflow caused by the hypertrophy of the ventricular septum?" Yang Weiyun frowned. Hearing Yi Fan's words, he knew that Yi Fan wasn't a troublemaker who didn't know anything. "Of course I know, but it's not a big problem," Yang Weiyun said. "Bullshit." In the eyes of a doctor, there was no such thing as a small problem. "You are simply a brainless person," Yi Fan directly scolded. "You? What did you say? How dare you scold me?" Fan Xian interrupted. His cardiomyopathy has already caused his heart rhythm to be irregular. If he were to ignore the narrowing of the left ventricular outflow tract, it might cause him to be unable to leave the artificial heart and lung machine. Therefore, in addition to aortic valvuloplasty, left ventricular outflow, tract dilation, and ablation to prevent ventricular tachycardia were also required. Your rubbish surgical plan of only using prosthetic valve replacement will kill him. Yang Weiyun was stunned on the spot, unable to react. He shook his head and said, No, you're talking nonsense. Who would do something like that? I've been in medicine for decades, and I've always done this. That's because you haven't met this kind of patient before, but that doesn't mean that your surgical plan is definitely correct. Yi Fan said, facing the camera, "President Dongfang, I suggest that you let him out. I'll do this surgery and guarantee your son's recovery." Yang Weiyun yelled, "No, Mr. Dongfang, this is my surgery. I can cure your son, and the contract has already been signed. Don't worry, I won't fail." Dongfang narrowed his eyes and pondered for a moment, then said, "Since Professor Yang is so confident, then Professor Yang, you can continue. Yi Fan, you can stay in the operation room. Unless something goes wrong when Professor Yang is doing it, you can't interfere." Yi Fan frowned. This Dongfang wasn't a medical expert, so he probably didn't understand what they were talking about. After thinking about it, he decided that this was the only way for the time being. He couldn't fight in the operation room. That would only kill Dongfang Ming on the operating table. "All right, I'll watch first." Yi Fan walked to the wall and watched. Yang Weiyun held back his strength. Although he was unhappy that Yi Fan was still here, he planned to use his many years of experience in rapid surgery to completely clear his name. Yang Weiyun returned to the operating table and said, "We will continue with the aortic stenosis caused by the congenital bivalvular deformity of the aortic valve. We will use the mechanical valve to replace the aorta. Now put in the 16mm valve." "Yes." The assistants and nurses at the side continued to move. Yang Weiyun's speed was very fast, and after a few minutes, he had put the valve in place. Seeing that everything was going smoothly, Yang Weiyun proudly looked at Yi Fan. "Brat, you're still far from it." Yi Fan frowned and said, "You don't need cardioplegia." "No need," Yang Weiyun disdainfully said. "I know very well what I'm doing." However, just as Yang Weiyun was feeling proud of himself, a heart rate monitor beside him suddenly made a strange sound. "Not good. Dr. Yang." VT and VF appeared. "The patient's heart rate is too fast." For a moment, Yang Weiyun's expression suddenly changed. When Dongfang Bai and the others outside saw this scene, their expressions also turned cold. "Professor Yang, what the hell happened?" Dongfang Bai roared into the microphone. Cold sweat broke out on Yang Weiyun's forehead. He was also at a loss. He didn't know why this was happening, so he could only shout, "Quickly prepare the electrode board. Charge. Defibrillation first." The nurse brought 2 electrode boards. Without saying a word, Yang Weiyun charged them and placed them on the rapidly beating heart. After the electric shock, his heart still did not calm down. "Professor Yang, do you want a heart massage?" An assistant asked nervously. Yang Weiyun's legs began to tremble, his face pale, as he said, Hurry. Hurry up and do it. Ah, I'll do it. The assistant was also stunned. It was actually not Yang Buiyun himself. Yi Fan, who was standing by the wall, sighed. All of this was exactly as he had expected, so he walked to the side of the camera and said, President Dongfang, if this continues, you won't be able to save your son. Dongfang Bai's mind was also in a mess. He couldn't care too much. Mr. Yi, as long as you can save my son, all the money you owe me will be written off. Please. Chapter 199. 0199. After being pushed away, Yang Buiyun was unwilling. He gritted his teeth and said, What are you doing? I have a way. I only need to clear the blockage in the outflow tract, and then through the mitral valve I will... No way. Yi Fan coldly replied, If you do that, it's very likely that a normal mitral valve will be damaged. You really don't have any experience in this area. Yang Buiyun's face alternated between white and red as he was completely gagged. Seeing this scene, Dongfang Bai was even more convinced that Yi Fan was indeed more professional. He roared, Yang Buiyun, hurry up and get out. Don't interrupt Mr. Ye's operation. If anything happens to my son, I'll be the first to kill you. Yang Buiyun was scared out of his wits and ran out of the operation room dejectedly. When everyone in the operation room was looking at Yi Fan put on his mask and said, Give me the scalpel. The assistant at the side hesitated. Doctor, what are you going to do? Can you let us know? Yi Fan had no choice but to simply say, I plan to make a small incision from the apex of the left ventricle. Assistant number 1, you can make a parallel incision along the left anterior descending branch. Don't neglect the width of the stitches. Yi Fan quickly finished explaining the process, and this group of elites immediately understood Yi Fan's intentions. All of their eyes lit up, and they felt that they had a clear understanding of the future of this operation. Scalpel, can you give it to me now? Yi Fan extended his hand to the nurse at the side. Yes, sir. The nurse immediately handed it over. Yi Fan didn't say anything more. He raised his hand, and the blade fell outside the operation room. A group of people from the Azure Sun Association, as well as Feng Yuing, who were watching the video, felt a burst of disbelief. It was as if the moment Yi Fan led the operation, the rhythm of the entire surgical team changed, and the entire atmosphere changed. Yi Fan was like a general who arranged the troops, allowing everyone at the operating table to display their highest efficiency and achieve the best results. Why is he so fast? Yang Buiyun, who was already standing outside the operation room, was also dumbfounded when he saw Yi Fan's hand speed. At the side of the operating table, Yi Fan had already completed the first step and was beginning the second step. Begin the ablation. Give me the radio frequency ablation pin. Radio frequency ablation. Time begins. Yi Fan's hands were as smooth as flowing water. Not long after, the ablation technique was also completed. Now, the left ventricle outflow expansion technique, Yi Fan said. Yes. The group of medical staff obeyed the order, and their confidence increased. When Yi Fan's finger reached into his heart, he asked again, How long has it been since the cardioplegia? It's been 10 minutes, an assistant replied. This is hypertrophic cardiomyopathy surgery. Continue the blood transfusion. After the excision is complete, restore the body temperature. Send the blood from the blood recycling machine back. Yi Fan gave the order step by step, and at the same time his hands did not stop moving. Just as the group of medical staff was overjoyed, assistant number 1 discovered a big problem and suddenly exclaimed, Doctor, the suture of the prosthetic valve has loosened. It's separating. As soon as he said that, the hearts of the people around the operating table fell to the bottom again. Dongfang Bai shouted into the microphone, What's going on? Wasn't he fine just now? Yi Fan frowned, looked at the camera, and said, That Dr. Yang just now. In order to show me his speed, he stitched it up so carelessly. It would be strange if there wasn't a problem. What? When Dongfang Bai heard this, his eyes immediately burned with anger. He turned around and glared fiercely at Yang Buiyun. If it wasn't for the fact that Dongfang Ming's operation wasn't over yet, he would have killed this guy immediately. Yang Buiyun was so scared that he almost peed his pants. However, this was indeed a mistake on his part, and there was no way to refute it. "Mr. Yi, you must save my son." Dongfang Bai shouted into the microphone, his eyes bloodshot. At the operating table, Yi Fan pondered for a moment, then said, "Let's begin. Autogenous pulmonary valve transplantation." "Huh." Everyone in the operation room cried out in alarm. "Doctor, isn't this operation too difficult?" In this case, the patient's own pulmonary valve, replacing the separated artificial valve, and then implanting the artificial valve on the side of the removed pulmonary valve. This is too late. Li Fan Xian said, "You guys just need to follow what I say. There's nothing too late." Dongfang Bai and the others didn't understand what that meant at all. They could only turn around and question Yang Buiyun. What method is Mr. Yi talking about? Yang Buiyun, on the other hand, was a little confused when he heard this. He only replied with a trembling voice, That is a very difficult operation. Once it succeeds, it will greatly reduce the probability of another operation, but I think it might fail." "That's too difficult. Will it fail? Is there any other way?" Yang Buiyun shook his head. "It seems that's the only way." "Damn thing. It's all your fault. Now, we can only take the risk." Dongfang Bai was so angry that he kicked Yang Buiyun over. At this moment, Yi Fan had already begun the operation. Left and right coronary arteries, selective injection of cardioplegia. Yi Fan continued to give orders as he moved the scalpel. When everyone saw Yi Fan's astonishing hand speed and exquisite skills, they finally understood why Yi Fan dared to take the risk of using such a difficult operation to turn the tide at such a time. Yi Fan was like a machine, precise and without the slightest extra movement. Reconstruction of the root of the aortic valve is complete. Reconstruction of the pulmonary valve without a stent. Step by step, the operation was steady and fast. It was as if it wasn't an operation, but rather a beautiful painting of art. It was fascinating. Outside the operation room, Yang Buiyun watched Yi Fan's operation. His legs went limp, and he directly knelt on the ground. The old professor muttered to himself in disbelief, "Too amazing. Just who is he?" Even if Dongfang Bai and the others didn't understand professional things, when they saw this scene, they all understood that Yi Fan was truly completing an amazing operation. Feng Yuing looked at the man's focused eyes. Her eyes were sparkling and filled with deep love. He still remembered the first time the two of them had intimate contact. It was when Yi Fan looked at her sprained foot. He even said that he could be a doctor. Unexpectedly, a man's medical skills were actually at such a high level, enough to make a top medical professor in the country kneel. How many secrets did he have? The people around him didn't know. Feng Yuing didn't dare to think too much about it, but she knew that the man she liked was making it harder and harder for her to extricate herself. Finally, when Yi Fan opened his mouth and said, "Separate the artificial heart and lung machine," the operation was over. A group of medical staff at the side of the operating table couldn't believe it, their eyes shining as they looked at Yi Fan. "Everyone, it's been hard on you." Yi Fan took off his mask and didn't say much, as if he had done something insignificant. Just like that, he turned around and left the operating room. A group of medical staff watched Yi Fan leave, all of them with reverence on their faces. Chapter 200, 0200. When Yi Fan came out of the operation room, Dongfang Bai brought a group of people from the Azure Sun Association and looked at him with a solemn expression. "Mr. Yi, please allow me, Dongfang Bai, to apologize to you." Dongfang Bai bowed respectfully. When the members of the Azure Sun Association saw that even their president was bowing, they naturally also hurriedly bowed 90 degrees. When Feng Yuing saw this scene, the shock in the woman's heart was indescribable. Without a doubt, Yi Fan had used his medical skills to conquer the Azure Sun Association. No matter how powerful a person was, he or she was afraid of death. A brilliant doctor would always be respected. Yi Fan smiled. "It's been a long time since I've had surgery. My hands are a little rusty and my speed is a little slow, but your son is already fine." "President Dongfang, you don't have to be so polite. I only hope that Fan Xiao can let Feng Yuanxiong go. Mr. Yi saved my son and is the benefactor of our Dongfang family. This small matter is naturally not a problem. Dong Fangbai turned around and glanced at Fan Xiao. Fan Xiao already knew what to do and immediately ordered his men to release Feng Yuanxiong. He was also glad that he didn't do anything to Feng Yuanxiong. Otherwise, if Feng Yuanxiong lost an arm or a leg, he wouldn't know how to explain it. Mr. Yi, we will release him. I will also reward you with a large sum of money for the cost of this operation, Dong Fangbai said seriously. Yi Fan waved his hand. There's no need for money. Just offset the money that Feng Yuanxiong owes. In any case, the Azure Sun Association doesn't lack such a small amount of money. When Dong Fangbai heard this, he could also accept it. Mr. Yi is really a straightforward person. Not only is he young and promising, but he also values friendship and righteousness. I, Dong Fangbai, hope to make friends with Mr. Yi. Can I invite Mr. Yi to a private room for a few drinks? Yi Fan looked at the time. It was just about time for lunch, so he nodded and agreed. When he walked out of the building, a middle-aged man with messy hair and a dirty jacket appeared outside. Dad! When Feng Yuing saw the man, her eyes were red as she ran over. When Feng Yuanxiong saw his daughter, he was stunned at first, but then he shed tears of regret. Yuing, why are you here? Dad doesn't have the face to see you. It was Yi Fan who brought me here. It was Yi Fan who saved you. Feng Yuing spoke incoherently. Yi Fan? Who is Yi Fan? At this time, Yi Fan walked forward and said with a smile, Hello, Uncle Feng. I am Yi Fan, Ying Ying's boyfriend. You're my daughter's boyfriend? Feng Yuanxiong looked at Yi Fan with a face full of confusion. Yi Fan said, We'll talk about it later. Let's find a place to wash Uncle Feng and change into a clean set of clothes before we talk about anything else. Dong Fangbai came up and said, I'll arrange this matter. Mr. Yi, don't worry. With Dong Fangbai's words, everything that followed became very easy. Feng Yuing brought her father to the Dong Fang family's hotel to wash up and change his clothes. At the same time, she called Ma Lying to tell her mother about the situation so that she could rush back for the reunion. Yi Fan, on the other hand, followed the people of the Azure Sun Association to a place to eat. At the dining table, Fan Xiao blushed and smiled flatteringly. He toasted Yi Fan a few cups of wine, afraid that Yi Fan would bear a grudge against him. But in reality, Yi Fan didn't have any interest in messing around with this kind of small fry. Now that the Azure Sun Association was very friendly to him, he didn't want to pursue this matter any further. After all, Yi Fan only wanted to live a good life. Having a friend from one of the top 5 underground families was also a good choice. Halfway through the meal, Dong Fangbai politely asked, Mr. Yi, Dr. Yi, I hope that you can stay in Tai City for a few more days and help my daughter take a look at her heart. President Dongfang's daughter? Yi Fan asked curiously, What? You have a daughter, and there's something wrong with her heart? Sigh. Dong Fangbai sighed and said, I only got a daughter in my middle age, but perhaps it's a genetic problem. My youngest daughter also has some congenital heart disease. That Yang Buyin said that he wanted to operate on my daughter, but I saw that she was still so young, so I didn't dare to do it. Mr. Yi's medical skills are so brilliant. If Mr. Yi is willing to operate, then I will be able to feel a lot more at ease. Yi Fan muttered in his heart. No wonder he was so polite, even inviting him to a meal, bowing and fawning over him. So he still had something to ask of him. However, as a parent, Yi Fan could understand this kind of heart. So he said, Bring your daughter's medical records over, all kinds of examination information. I've been ready for a long time. Dong Fangbai happily asked his subordinate to bring over a medical record bag. Yi Fan took the bag, took out the various information inside, and quickly flipped through it. Oh, it's a ventricular septum defect. Yi Fan nodded. Yes, this is the disease. Dong Fangbai nervously asked, Is it serious? Li Fanxian looked at it for a while, then continued, VSD shunt phenomenon. The ratio is 25%. The color ultrasound imaging can be seen very clearly. The defect is about 1 centimeter. Generally speaking, more than 30% of the patients would need surgery. And there were also some who would need surgery for 15% of the patients. However, your daughter has no symptoms of pulmonary hypertension, nor does the right atrium of the mitral valve, nor does the blood from the tricuspid valve. When she grows up, these problems will naturally not be a problem. I don't think there's a need for surgery at all. Really? Don't you need it? Dongfang Bai's face lit up. Yifan nodded. Although I don't dare to say 100%, I definitely don't need to do surgery right now. The chances of doing it in the future are also very small. If anything goes wrong, you can directly look for me. I reckon that Yang Buiyun also knows about it. It's just that he wants to cheat more money for the surgery, which is why he said that he needs to do surgery like this. When Dongfang Bai heard this, he immediately became furious and said, "This bastard, I'll settle the score with him later." Li Fanxian curled his lips. He was also telling the truth. He wasn't interested in what would happen to that professor, surnamed Yang, in the end. In the afternoon, after Ma Liying received the news, she excitedly took the high-speed train back to Tai City. Feng Yuying's family was finally reunited. The two of them also found out from Feng Yuying that it was all thanks to Yi Fan that Feng Xiaowei was sent to the best hospital in the Magnesium country for treatment. For a time, the couple were extremely grateful and respectful to Yi Fan. They were also very gratified to find such a boyfriend for their daughter. Feng Yuanxiong blamed himself for what he had done and sincerely begged Yi Fan to stay for the night. Their family could also cook a good meal and treat Yi Fan to a good meal. Yi Fan also enjoyed the atmosphere of this ordinary family. The family ate in the village and was also very happy. However, when Ma Liying asked when the two of them were thinking about getting married, the atmosphere became a little strange. Li Fanxian didn't want to lie either. Just as he was about to explain, he was interrupted by Feng Yuying. "Mom, Dad, what are you in such a hurry for? We'll talk about it later. I'm busy with work right now." Feng Yuying scolded, her eyes signaling Yi Fan not to speak. Chapter 201. 0201 Inching. Why don't you let me say it? I don't want to lie to Uncle and Auntie. Yi Fan didn't understand. "I'm not lying. I'll talk about it later." Feng Yuying corrected him. Yi Fan was puzzled. Why? Isn't it better to know as soon as possible? What are you in such a hurry for? You'll know sooner or later. You have to go through one wave after another. Besides, our relationship hasn't been confirmed yet. Feng Yuying lowered her head and said faintly. Yi Fan smiled bitterly. Ying, are you still not willing to forgive me for getting married? However, Feng Yuying shook her head and said, I just feel that I'm not worthy of you. Why would you think that? Yi Fan frowned. Feng Yuying pointed in the direction of her house. Look, my house. I'm just an ordinary woman from the countryside. I don't have an extraordinary background like Director Su. I'm not as good looking as Director Su, not as smart as Director Su, not as capable as her in all aspects. As for you, although I don't know what your background is, you are capable of both literature and martial arts. You know all kinds of powerful people, and you also have such amazing medical skills. The longer I interact with you, the more I feel that you're so far away from me. I'm just a glimmer of light, but you're like the sun. How can I have the face to stay by your side and use you to light up my world? Li Fanxian was silent. Looking at the woman's lack of confidence, his thoughts were also flying. He had never considered that some of the things he revealed would put too much pressure on women. After the atmosphere froze for a while, Yi Fan smiled and asked, Is this what you want to tell me? Are you blaming me for getting married? Feng Yuying shook her head. I'm not worthy to be compared to Director Su. It's only natural for you to marry her. Since that's the case, why did you reject me? Yi Fan asked. Feng Yuying was startled and quickly explained, I'm not rejecting you. You can feel that you're not worthy of me, but you have no right to refuse me. Even if you treat me as an unreasonable and tyrannical ghost, I just want to possess you. What can you do? Yi Fan asked with a smile. Feng Yuying was stunned. She didn't know how to reply to the man. Yi Fan continued, You keep saying that you're not worthy of me, but in reality, you've been rejecting me these past few days. Instead, I'm the one pursuing you. This doesn't seem to match what you said. That's because I don't deserve your kindness. Why not? Don't tell me you don't treat me well. You will make breakfast for me. You will wash shoes for me. You will be afraid for me. It was you who made me understand that when I was with a woman, it wasn't just about the bed. Aren't you changing me? Feng Yuying looked at the man with sparkling eyes. She seemed to be in a daze. Fan Xian stretched out his hand and placed it on the woman's shoulder. The Feng Yuying I know is full of confidence. Not like the one in front of me, feeling sorry for herself. What do you think? Feng Yuing clenched her hands into fists. After a long time, she let out a giggle and turned her head to look at the dark sky in the distance. You speak as if you know me very well. You sound like an elder, but you're clearly younger than me. Yi Fan was overjoyed. He reached out and hugged the woman. Next time you want to run away by yourself, remember one thing. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I can still find you, and then I will spank you ruthlessly. Do you hear me? I won't run anymore. Feng Yuing mumbled. Yi Fan kissed the woman's hairline. You only need to remember one thing at any time. You must believe in my ability. As long as you trust me, I won't let you down. Got it. I'll discuss it with you if I have anything in the future. Feng Yuying's face was red as she muttered. Yi Fan, why do you know how to perform heart surgery? Did you study medicine before? I only know how to perform heart surgery because there was once a person who was very important to me who needed to perform heart surgery. I only learned it for a year. Yi Fan said. That person, has he been cured? Feng Yuing asked. A hint of pain appeared in Yi Fan's eyes. He let out a long sigh and said, I didn't have the chance to save her. Feng Yuing was at a loss. Although she didn't understand what he meant, she could feel the pain in Yi Fan's words. Feng Yuing couldn't help but reach out and hug the man, not asking any more questions. Early the next morning, the two of them took the high-speed train back to Huahai. After all, they still had to go to work, so it wasn't good to leave for too long. Dongfang Bai was very reluctant to part with him. He originally wanted to invite Yi Fan to the Dongfang family as a guest, but Yi Fan also refused. Everyone else was proud to go to the Dongfang family as a guest, but he found it too troublesome. Just as he came out of the high-speed rail station and was about to take a taxi to the company, Yi Fan received a call from Aunt Jiang. Yi Fan, where are you? Aunt Jiang's tone was very heavy. I'm at the high-speed rail station. I was just about to return to the company. What's wrong, Aunt Jiang? Yi Fan asked. The old madam. She just left. Jiang Yuan's words were filled with deep sorrow. Yi Fan was stunned for a moment. Although he had already expected it, he still felt deeply regretful and said, Does Xiao Xue know? That's why I called you. I can't get in touch with Miss. I can't get through to her phone, and there's no one at home. Aunt Jiang was puzzled. Isn't Miss with you? Yi Fan frowned. He had an ominous premonition. Aunt Jiang, don't worry. I will go find Xiao Xue. Aunt Jiang also realized that the situation was not right and sighed. Yi Fan, this is a critical moment for the Su family and the embroidery group. Because I was by the old madam's side, I was unable to take good care of the young miss. Now that you are her husband, it is your responsibility to protect her and not let her get hurt. Don't worry, I can probably know where to look. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. After ending the call with Aunt Jiang, Yi Fan tried to call Su Qingshue's cell phone and office phone. The call from the office was transferred to Chunya's office, and Chunya picked it up. Chunya, is Director Su at the company? Yi Fan asked. Yi Fan? I still have to ask you. Isn't Director Su with you? Chunya asked with dissatisfaction. Yi Fan said, No. When was the last time you saw Director Su? After working overtime last night. What happened to Director Su? Chunya asked. Yi Fan was too lazy to explain to Chunya. After hanging up the phone, he said to Feng Yuing, Ying, I can't go back to the company with you. Feng Yuing asked nervously, Did something happen to Director Su? Yi Fan thought for a moment, then said, I don't know what's going on for now. You go back to the company first. I'll go look for Qingxue. Feng Yuing also knew that it was urgent, so she didn't ask any more questions. She told the man to hurry up and leave her alone. Yi Fan took a taxi and went straight to the Defense Bureau. Because Su Qingxue had only been missing for a short period of time, she was unable to report the case. Yi Fan directly went to find Yao Zhengong and asked him to first try to find the location of Su Qingshue's phone through satellite positioning. Soon after, Yi Fan requested for the video surveillance data of the Egret County area. Yao Zhengong was also very cooperative. Although Yi Fan's investigation was against the rules, he knew that he couldn't stop it, so he decided to continue selling favors. Mr. Yi, the video is all here. The sports car that Miss Su drove last night, after returning to Egret County, did not drive out until 7:30 this morning. Yao Jingong personally pointed at the video monitor and explained, however, halfway through the journey to the intersection of Yinji Road and Central City Road, Miss Su changed her original direction and went to a small road that ran in the opposite direction of the company. After that, there was no video record of her car. Maybe the car was parked somewhere nearby. Chapter 202, 0202-inch Ha. When Yao Jingong heard this, his face was filled with confusion. Mr. Yi, isn't this Miss Su's sports car? Yi Fan said, the glass of this car is not transparent. It is impossible to capture the driver inside through the camera, so we can only determine who the driver is through the car, but from beginning to end, it is not Su Qingxue inside. Why do you think so? Yao Jingong asked. Yi Fan pointed to the small screens, the images captured by different cameras. Look at the speed at which she drove this Maserati home yesterday. Every time she turned a corner, she would brake and accelerate. The time it took was longer than the time it took to film it today. There were two reasons. She was a girl, and her driving skills were relatively ordinary, so her cornering skills were very ordinary. But today, when the car drove out, it took 2 seconds less than the maximum distance it could take to make the turn. It would have been fine if it was just one corner, but every time he turned the corner, his speed would increase. This was abnormal. This kind of driving method was usually done by specially trained personnel in order to make every second count to complete certain tasks. If my guess is correct, the driver should be the bandit who kidnapped her, most likely a member of a mercenary organization or something like that. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Yao Jingong and the others all went to calculate the time it took to turn the corner. It was obvious that today's speed had increased. A group of people from the Defense Bureau couldn't help but admire Yi Fan's observational skills. Mr. Yi, are you saying that Miss Su was actually kidnapped before she went to work today? Yao Jingong said in surprise. Yi Fan nodded. Moreover, the other party is very professional. He purposely drove her car once, trying to mislead our investigation, and faked the last time and place she disappeared. Once we follow the direction of their investigation, I'm afraid that we won't get any results even after 10 days or half a month. Moreover, we'll go further and further away. However, they neglected one thing, and that was the habitual way of thinking of humans. After driving for a long time, some of the details of driving would be fixed. Instinct will drive them to use their driving skills. They won't be able to feel it even if their speed increases by 2 seconds. Of course, it could also be that they feel that you people are easy to deceive and don't think too much about it. The group of people from the Defense Bureau were very ashamed. After all, they really didn't discover it. If it wasn't for Yi Fan, they would have gone to investigate the fake information. So that's how it is. Mr. Yi is worthy of being someone that even General Wang and the others admire. What was hateful was that this criminal was too cunning. Then where will Miss Su go now? Yao Jingong asked as he flattered. Yi Fan said, check all the cars that pass by the house. Any of them with an unfamiliar entry and exit record could be the group that kidnapped her. After hearing the instructions, Yao Jingong ordered people to search again. Fortunately, there weren't many cars going in and out of Egret County. The only one that looked a little special was a small logistics truck. Check the license plate of this car. Yi Fan soon, the license plate was found. It was not an official one, but a forged one. Mr. Yi, the last place we found out where this truck disappeared was in the Lujia Wan community in the north of the city. That place is about to be demolished, and there are many empty old houses. Most likely, the criminals are there, Yao Jingong said. Yi Fan nodded. Bureau Chief Yao, thank you for your hard work. I will take care of this. You don't need to send anyone to avoid alerting the enemy. Wouldn't this be too dangerous? Let's send more people and increase the efficiency of the rescue. Yao Jingong still wanted to find an opportunity to show off. There's no need for that. What they want is money. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to capture him. They misled our investigation to buy more time for them to negotiate. With our President Su's personality, it's impossible for him to compromise in a short period of time. If he doesn't compromise, he won't be hurt too much. So if I go and save him now, I'll definitely make it in time. On the other hand, once the people from the Defense Bureau go over, they will notice the slightest movement. If they make a ruthless move and destroy everything indiscriminately, everything will be over. Yifan was actually very clear that those people were most likely doing this by Shu Qin's will and the shares of the embroidery group. They didn't know the contents of the will, so they could only ask Su Qingxue to transfer her shares. Although he was worried that Su Qingxue would suffer some physical pain, Yifan was still convinced that Su Qingxue's life would not be in danger, because that would not be the best outcome for either side. Half an hour later, Yifan took a taxi and arrived at the Lujiaoan community. As soon as he got out of the car, he felt as if he was being monitored. This kind of anti-detection instinct was also a result of many years of experience. Yifan muttered in his heart, but he pretended not to notice anything and continued to walk towards the dilapidated community gate. In a dimly lit room, Su Qingxue sat on a chair. Her feet and hands were cuffed, so it was impossible for her to escape. At this moment, the woman's bright eyes were staring at a woman in front of her, carrying a dense coldness. "It's been a night, and you don't eat hard or soft. You're really stubborn." The woman shook a document in her hand and said, "There's not much left of the 24 hours I've given you. Giving up your right to inheritance is the only way for you to survive. Otherwise, I can't guarantee what they will do to you. You also know that Jun Feng, that child, is constantly thinking about you. Tong Huijin, I always knew that you and I weren't on the same side, but I didn't expect you to be so despicable." Su Qingxue's words carried a trace of pain. After she returned home last night, it was because of Tong Huijin's phone call that she opened the door unsuspectingly and was kidnapped again. Otherwise, with the anti-theft and alarm systems of her mansion, it would have been impossible for the criminals to break in and kidnap her so easily. Su Qingxue knew that this stepmother of hers wholeheartedly wanted to fight for some family property for Su Weiming, but she didn't expect that she would be in cahoots with the Zheng father and son. Despicable? Tong Huijin sneered. "Who is the despicable and shameless one? Your bitch mother, who relied on selling meat, seduced my husband, and then you were born. You're just the daughter of a prostitute, yet you shamelessly become the head of the Su family and inherit the embroidery group? The old man, the old woman, and the others are all crazy. They're old and useless, so they were fooled by you. But my mind is clear. A lowly girl like you is not worthy of fighting with my son for the family property that should belong to him." "Nonsense. My mother knew my father before you did. It was because your Tong family was in decline that you tried to get close to my father. Do you think I don't know? You were with Zheng Hongji back then, but the old man in the Zheng family despised you, so you came looking for my dad." Su Qingxue retorted. Tong Huijin's face alternated between red and white as she scolded. "Stinking girl, you still dare to talk back at this time? See if I don't." Without waiting for Tong Huijin to finish speaking, the door to the room opened. Zheng Hongji, who had a gloomy expression, and Zheng Junfeng, who had a complicated expression, walked in. "Huizhen, we need to move first." Zheng Hongji was dressed in a black coat, and his hair had turned white. Tong Huijin turned around and asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Chapter 203, 0203-inch what? Didn't the leader of the Wandering Souls say that he had already created an illusion? How did Yifan find us so quickly? Tong Huizhen asked angrily. When Qingxue heard this news, her face was filled with joy, but then she worriedly bit her lower lip, her expression extremely complicated. Although until yesterday he was still angry at Yifan, angry at him for misunderstanding him, angry at him for thinking about Feng Yuing, but at this moment, knowing that Yifan had come to save him, his anger completely disappeared. However, Qingxue knew that the opponent this time was stronger than before. Yifan had most likely already stepped into a trap. The Wandering Soul organization was an assassin organization that Zheng Hongji and his son had spent a lot of effort to contact through some people in the underground gang. Previously, when the White Shark Gang and the Golden Kite were defeated, the Zheng father and son were very afraid of Yifan. They were determined to hire an even more powerful assassin organization to do this. As a B-grade assassination organization operating at the border of China, the Wandering Soul organization rarely moved within the borders of China. It was like a lonely ghost at the border, coming and going like the wind. However, the strength of the Wandering Souls was unquestionable. After all, the borders between countries were barren mountains and rivers. All kinds of fish and dragons mixed together, and the competition was fierce. For the Wandering Souls to be able to move around the border until now, they were naturally much stronger than the golden Krite they had invited before. Without waiting for Zheng Hongji to speak, a tall and skinny man in a black windbreaker, black sunglasses, and goatskin boots appeared beside them like a ghost. This man was the leader and founder of the Wandering Souls, nicknamed Lonely Soul, Wan Jun. It was said that when he was young, Wan Jun was a regular soldier of a certain country. After being framed by some officers, he fled to the war zone. After learning his skills, he created a Wandering Soul and even went back to hunt down the officers who had persecuted him, destroying their entire family. Over the past 10 years, Wan Jun's ferocious and unpredictable killing methods had increased the popularity of the Wandering Souls by several times. Ms. Tong, although we have created an illusion, it does not mean that we can definitely deceive professional opponents. If that Yi Fan is really so useless, then why did you spend 50 million to invite us? Wasn't the golden Krite from before able to kill him? Wan Jun said calmly. Tong Huijin jumped in fright, but she still said angrily, Mr. Wan Jun, we've placed all our bets on you, so there can't be any mishaps. If this plan fails, don't even think about getting the remaining 25 million. The Wandering Souls rarely killed people in China in order to avoid the Dragon Soul and ensure the safety of the organization. However, China was a big market, and any powerful organization would want to get a share of it. It was rare for them to make an exception to enter Hua Hai, so their asking price was naturally exorbitant. The Zheng Group had spent a lot of money to buy the Flying Guest Company, causing problems with their capital chain. Now, they were fighting to the death. Therefore, even if Wan Jun offered a price of 50 million, the father and son of the Zheng family would still take it all. As long as Su Qingxue gave up her inheritance rights or transferred her shares to Su Weiming, then this 50 million was nothing at all. Wan Jun sneered, 25 million, I don't care about it. This is our first step into the Chinese market. This mission is just a small test of our strength. This Yi Fan defeated the Golden Krite and killed him, which can also help us increase our battle damage ratio by quite a bit. We are an organization with the goal of advancing to the A rank. How could we possibly fail here? I don't care if you're B or A. We don't understand what you're saying. I just want to know, how do you plan to deal with that Yi guy? Tong Huijin asked with her eyes wide open. Zheng Hongji advised the woman not to get too excited and asked, Mr. Wan Jun, do you want us to move our position first? While Yi Fan hasn't discovered us, let's change places and take our time to think about it. Wan Jun grinned. No need. From the very beginning, I planned to bury Yi Fan here. Since he's in such a hurry to die, that's fine too. Great. Are you planning to kill Yi Fan here today? Mr. Wan Jun, you want to do it yourself? Zheng Junfeng was very excited. Wan Jun mysteriously narrowed his eyes. The reason why we are called Wandering Souls is because we come and go without a trace. We will never fight head-on with a problem that can be solved by assassination. According to my speculation, this Yi Fan's strength is very likely to be an expert of the Xiantian realm. To kill him head-on, the price to pay will definitely not be small, so we have to outsmart him and not rashly attack him. Then, use a sniper? Do you have any arrangements? Zheng Junfeng asked. A sniper might be useful against a Houtian martial artist, but against a Xiantian martial artist, the probability of failure is too high. If you want to kill him, you have to kill him in one strike. Wan Jun's long and narrow eyes behind his sunglasses glanced at the three of them. You guys just need to wait here. My men, and I'll take care of it. At the same time, after Yi Fan walked into the community, he quietly listened to the surroundings. After sensing the wind and grass for a while, he found that there was nothing special about it. After walking for a while, he suddenly smelled the scent of blood. Yi Fan frowned. Following the smell, he ran all the way to an alley, walked in, and found that there was blood all the way to an old house on the other side. Yifan thought for a moment, looked around, and didn't notice anyone, so he walked towards the old house. The courtyard door of the house was open, and the blood had reached the door. There were a few blood-colored fingerprints on the door, and it was hard to tell if it was left by a man or a woman. Yifan pushed open the door and walked into the first floor. The smell of blood was getting stronger and stronger, as if it was drifting down from the second floor. Yifan followed the stairs and walked up step by step. When he reached the corner of the stairs, he suddenly discovered that there was a surveillance camera waiting for him there. Yifan revealed a flustered expression, but it was already too late. Rumble, rumble, rumble. 4 balls of fire shot up from 4 directions of the house. The high explosives instantly blew up the entire house in the sky. A few hundred meters away, some of the passers-by were also so scared that their faces turned pale. They all saw thick black flames spewing out high into the sky. A few minutes later, Zheng Hongji and Zheng Junfeng, along with Tong Huijin, had excited smiles on their faces as they proudly arrived not far from the burning ruins. The leader of the Wandering Souls, Wan Jun, led his 4 subordinates and the tied-up Su Qingxue to the side. Su Qingxue's pretty face was as pale as paper. Her eyes were sparkling and translucent, filled with an expression of disbelief. All of this happened too suddenly. She couldn't believe that Yifan would be buried in the sea of fire just like that. Ye slut, see that? I've already said it before. If you steal a woman from me, you won't have a good time. When Zheng Junfeng saw the woman's dejected expression, his smile began to twist. He had already begun to consider that after Su Qingxue signed the contract and completed the important matter, he would also take possession of this woman's body and completely resolve the hatred in his heart. Chapter 204 0204 Inch. I really didn't expect that Mr. Wan Jun would be able to kill Yifan so easily. Why didn't we think of this method before? Zheng Hongji laughed. It's over. Curiosity will not only kill the cat, but it will also kill any expert. Wan Jun smiled evilly and turned his head to look at the Zheng father and son. I hope that my remaining 25 million will arrive as soon as possible. Money is not a problem, but let's change places first. Once this fire breaks out, the fire brigade will definitely come over. Let's not expose ourselves. Zheng Hongji said very carefully. Wan Jun nodded. No problem. I don't think you guys would dare to renege on our debt. Seeing the cruel smile on Wan Jun's face, the Zheng father and son felt a little scared. Of course not. As long as we take care of Su Qingxue, the remaining 25 million is just a small matter. Zheng Hongji quickly said. Very quickly, the Wandering Soul assassin drove over 2 white light passenger cars. The license plates were naturally forged as well. Wan Jun, the Zheng father and son, and Tong Huijin sat in the front one, while the 2 Wandering Souls held Su Qingxue hostage and sat in the back one. Just as the group was about to leave quickly, they suddenly heard 2 explosions, and the car shook. What's going on? Zheng Junfeng asked nervously. Wan Jun frowned and quickly got out of the car. He looked down at the 2 rear wheels of the car. The tires blew up. Wan Jun felt that something was wrong and asked the driver, "Didn't you check the condition of the car?" The driver immediately shook his head, his face full of confusion. "Boss, this is impossible. The cars we use are all relatively new. Of course, we have checked the license plates and other important things." When Wan Jun suddenly realized something, he felt a chill run down his spine, but he also felt that it was inconceivable. Could it be? Wan Jun turned around and quickly ran to the car behind him. When he ran to the side of the car at the back, he was shocked to find that the 2 men sitting in the front row of the driver's seat had all fallen. 2 of their heads had been forcefully smashed through by someone using a stone as a hidden weapon. Fresh blood and red and white objects were flowing out. Seeing this scene, Wan Jun immediately understood that it was also this small stone that pierced through their tires. "Are you looking for me?" A low and indifferent male voice came from behind Wan Jun. Wan Jun suddenly turned around and saw that Yifan was holding Su Qingxue, standing there leisurely. How could this be? You didn't die?" Wan Jun's face was ashen, as if he had seen a ghost. Yi Fan's face was covered in dirt, and his appearance was not very good. Some parts of his clothes were also burnt, but his body did not have any traces of burns or bleeding. Su Qingxue, who was in his arms, was still in a daze. After all, she had watched helplessly as the man walked into the house. The entire house had been blown up into the sky, but the man had actually appeared in front of her alive and saved her. Whether it was a dream, an illusion, or reality, Su Qingxue couldn't even tell. In the car in front, the Zheng father and son and Tong Huijin looked as if they had seen a ghost. After getting off the car and seeing Yi Fan, they were all stunned. Yi Fan put down Su Qingxue, gently patted the woman's face, and wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes with his thumb. "Honey, are you okay?" "Sorry, I'm a little late," Yi Fan said apologetically. Seeing the handcuffs on Su Qingxue's hands and feet, his gaze darkened. "I'll help you untie it." Yi Fan's hand was on the metal chain, and with a very easy tug, he broke the chain. Seeing this scene, Wan Jun, the Zheng father and son, and the others felt their hearts tighten. Su Qingxue took a deep breath, as if she had come back to life. She grabbed Yi Fan's arm, her delicate body trembling as she asked, "Yi Fan, you really didn't die?" Yi Fan was happy to see a woman so concerned about him. In the end, he was still quite happy. "Silly, won't you know once you touch it?" Yi Fan grabbed the woman's hand and placed it on his chest. "Can you feel my heartbeat?" After Su Qingxue confirmed that she was a living person, she heaved a sigh of relief, but she was still confused. "But I clearly saw you. I did it on purpose. I already knew that it was a trap, so I already prepared a way to escape." Yi Fan blinked. Actually, he didn't prepare any special methods at all. It was just that with his speed, he would be fine if he directly broke through the wall and jumped out. "You already knew?" Su Qingxue was stunned. This trap is very obvious. How could such a professional kidnapping leave behind such an unprofessional trail? "You had an accident last night, but the blood hasn't dried up yet. Even if there really was blood, it should have been wiped away with sand or something. This is clearly to lure me into that house. Other than burying explosives and releasing poison gas, I can't think of any other way for them to kill people. However, if I don't put on a show and let them think that I'm really dead, otherwise, they won't let their guard down so that I can save you." Li Fan Xian shrugged his shoulders. This kind of routine might be useful against ordinary people, but to him, it was a common sight. After all, Wandering Soul was only a B-rank organization. Using this kind of method to kill him was like showing off in front of an expert. Hearing these words, Wan Jun's face flushed red. He gritted his teeth and said, "You really are a troublesome person. Mr. Yi, you are really lucky. My life has always been very big, but you guys, I don't think you have long to live." Yi Fan's cold gaze swept across the Zheng family's father and son and Tong Huijin. "Yeah, I can understand why the Zheng family is here, but why are you here too?" Yi Fan was naturally referring to Tong Huijin. Tong Huijin's expression was perturbed. She subconsciously hid behind Zheng Hongji and didn't say a word. Su Qingxue calmed down and said with a frown, "Tong Huijin is in cahoots with them. I was tricked by her phone call, so I opened the door and was easily kidnapped by them." Li Fan Xian thought for a moment and asked, "Then if Tong Huijin dies, do you mind?" After all, in name, she was Su Qingxue's stepmother, so Yi Fan still planned to ask clearly. What do you mean you want to kill someone?" Su Qingxue still couldn't accept it. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Darling, at a time like this, do you think they will let us go if I don't kill them?" Su Qingxue was silent. She had always hated Yi Fan's experience of killing people, but at this moment, she felt deeply helpless. That's right. If he didn't kill, he would have to die. He had no other choice after experiencing such a betrayal and kidnapping. Su Qingxue had also thought through a lot. You decide," Su Qingxue said faintly. When Yi Fan heard this, he knew what the woman meant. Finally, Su Qingxue knew how to be flexible. Otherwise, leaving Tong Huijin behind would be troublesome sooner or later. Zheng Hongji panicked. He didn't care about his manners and scolded. Wan Jun, what the hell are you doing? Quickly go and kill him. Chapter 205. 0205, as if she had thought of something. Tong Huizhen's eyes lit up, and she chuckled. That's right. That idiot Su Chongping is still in our hands. Yi Fan, little bitch, if you want Su Chongping to live, you have to listen to us obediently. Su Qingxue was startled and said angrily, You capture my dad too? Even if I'm not your biological daughter, he's your husband. Well, husband, he's just a piece of trash. The person I like has always been Hongji. Tong Huizhen held Zheng Hongji's arm and said proudly, If you want your father to live, then sign the share transfer contract. You? Su Qingxue clenched her teeth and asked coldly, Where's my dad now? How do I know he's safe? Although the relationship between the father and daughter wasn't very good, he was still her biological father, Su Qingxue's only relative. Naturally, she wouldn't sit idly by. At this moment, the sound of a fire engine came from afar. If you want to see Su Chongping, that's fine, but we have to leave this place first. Wan Jun's gaze swept towards Yi Fan. Mr. Yi, why don't we go somewhere else and talk? Yi Fan originally thought that he could directly make a move, but he didn't expect this wandering soul organization to capture Su Chongping. It seemed like he could only think of another way. Where to? Tell me, we'll take a taxi. Yi Fan said after some consideration. Actually, if it was just him, it wouldn't matter if he took the other party's car. However, with Su Qingxue here, it was better to keep a distance as much as possible. Wan Jun seemed to have expected this. Mr. Yi is really careful. Actually, the place we're going to is very easy to find. Huahai International Hotel, room 2309 on the 23rd floor. We'll meet there. Saying that, Wan Jun took out a hotel room car that he had prepared and flew towards Yi Fan. No problem, Yi Fan said as he took the room card. Yi Fan knew that this group of people wouldn't leave until they achieved their goal, so he wasn't worried about them running away. After the wandering souls, the Zheng father and son, and Tong Huizhen left the community, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue came to the side of the road 2 streets away and called a taxi. At the same time, Yi Fan also directly helped the woman pull off all the handcuffs and leg cuffs. When Qingxue saw that the man was actually able to forcefully break the rod made of alloy, she immediately had a new understanding of Yi Fan's abilities. She looked at the man with even more curiosity. How can your strength be so great? Su Qingxue felt that this kind of strength was simply inhuman. I worked so hard to train my body this morning, so of course I have a lot of strength. Yi Fan smiled as he took out his phone and made a call. Su Qingxue didn't believe that Yi Fan's messy movements would be able to produce such strength. She only thought that Yi Fan was trying to fool her. At this moment, the call that Yi Fan dialed went through. Boss, I didn't expect you to call me so soon. Did you miss me? Murphy, your protective net is not good enough. The wandering souls have entered Huahai. Didn't you receive the news? Yi Fan opened his mouth, speaking a fluent enamel language, in order to prevent Su Qingxue, who was at the side, from understanding. Because the person he contacted had a special identity, it was the military advisor Xiao Linfuan. Back then, after the two of them left behind their contact information, they did not contact each other. This time, if it wasn't for the fact that Yi Fan felt that he was unable to split himself, he wouldn't have contacted Xiao Linfuan. Wandering Soul? That be rank organization? Damn it. It must be because Dragon Fong was frequently mobilizing over there that there was an oversight. Boss, did the Wandering Souls offend you? Xiao Linfuan also began to use a foreign language. You kidnapped my wife, and now you've captured my father-in-law. Immediately help me track a Ford with a license plate, HXG 395. The route is... Although the license plate is fake, it shouldn't be a problem for you to track it with your technology. Xiao Linfuan also knew how to deal with it. Boss, don't worry. Leave it to us. After you find out, send me the coordinates. I will go and take care of them. No. Xiao Linfuan immediately said, Boss, I will send the Dragon Soul subordinates to take care of a Mirbi rank organization. It just so happens that someone is setting up a new defensive mission in Huahai. After all, this is also the negligence of our Dragon Soul. Just be at ease and protect sister-in-law. Yifan thought for a moment. What Xiao Linfuan said was right. He still had to trust his ability to do things and his dragon soul subordinates. After hanging up the phone, Su Qingshu asked with a face full of suspicion, "Who did you call?" Yifan faintly smiled and said, "A friend. He should be able to help." "What friend? From the Defense Bureau?" Su Qingshu asked. Yifan rubbed his nose. "It's not convenient for me to say it for now. We'll talk about it when we have the chance in the future. I'll call Aunt Jiang first and tell her that I'm safe." Yifan changed the topic, but did not say that Bai Shuqin had already passed away. Otherwise, the blow to the woman would be too great, and saving Su Chongping would also be affected. They arrived at the Huahai International Hotel. After getting off the car, Su Qingxue looked around. "Why isn't their car here? Did they go to the underground garage?" Yifan smiled and said, "Xiao Shui, you can't be thinking that they will let me see the exact location, right? They didn't come here? I only know that they definitely won't talk to us face to face." Yifan didn't explain further. "Come on, once you enter that room, you'll know the reason." The two of them arrived at room 2309. After swiping their cards, the door opened. After entering the room, they found a laptop on a desk and a video communication. Su Qingxue looked at the image on the computer screen and exclaimed, "Dad?" Sure enough, Su Chongping was tied up and sitting on a chair. Behind him was a member of the Wandering Soul organization with a cold expression. Su Chongping also saw Su Qingxue. He opened his eyes and wanted to speak, but his mouth was stuffed with cotton cloth, so he could only cry out. "This is the reason why they asked us to come over. They won't let us know where your father is locked up," Yifan said. Although Su Qingxue had a lot of ideas in doing business, she didn't know what to do in this situation. "Then what should we do? We can only watch through the screen?" Su Qingxue asked. Yifan analyzed. With the Wandering Souls B-level organization, to be able to make Wan Jun, the leader, come personally, there will definitely be a lot of elites coming. Think about it. Who booked this room? Who set up the computer? And who is guarding your father? All of this means that there are quite a few people from the Wandering Souls who are secretly carrying out this mission. Their goal is to get you to give your shares to the Zheng Group and Tong Huijian. If they don't achieve this goal, they will do their best to avoid a head-on confrontation. Su Qingxue frowned and said, "If they want money, I can give them more money. 2 times, 3 times, it's fine." Yifan smiled bitterly and shook his head. "Impossible. Since the Wandering Souls accepted this mission, it's impossible for them to break the contract. Once they break the contract, they will no longer be able to stand on their feet. This loss is extremely huge, and it can't be exchanged for even several times." How could this be? Didn't they just want money? Su Qingxue felt a wave of powerlessness. This was the first time she realized that in some areas she was actually so useless. Chapter 206 0206 Inch Mr. Yi. "Miss Su, sorry to keep you waiting." Wan Jun pulled a chair and sat down. Su Qingxue's eyes were red as she questioned, "What exactly do you want?" Wan Jun turned his head, discussed with Zheng Hongji for a while, then smiled calmly and said, "On the left side of your computer, there is a document. As long as Miss Su signs it and confirms that there is no mistake, then passes the document to the address we mentioned through the hotel waiter, we will let Mr. Su Chongping go. Of course, I hope you guys don't play any tricks. If we find any problems along the way, we will immediately kill Su Chongping." Su Qingxue took a look, and sure enough, there was a document to give up her inheritance and transfer her shares. She thought about it with a complicated gaze and said, "If I sign it, you guys won't let my father go, right? Unless you let my father go first and I confirm that he is safe, then I will sign the contract. You can get my verbal guarantee, and you can also leave a video record." "Huh?" Wan Jun lowered his head and laughed, then said playfully, "Miss Su, you don't have the right to discuss these conditions with us, let alone bargain. How about this? Why don't you listen to your father's advice?" As he said that, Wan Jun tore off the cotton cloth on Su Chongping's mouth. Su Chongping was finally able to speak and hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Shui, don't sign. Please don't. Dad will be fine. You trash." "Shut up." Tong Huizhen stepped forward and slapped Su Chomping's face. Su Chomping was dizzy and looked at his wife in a daze. Huizhen, why are you doing this? Am I not good to you? Why did you betray me? Is there a hole in your brain? I never liked you at all. How can this be considered betraying you? Hurry up and get your stinky daughter to sign the document. Tong Huizhen said fiercely. Huizhen, you're my wife. We're family. Whose family with you? Do you think that I married you willingly? Tong Huizhen sneered. Back then, if it wasn't for my family's decline and my parents forcing me, do you think I would have taken a fancy to a stupid, pig-headed, good-for-nothing young master like you? Zheng Hongji, on the other hand, went forward and hugged the woman's waist. He smiled evilly and said, Su Chomping, I heard from Zheng that you're stupid even in bed. If it weren't for me these past 20 years, you would have made Zheng very lonely. Seeing this scene, Su Chomping's entire face flushed red. He was like a berserk beast as he glared at Zheng Hongji. Surnamed Zheng, you dare to sleep with my wife? Pa! Tong Huizhen slapped Su Chomping's face again. Trash. Idiot. Hongji and I are lovers. You're the third wheel. By the way, there's something I've always wanted to tell you. Wei Ming's child isn't yours at all, but Hongji's. So, Hongji and I are actually husband and wife. Ha ha. Hearing this, it was as if Su Chomping had been struck by lightning. He was dumbfounded and stood there in a daze, his face pale. Su Qingxue, who saw everything through the screen, also placed both her hands on the table in disbelief. No, it can't be. Wei Ming. Wei Ming is my son. You're talking nonsense. He's my son. Su Chomping roared crazily. Tong Huizhen lifted her leg and kicked Su Chomping's abdomen with her high heels. What are you roaring for? Do you think I don't know who my son is? Only an idiot like you wouldn't even think of doing a paternity test for 20 years. You're so stupid, Tong Huizhen said disdainfully. Zheng, don't be too angry. There's no point in wasting your breath on this kind of idiot. Mr. Wanjun, you should give him something to wake him up to his current situation. Wanjun waved his hand and signaled a member of the Wandering Souls behind him to make a move. Without saying a word, the member took out a sharp little dagger and quickly slashed Su Chomping's wrist. Su Chomping felt that the knife had cut one of his tendons. He was in so much pain that his face turned pale and he was sweating profusely. When Su Qingxue, who was in the hotel room, saw this scene, her heart twisted into a ball. She finally couldn't control herself and shouted, No, don't hurt him. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to protect Su Qingxue, he might have been able to rush over and save Su Chomping. But at this moment, he could only hope that the people from the Dragon Soul would arrive in time. Otherwise, Su Chomping would probably have to suffer a lot. Tong Huizhen turned around and laughed sinisterly. Little slut, you heard it too. Wei Ming and I have nothing to do with your Su family, so don't think that I won't do it because of our relationship. Since Old Woman by Shuqin doesn't treat me as a member of the Su family, I can't ask for more. Right now, your only father is in our hands. If you still want him to live, sign the document immediately. Su Chomping was completely disheartened. He cried and wailed as if the whole world had collapsed. Cry, 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 only know how to cry. What kind of man are you? Tong Huizhen snorted coldly and said, Mr. Wanjun, give him a taste of suffering. If that little slut doesn't sign the contract, we'll cut her father's flesh with all our might. Wanjun snapped his fingers, and the assassin behind him cut off another tendon in Su Chomping's hand with a single slash. Fresh blood flowed down Su Chomping's arm continuously, and soon the ground was dyed red. Yifan saw that Su Qingxue's face was as cold as frost and advised, hurry up and make a decision. If this goes on, one of his hands will be completely crippled. Su Qingxue's trembling hand reached for the fountain pen at the side, as if she was trying hard to make up her mind. Yifan said in a voice that only the woman could hear, even if you sign it, when the document reaches their hands, there will still be a lot of time to think of a way to save them. The contents of the document might not be effective. Yifan estimated that the people from the Dragon Soul should be arriving soon after he locked onto the target and rushed over. Su Qingxue glanced at the man, then took a deep breath and shouted to the camera, "I'll sign it. Don't hurt my dad anymore." Hearing this, Tong Huijin and the Zheng father and son were excited. "Hurry up. Don't be so wishy-washy." As long as Su Qingxue gave up on the embroidery group and held Su Chongping hostage, they would be able to steadily take the huge fortune into their arms, and the Zheng's group wouldn't be in danger of going bankrupt. At that time, they could hire a stronger bodyguard and a stronger killer, and they wouldn't be afraid of Yi Fan anymore. But just when Su Qingxue was about to sign, she suddenly heard Su Chongping howl like a wild beast. "I'm going to kill you, you evil woman." Su Chongping didn't know where he got his strength from, but it seemed like he had reached the limit of his grief, and his potential exploded, allowing his legs to break free from the ropes that bound him. Chapter 207 0207 Insha. Tong Huijin screamed. She was so scared that she was dumbfounded. But Su Chongping was just an ordinary person after all. That wandering soul killer grabbed Su Chongping and pressed the dagger against Su Chongping's neck, subduing the man. "Don't move. If you move again, I'll cut you a few more times," the killer threatened. Tong Huijin, who had a false alarm, kicked Su Chongping's leg again. "Bastard, you still have the strength of this old bull? Who are you trying to scare?" Zheng Hongji was also scared to the point that his face turned pale. At this moment, he went up and hugged the woman's waist, comforting her. "Huijin, calm down. Look at this guy. What kind of waves can he cause? Now that you've killed him, how are we going to take over splendid groups smoothly, right?" Tong Huijin smiled charmingly. "You're right. In the future, our family's good days will still depend on this idiot." Su Chongping's eyes were bloodshot as he watched the couple kissing each other in front of him. I abandoned Xiao Shue's mother for you. You actually did this to me." Su Chongping's eyes were full of remorse and pain. When Su Qingxue, who was in the hotel, heard this, her hand that was just about to sign froze. The woman's eyes were also moist. Her tears dripped onto the paper and dyed it. "That's because you're stupid. Who can you blame? Besides, didn't that old man and old lady in your family also oppose letting that kind of whore into their family? If it wasn't for Su Qingxue's brain, why would that girl return to the Su family?" Tong Huijin sneered. Su Chongping's body trembled. He turned his head and looked at the camera. Through the camera, Su Chongping's disheartened face revealed a sad smile. "Daughter, Dad hasn't been a good father for the past 20 years. I'm sorry. Now that things have come to this, you even have to give up the Su family's business because of me. I'm sorry to your grandfather. Sorry to your grandmother. My life is really a failure." Su Qingxue shook her head. Stop. Su Chongping's eyes revealed a hint of determination. "Let me try my best one last time to be a father that's not too bad." Everyone had yet to understand what Su Chongping meant when he suddenly turned his head violently. "Take the dagger." Wan Jun shouted from the side, but it was too late. Su Chongping actually took the initiative to wipe the dagger on his throat and chose to commit suicide. When Su Chongping's throat spurted out fresh blood and he fell to the ground, time seemed to freeze. No. After Su Qingxue saw the scene clearly, she felt suffocated in her chest. A few seconds later, she screamed and softly kneeled on the ground. Yi Fan was also caught off guard. He originally thought that a person like Su Chongping wouldn't be able to do anything too strong-willed. Unexpectedly, at the last moment, Su Chongping chose to sacrifice himself in order to protect the Su family and Su Qingxue. He had been an irresponsible man for more than 20 years, an irresponsible father, but in the last second of his life, he chose to use his life to redeem himself. Damn it, foolish woman, it's all your fault. Why did she say so many things to provoke him? You forced him to his death. Zheng Hongji immediately put the blame on Tong Huijin and cursed. Tong Huijin's face also turned pale as she trembled and said, "I didn't expect it either. He's such a weakling. How could? I just want to scare Su Qingxue. Now he's dead. What should we do?" Why are you scolding me? Weren't you very proud of yourself just now?" Seeing that the two of them were still arguing, Wan Jun's face darkened and he said, "All of you, shut up. The hostage is dead. We must retreat. Yes, yes. Let's hurry up and leave. Zheng Junfeng was also extremely anxious. Inside the hotel room, Yi Fan picked Su Qingxue up. Seeing the woman's empty eyes and painful tears, his heart was also in a mess. All of this happened too suddenly, and he had no way to stop the tragedy from happening. Xiao Shui, pull yourself together. We're going to capture that group of people. Otherwise, your father will have died in vain. Su Qingxue stared blankly at the man. She simply couldn't think normally about the current situation. At this moment, on the other side of the video, a member of the Wandering Soul reported to Wan Jun and the others. Leader, the surveillance found that the Dragon Soul Organization of China has intercepted our car. We must leave Huahai immediately. Wan Jun's expression turned cold as he glared fiercely at Yi Fan. Dragon Soul? Mr. Yi Fan, you're not simple, but you don't think that I will obediently stay in Huahai City and wait for them to come and capture me, right? With a cold snort, Wan Jun directly cut off the video communication. Li Fan Xian frowned. Although it was just a short sentence, he had discovered a lot of useful information. If Wan Jun and the others had already gotten off the car, then why was the Dragon Soul still tracking their car? The only possibility was that the people of the Dragon Soul had been deceived and had always thought that this group of people had not gotten off the car. From Wan Jun's words, it seemed that they had left Huahai very quickly. Then, the only way they could leave quickly was by boat. In other words, it was very likely that they were at a pier not far from Lu Family Bay. Yi Fan searched for a map of Huahai in his mind and immediately knew where they were. Xiao Shui, I'll send you to a safe place first. Yi Fan didn't dare to leave in a hurry. If the Wandering Souls had arranged for someone to stay in Huahai to assassinate him, then something big would have happened. Qingxue shook her head. Go find them. Don't worry about me. Don't you have friends? They definitely have a way to catch that group of people, right? I will capture them sooner or later, but their primary target is you. If you die, everything will be meaningless. Yi Fan said loudly and pulled the woman out of the door. As soon as he left the room, he met a waiter who was pushing a dining cart over. However, when Yi Fan saw the waiter, he immediately noticed that something was wrong. This was because there were obvious calluses on the man's hands. It was obvious that he had been using a gun for a long time. As if realizing that he had been exposed, the waiter suddenly lifted a piece of white cloth on the dining car, took out a silver-gray pistol, and fired 3 shots at Su Qingxue. However, Yi Fan was already prepared. He pushed the woman away and kicked the dining cart at the same time. After the dining cart knocked away the gunman, Yi Fan moved forward as fast as lightning and broke the man's neck with 1 foot. Su Qingxue's eardrums were in pain from the 3 gunshots. She looked at the corpse in front of her in a daze. She couldn't believe that the other party was still sending people to assassinate her. Do you believe me now? Do you think their people will leave just like that after they finish setting up the room? After Yi Fan finished speaking, he held the woman's hand and continued walking towards the elevator. Just as they arrived at the elevator door, Yi Fan told the woman to hide behind him, just in case. When the elevator door opened, Yi Fan and Su Qingxue were both stunned. They were not attacked again, but a gun-wielding killer had actually fallen into the elevator, unconscious. Chapter 208 0208 Inch and Jiang. Why are you here? Su Qingxue was stunned. What made her even more surprised was that Aunt Jiang had actually defeated an assassin. This old maid who had watched her grow up actually had such a hidden skill. Jiang Yuan tenderly stepped forward and grabbed Su Qingxue's hand, saying, even the old master has disappeared. Something big has really happened to the Su family. How can I wait at home? That's why I came to protect you. Yi Fan is alone, so I'm not at ease. Seeing this, Yi Fan said, Aunt Jiang, come and protect Xiao Shui. I'll go find them. Yi Fan, how is the master? Aunt Jiang asked with concern. Yi Fan sighed. He's no longer here. What? Aunt Jiang's eyes widened and her body trembled. Yi Fan said, let Xiao Shui tell you the specifics. I have to hurry over as soon as possible, otherwise it might be too late. Aunt Jiang stared blankly at Su Qingxue, while Su Qingxue hugged her with teary eyes. Although he felt very uncomfortable, Yi Fan knew that time was of the essence, and he couldn't stay any longer. As he took the elevator downstairs, he gave Yao Zheng'an a call and told him to find a police car nearby to take him to the Whitewater Pier. That pier was the closest small pier to Lujiawan. Other than the busy season for cargo, that place was very deserted. It was suitable for a temporary base for wandering souls. With the police car leading the way, Yi Fan only used 15 minutes to arrive at the Whitewater Pier. When he arrived, he could no longer see any suspicious ships. There were only a few small cargo ships and fishing boats. At this moment, 3 military SUVs whistled as they arrived at the pier. The ones who got off the car with a group of people were a man and a woman. The man wore a dark red jacket, a pointed chin, a high nose, a head of short hair, and eyes as sharp as an eagle's. The woman had a short ponytail, a blue waistband shirt, and tight black pants. Her appearance was average, but she exuded a sense of coldness. Behind them, the people who followed were the Ash Wolf, Whitey, and a few other members of the Dragonfang squad. This pair of man and woman were definitely official members of the Dragon Soul. This was because their strength had at least reached the Xiantian realm. They could be considered to have truly stepped into the realm of experts among martial artists. Mr. Yi. When a few people from Dragon Fang saw Yi Fan, they all recognized him. It was very strange that Yi Fan had actually arrived here before them. After the previous few incidents, the people from Dragon Fang were already quite afraid of Yi Fan, so their tone became much more polite. Fan Xian frowned and said, "What did you guys do halfway? You were discovered by them, but you still foolishly chased after their car?" The members of Dragon Teeth were ashamed. When they found that there were no hostages in the car, it was too late. They hurried over and discovered that Yi Fan had actually arrived before them. "Who are you to be qualified to comment on our Dragon Soul's affairs?" The man in the red jacket swept his cold eyes over Yi Fan in dissatisfaction. Yi Fan sighed. "It doesn't matter who I am. Did you call a boat over? They've probably been gone for half an hour. We have to catch up with them as soon as possible. What does it have to do with you whether we call for a boat or not? And how do you know that they must have gone to sea? It's very likely that they've moved to another place." "Going to sea is just a pretense," the man in the red jacket questioned. Yi Fan was speechless. "Do you think the wandering souls are stupid, or are you people from the Dragon Soul stupid? If they stayed in Hua Hai, they would be discovered sooner or later. Moreover, no matter which way they went, it would not be as easy as coming to the sea. How could a B-rank organization have such great ability? Who the hell are you? You dare to insult our Dragon Soul?" The red-jacketed man said angrily. The blue-robed woman also said with dissatisfaction, "You should be the one who reported this matter. Even if you know the military advisor, that doesn't mean you have the right to tell us what to do." The Ash Wolf introduced in a low voice, "Mr. Yi, these two are members of the Dragon Soul, Colonel Bloodthorn and Colonel Cold Snow. They are in charge of this mission." Yi Fan waved his hand. "I don't care what colonel or general you are. Hurry up and arrange for helicopters and ships. The faster the better. Once they enter the high seas, it will be troublesome to intercept them. If the wandering souls enter the high seas, then they will leave the borders of China. Our Dragon Soul will no longer care about the matter of leaving the country. That is not within our jurisdiction." Bloodthorn said. Yi Fan's face darkened, creating an explosion in Hua Hai, shooting at the hotel, kidnapping, coercion, and killing. After doing a large amount of business here, you guys say that you won't care about running out of the country? Could it be that your Dragon Soul is a coward? Watch your words. Don't think that just because you know the military advisor, you can disrespect our Dragon Soul. Bloodthorn said with a dark face. Yi Fan didn't have the leisure to waste words with them, because he saw a military speedboat quickly arriving from afar. This group of people from the Dragon Soul weren't too stupid. They had already called for a boat before they came. Without saying anything further, Yi Fan planned to run towards the military speedboat. However, Bloodthorn and Cold Snow stood in front of Yi Fan. "Wait a moment, we are on a mission. As an ordinary citizen, you're not allowed to follow us. This is against the rules." Bloodthorn raised his hand to stop him. If it wasn't for Xiao Linfuan's face, and this guy wasn't clear about his background, Yi Fan would have taught this guy how to behave. Don't worry, I don't need your protection, and I won't drag you down. My father-in-law's corpse is still in the hands of that group of people. I want to bring his corpse back. Yi Fan hoped that Su Qingxue would still be able to personally send Su Chomping away. I'm sorry, Mr. Yi. This is already something that our dragon soul needs to take care of, not your personal matter. If anything happens to you, we will still have to face the blame of the military advisor. Please cooperate. Cold Snow said lightly. It was impossible for Xiao Linfuan to tell the members of the Dragon Soul that Yi Fan's true background information could only be said to be an ordinary acquaintance. Therefore, Bloodthorn and Cold Snow wouldn't take Yi Fan too seriously. Yi Fan sighed, not wanting to explain any further, and strode towards the speedboat. Oh, didn't you hear what I said? Seeing that Yi Fan did not listen to his warning, Bloodthorn quickly grabbed Yi Fan's collar with one hand. However, Yi Fan's left hand was as fast as lightning, grabbing onto Bloodthorn's wrist. His eyes were like sharp blades as he stared at Bloodthorn and said, "If you waste any more of my time, I don't mind throwing you into the sea first." Bloodthorn didn't expect that his attack would be blocked. He immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation, so he's still a martial artist. No wonder he's so arrogant. But the rules are the rules. Even if you know the military advisor, it's useless. When our Dragon Soul is carrying out a mission, the commander of the first line is the leader. While we still have some face for you, you'd better stay on the shore obediently. Bloodthorn's entire body suddenly surged with innate chi. The muscles on his arm quickly became as hard as a boulder, and his strength suddenly increased. If you don't let go, be careful that my next move will crush the bones in your hand. Bloodthorn narrowed his eyes. Chapter 209. 0209. Bloodthorn's face was full of disdain. You probably don't know who you're facing. Don't force me to be serious with you. Yi Fan still looked at him indifferently, muttering in his heart. Who was it that didn't understand? Who was it that he was facing? If it wasn't for Xiao Linfuan's face, Yi Fan wouldn't even want to waste this time talking nonsense with him. Forget it, Bloodthorn. For the sake of the military advisor, if he wants to go, then let him go. If the two of us work together, a mere wandering soul won't be a threat. Leng Shui said arrogantly. Bloodthorn hesitated for a moment, as if it was also worried about Xiao Linfuan's status. It removed its Zhen Qi. Be more honest. If you fall into the sea and you still need us to save you, you don't have the time. After the Bloodthorn finished speaking, it quickly ran towards the speedboat. Everyone, follow immediately. Ash Wolf, Whitey, contact Tanjiang and tell him to search for any suspicious ships. Leng Shui ordered. Yes. Colonel Cold Snow, Whitey, and the others answered and began to communicate as they ran. Yi Fan looked at the group of Dragon Soul people who were incomparably arrogant, and a trace of helplessness appeared at the corner of his mouth. After all, they were the top security forces of China, a rare A-class organization in the world. Those who could be in the Dragon Soul would always have some pride. However, Yi Fan had also retired and didn't want to steal the limelight from this group of people. As long as he could find Su Chomping's body and kill those guys, he didn't care about being rolled his eyes. Soon, the group of people boarded the speedboat and began to chase after the ship of the Wandering Souls organization. Military speedboats had enough fuel and were also equipped with small cannons. Ordinary ships, as long as they were found, would be able to sink them without a problem. Less than 10 minutes after going out to sea, they received news from Tanjiang's satellite search. There was indeed a suspicious fishing boat that was fleeing towards the high seas. The speedboat immediately increased its speed to its maximum, pursuing with all its might. On a fishing boat sailing at full speed, the Zheng father and son and Tong Huijin were as uneasy as ants on a hot pan. Mr. Wanjun, what kind of organization is the Dragon Soul you're talking about? Is it the army? Zheng Junfeng asked carefully. Wanjun's face was gloomy. If it was an ordinary army, how could we wandering souls put in our eyes? The Dragon Soul is the strongest elite security organization in China. The weakest of their people are not weaker than me. So powerful. They won't chase us with their warships, will they? That won't be the case. This matter isn't enough for the Chinese military to be willing to mobilize the Navy's power. After all, we're just a fishing boat, not a battleship. Wan Jun, Zheng Hongji said, Mr. Wan Jun, if we go to the high seas just like that, wouldn't our plan fail? It would be very difficult for us to return Huahai, right? Wan Jun sneered. Mission? You didn't know your limits and forced the hostage to her death. Are you expecting me to mend the pen after the sheep are lost? What kind of attitude is that? Tong Huijin said unhappily, we spent 50 million to invite you guys here. How can you run away halfway? I'm sorry. Wan Jun shook his finger. You only paid 25 million. We haven't received the remaining 25 million yet. But I reckon that with your current situation, it will be difficult for you to even return to China, let alone take out 25 million in cash, right? The faces of the Zheng father and son and Tong Huijin stiffened. They were indeed very embarrassed and didn't know what to do. Wan Jun said with a strange look in his eyes, in this mission, we wandering souls have lost several elites. Your 25 million is too little for me to use as their family pension. If you can't provide the remaining 25 million, let alone continue the assassination mission, I won't provide any more help for the safety of the three of you. You guys, good luck. Wan Jun, what do you mean by this? Are you going to leave us alone after taking us out of the sea? Is this the spirit of the contract between you wandering souls? Zheng Hongji asked angrily. Shut up, Wan Jun brazenly said. First of all, we have already fulfilled the contract and carried out the mission. But because of your stupidity, we have already messed up the mission. Secondly, you can't even pay in full, and you want my brothers to continue working for you? You guys are too naive. Zheng Hongji and Zheng Junfeng were both speechless. They were anxious and afraid, and couldn't help but fiercely glare at Tong Huijin. Tong Huijin felt wronged and unconvinced. She screamed, What are you guys doing? It's not like I'm the only one. When I ridiculed Su Chongping, weren't you guys very proud as well? You still have the face to say that. If it wasn't for your incompetence and inability to deceive that old woman by Shu Qin's trust, we wouldn't have ended up like this. Zheng Hongji vented his anger. Just as the two of them were about to quarrel, a member of the Wandering Souls ran over. Leader, we've already contacted the Tigerhead Shark. They're already on the high seas to pick us up. Wan Jun nodded. Very good. Continue moving forward at full speed. Before we meet the Tigerhead Shark, we must not let the people of the Dragon Soul catch up. Zheng Junfeng asked doubtfully, Mr. Wan Jun, what is a Tigerhead Shark? It's a B-rank pirate organization that has a good relationship with our organization. I've been friends with their leader, Captain Kenny, for many years. The Tigerhead Shark is the only pirate organization in this area. With their help, the people of the Dragon Soul wouldn't dare to attack us on the high seas. Wan Jun smiled proudly. There really are pirates? I always thought that there were no pirates around China. Zheng Junfeng said in astonishment. If there were no pirates, why would China spend so much money every year and send so many frigates to protect the freighters? However, most of the pirates nowadays are mainly smugglers and gray traders. They don't rob much, so their influence isn't too bad. That's why there aren't many countries that need to spend their lives and money to encircle and suppress them, Wan Jun said. As he was speaking, 3 metal battleships that looked much more majestic appeared in the sea in front of them. The one in front was a frigate, with a supply ship and a small gunboat on each side. This is a pirate? This isn't some country's navy, is it? Zheng Hongji was stunned. No matter how he looked at it, the equipment of these pirates was too advanced. They were too different from the medieval pirates they had imagined. That was obtained from the retired equipment of the Ying Navy. Without this kind of stance, how can we stop the Dragon Soul? Wan Jun said. Very quickly, the fishing boat entered the border between the high seas and China's territorial waters. Everyone on board could clearly see the pirate flag of the frigate. It was a large black flag with a huge tiger-headed shark on it. In the upper left corner of the flag, there was a small emblem similar to a squid. On the deck of the frigate stood a group of dirty men with strange and ferocious appearances. They were exposed to the wind and the sun all year round, causing their skin to look like a layer of salt. Chapter 210. 0210 Hey. Wanjun, old friend, why do you look a little disheveled? A tan, bearded man with a pipe in his mouth and a tattered navy cap greeted Wanjun at the bow of the ship. Wanjun grinned. Kenny, I'll have to trouble you guys this time. Because of 3 stupid Chinese people, this mission has been ruined. Ha ha. Come on up. It's not the first time anyway. Next time we go to Ma Kingdom, remember to find more women to serve us. Ha. Captain Kenny took a big drag on his cigarette and directed the crew to lower the gangway to the fishing boat. The Zheng father and son and Tong Huijin followed the wandering souls and boarded the pirate ship. Captain Kenny narrowed his eyes and said, Wanjun, these 3 Chinese people aren't your members, right? Wanjun hesitated thoughtfully for a moment before replying, No, they are the employers of my last mission. However, they messed up the mission themselves and couldn't pay the rest of the money. Oh, since he's not a wandering soul and is no longer your employer, then we won't accept such a burden, Captain Kenny said. When the Zheng father and son heard this, they immediately shouted nervously, Captain Kenny, don't leave us behind. Our family is still rich. As long as you take us to a safe place, I will definitely repay you next time. Money? Where's the money? We are pirates. We don't even have bank accounts. We only accept cash, gold, and gems. Kenny smiled evilly as he smoked his pipe. I have a watch in my hand, Vacheron Constantine's. It's worth hundreds of thousands. Zheng Hongji quickly took off his watch. Captain Kenny snatched the watch away, looked at it, and threw it to one of his subordinates behind him. He lazily said, Such a small thing. Even if I sell it, it won't be worth much. At most, I can only let you stay on the ship. Zheng Hongji panicked and begged Wanjun, Mr. Wanjun, please think of a way for us. If we return to the fishing boat, we will be caught by the Dragon Soul sooner or later. The 3 of them were very clear that since Yi Fan could contact the Dragon Soul, then once they were captured, Yi Fan would not let them go. Moreover, Su Chongping was forced to death by them. This blood feud could no longer be resolved. I'm sorry. Unless you can take out the remaining 25 million, I can't make things difficult for Kenny. Wanjun didn't want to bother with the 3 of them anymore. At this moment, Captain Kenny's eyes landed on Tong Huijin's body, and an evil smile appeared on his face. Tong Huijin was wearing a black windbreaker with a dark red knitted sweater inside, which outlined her voluptuous body. Although she was already close to 50 years old, she had lived like a prince and maintained herself well. Therefore, Tong Huijin's figure and appearance were still very attractive. This woman isn't bad. She's a little old, but she's interesting enough. My brothers are sick of the women we keep on the ship, and we're looking for an opportunity to go to Vietnam to buy a few women, Kenny said as he stroked his beard. Hearing this, Tong Huijin's entire body went soft, and she trembled in fear. No, I'm not that kind of woman. Tong Huijin was extremely afraid. She quickly hid beside Zheng Hongji and hugged the man's arm tightly, saying, Hongji, I'm so scared. Don't let them hurt me. Zheng Hongji and Zheng Junfeng looked at each other and nodded in tacit understanding. Scram! Zheng Hongji pushed Tong Huijin away. Tong Huijin fell to the deck, looking at the man in panic. Captain Kenny, we will also sell this woman as a token of filial piety to everyone on the ship. Please allow us, father and son, to safely go ashore. The Zheng family still had quite a bit of money in some of their overseas accounts. Although they weren't very rich, it was enough for the father and son to continue living. As long as they survived this crisis, why would they care about a burden like Tong Huijin? When Tong Huijin heard that Zheng Hongji actually wanted to sell her, her entire face turned ashen. Zheng Hongji, you beast! I've been with you for decades. I even gave birth to a son for you. I endured humiliation and stayed in the Su family to help you inform them. How dare you do this to me? Tong Huijin felt as if the entire world was in darkness, and her heart was about to break. Zheng Hongji, on the other hand, put his arm around Zheng Junfeng's shoulder. My only son is Junfeng. That Su Weiming you gave birth to is stupid and stupid. He's basically Su Chomping's son. I didn't raise him at all, so what does it have to do with me? Zheng Junfeng was naturally even more indifferent. After all, Tong Huijin was equivalent to a third party, his mother's love rival. Tong Huijin's face was covered in tears as she wailed in grief. Bastard! Bastard! None of you men are good. Wu, Captain Kinney, please send his father and son ashore. Zheng Hongji fawned on him, too lazy to care about how Tong Huijin scolded him. Ha ha! I like unscrupulous fellows like you. You're ruthless enough, ha ha! Kinney laughed loudly and waved his hand. What are you still standing there for? Bring this woman in and let her feel the might of our tiger head shark. Several tiger head shark pirates immediately rushed overexcitedly and dragged the struggling Tong Huijin into the cabin. Tong Huijin naturally refused and tried her best to escape. However, a pirate directly slapped the woman a dozen times in the face, causing Tong Huijin to be dumbfounded. Bah, if you dare not serve me well, I'll directly throw you into the sea. After the threat, Tong Huijin's eyes were completely empty, filled with deep despair. She no longer resisted. Not long after, the miserable screams of a woman could be heard from the cabin, as well as the laughter of the pirates. Zheng Hongji and his son wiped the cold sweat off their foreheads. They were both glad that they were able to escape alive. However, at this moment, a Chinese military speedboat appeared in their field of vision. Kinney, the people from the Dragon Soul have caught up. Wan Jun narrowed his eyes and said. Captain Kinney smiled disdainfully. What kind of waves can such a small number of people cause? We'll just turn around and leave. If they dare to chase us in the high seas, we'll just bombard them and let them feed the fish. At the same time, the Dragon Soul people on the speedboat also discovered the 3 pirate ships. Tiger Head Shark? Lung Shui frowned and said, You can stop the boat now. There's no need to chase. Li Fan Xian was puzzled. He saw his target and was planning to go over to solve the problem. When he heard that he was going to stop the boat, he immediately asked, We're already in front of you. What are you afraid of? If you want to find your father-in-law's corpse, it should be on that fishing boat. There's no need to chase after the tiger head shark in the high seas. Lung Shui lightly said. Li Fan Xian looked at the pirate flag and said, It's just a small pirate organization. You guys just need to go up. I promise nothing will happen. Chapter 211, 021. One seeing that the tiger head shark's boat was about to leave, Yifan didn't want to waste any more time with the Bloodthorn. So he said, Then you guys stay on the boat. I'll go take care of it. Do you think you're a strategist? What can you do about it? Lung Shui asked. Don't worry about him. Just slow down. If we get too close, the tiger head shark pirates will definitely open fire, Bloodthorn said. Hearing the two of them say this, Yifan didn't say anything else and directly ran to the back of the speedboat, then started to run faster. From the stern to the bow, it was like a bolt of lightning. Everyone on the boat felt their vision blur, and then they saw a figure suddenly leap up from the bow of the boat, like a soaring dragon, following Yifan's leg, fiercely stepping on the boat. The entire speedboat was actually stomped to the point where it clearly sank. How is this possible? Everyone only saw that Yifan's body was like a cannonball, forming a parabola high up in the sky, quickly streaking across the sky. The distance between the speedboat and the fishing boat was at least 100 meters, or even 200 meters, but Yifan had actually jumped over it? What kind of movement technique is this? The Ash Wolf and the others watched all of this in shock, dumbstruck. How could this be? I can't feel his Jinqi. Could it be that this isn't a movement technique? Impossible. It's not a movement technique. Could it be that he relied on the explosive power of his legs to jump over a distance of 100 meters? Isn't this a joke? Bloodthorn and Lung Shui also couldn't believe what they were seeing. If they were to use their Zhenqi and use their movement techniques, they would be able to fly on the sea, but they also had to pay great attention to technique. After all, floating on water was a relatively high level of movement techniques, and it was very difficult to maintain walking on water for a long time. However, this was the first time they had seen Yifan's random jump. That Yifan, did he have explosives tied to his leg? How can he jump so far? The group of people from the Dragon Soul were all in a mess. This had completely overturned their understanding of the human body. Long Shui frowned and said, "Let's not care about this anymore. If something happens to him, we will most likely be blamed by the military advisor. We will all move forward and at least protect this Yi Fan's life." "Damn it, causing trouble. We shouldn't have brought him here," Shui Ji said angrily. Even though Yi Fan had displayed an extremely strong jumping ability, it was still not some high level of Zhenqi cultivation. Therefore, in the eyes of the crowd, it was not really that strong. At most, it was just that it was talented. The speedboat sped up again and approached the pirate ship. At the same time, on the Tiger Head Shark pirate ship, Captain Kenny, Wan Jun, and the others were also dumbfounded. Originally, they thought that the people of the Dragon Soul were going to give up chasing. After all, they had the advantage in numbers, and it was clear that they couldn't beat them even if they caught up. But he just had to meet such a monster. They saw a figure descend from the sky. He was clearly on the speedboat far away, but in just a few seconds, he had already landed on the bow of the boat. Boom! With a heavy sound, Yifan stepped on the ground and calmly swept his gaze across the crowd. His ice-cold eyes, after such a shocking leap, seemed especially frightening. When his gaze fell on the Zheng father and son, Yi Fan said, "You guys really know how to run. After being quiet for such a long time, so many things have happened. If I had known earlier, I would have gone to find you guys after destroying the White Shark gang." Zheng Hongji's face was deathly pale. He was already frightened by Yi Fan's skills and quickly asked for help from Captain Kenny and Wan Jun. "You monster." Zheng Junfeng didn't dare to imagine that he had once fought with such a man over a woman. "Mr. Kenny, we've paid the fare. You can't let us be taken away." Kenny spread out his hands. "I'm only responsible for bringing you to the shore. I didn't say that I would protect your safety along the way. This brother of the Dragon Soul is extraordinary. We don't want to make enemies for no reason. He's not a member of the Dragon Soul at all. He's just an assistant in a company." Zheng Junfeng quickly said, "Oh, is that so? But it still has nothing to do with us." Captain Kenny shrugged. When the Zheng father and son heard this, their faces turned green. In the end, this group of pirates still wanted to abandon them. Wan Jun also felt that Yi Fan's skills were hard to guess, so he carefully said, "Mr. Yi is indeed not an ordinary martial artist. That jump just now has broadened our horizons. If you want to take away the Zheng father and son, we won't stop you, because our cooperation is over. Please do as you please." Yi Fan looked at Wan Jun and the other wandering souls and said, "You misunderstand. I don't plan to capture anyone at all." "Oh? Not arresting anyone?" Wan Jun didn't understand. Yi Fan grinned. "The ones who killed my father-in-law are not only the Zheng family, but also you wandering souls. But there are too many of you. It's too troublesome to bring them back. Since you're all going to die, just die here." Everyone on board was silent. After a long while, Wan Jun's expression changed, and he said in a deep voice, "Mr. Yi, you might not know this, but Captain Kenny of the Tiger Head Shark is an old friend of mine. Even if you're stronger than me, can you beat us wandering souls and the Tiger Head Shark by yourself?" Yi Fan looked at Kenny. "You want to save them?" Kenny laughed out loud, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "You want to kill my friend on my ship. If word of this gets out, where will our Tiger Head Shark's face go? Let me give you a piece of advice. It's not easy for you to have such skills at such a young age. It's better to stop while you're ahead. Take this father and son pair away, and I won't mind your casual boarding of the ship. What does it have to do with me, whether you care or not?" Yi Fan curled his lips. A sharp light flashed in Kenny's eyes. "Young man, you have to pay the price for your arrogant words." At this point, the people from the Dragon Soul organization had already chased them to the side of the boat with their speedboats. Bloodthorn and Long Shui used their movement techniques and jumped onto the bow of the boat first, followed by the others. "Yi Fan, what the hell are you doing?" Bloodthorn looked around vigilantly, ready to fight at any moment. Captain Kenny laughed sinisterly. "Everyone from the Dragon Soul, this is the high seas. Aren't you not giving me, Kenny, too much face by coming directly to my ship?" Long Shui said, "Captain Kenny, we have no intention of fighting with you Tigerhead Sharks. We are only here to take Zheng Hongji and his son away." They have violated the laws of our country and need to be dealt with according to the law. No problem. We have to give face to the dragon soul. Let's take this little brother away as well. Captain Kinney puffed out a mouthful of smoke and said, "Yi Fan, get off the boat. Take away the Zheng father and son, and then take away your father-in-law's corpse." "Are you still not satisfied?" Lung Shui asked. Yi Fan shook his head. "Today, all the members of the Wandering Soul organization must die." "Humph." Wan Jun sneered. "Mr. Yi, aren't you being too arrogant? Even if the people from the Dragon Soul attack together with you, Captain Kinney and I will work together, along with hundreds of our brothers. Do you think you have a chance of winning?" Yi Fan did not reply. Instead, he looked at the hanging pirate flag and asked Kinney. In the upper left corner of a tiger-head shark's flag, there is a giant spear cuttlefish badge. You should be a subordinate pirate organization of the ocean demons, right? As soon as these words were spoken, Captain Kinney's eyes immediately became a lot more cautious. He muttered, "Young man, you have good eyes. The people from the Dragon Soul didn't even notice it, but you did." When the Dragon Soul's Bloodthorn and Lung Shui heard this news, they were both shocked. Chapter 2:12. 0212 You've joined the Sea Demon? Bloodthorn asked. Kinney smiled proudly and said, "That's right. We are now Lord Leviathan's subordinates, the vassal organization of the Sea Demons. Everyone for the Dragon Soul. The news is a bit slow." Bloodthorn, Lung Shui, and the others all had serious expressions on their faces. As for the Dragon Fong team behind them, many of them still didn't understand what was going on. "Little White, what is a sea demon?" the Ash Wolf asked. "You don't even know that?" Little White said in a low voice. "The two largest pirate guilds in the world today, one is the veteran Arctic Ocean Whaler, and the other is the upstart Sea Demon. They are both A-rated pirate organizations. The Great Pirate Leviathan, nicknamed Sea Monster, had a good relationship with one of the top 3 arms dealers in the world, Greed Mammon, so he had about 10 warships and even conventional submarines. Ordinary small countries' navies were no match for them. Otherwise, how do you think the pirate organization can reach the same level as our Dragon Soul? And their pirate flag is the giant spear cuttlefish flag. They have several small pirate organizations under them, and once they become their vassal, they will print the giant spear cuttlefish emblem on the pirate flag. This can also be considered a pirate." The group of people for Dragon Fong were all very shocked. After all, that was basically not inferior to pirates. It was simply an independent naval fleet. Of course, Bloodthorn and Lung Shui also knew that the situation was serious. The tiger-head shark had become the vassal of the Sea Demon. In the future, if they wanted to drive them away, they would have to be even more careful. Any country would have to think twice before angering an A-class organization. "This is troublesome." Yi Fan scratched his head with a headache. Bloodthorn coldly snorted. "It's good that you know it's troublesome. Hurry up and shut up. Take the Zheng father and son away, and we'll retreat." "Retreat? Why retreat?" Yi Fan asked. "Are you stupid? Do you want to become enemies with the Sea Demon over such a small matter? Do you know the strength of the sea monster Leviathan? Even if the military advisor was here, he might not dare to fight Leviathan head-on." Lung Shui said with her eyes wide open. Yi Fan ignored them and walked forward. "Hey, your name is Kinney, right?" Captain Kinney puffed on the smoke and looked at him with twinkling eyes. "Yes, you've heard of my name?" Yi Fan shook his head. "I've never heard of it. I've never heard of your organization either." "Then what do you want?" Kinney felt a little confused. Yi Fan said, "I'm the one who killed the Wandering Souls. Don't meddle in other people's business, otherwise it won't be good for everyone." "Ha!" Kinney laughed maniacally. "Young man, is there something wrong with your brain? Do you know who you're talking to?" Kinney's expression turned sinister. With a wave of his hand, dozens of pirates on the ship immediately pulled out their guns. There were revolvers, automatic pistols, and even quite a few AK-47 and M4s. In an instant, the atmosphere on the ship was tense. "Yi Fan, stop talking. If you continue like this, no one can save you," Lung Shui reprimanded. The Wandering Soul army smiled contemptuously. "Mr. Yi, did you hear that? I advise you to follow the Dragon Soul's people and leave obediently. This isn't China. So even if we kill you, China can't do anything to us. Yi Fan's eyes became colder and colder. Looks like you guys are determined to protect this group of wandering souls? Captain Kinney leisurely lay on a bench with an unruly look on his face. So what if I am? Do you dare move? In a second, you'll turn into a hornet's nest. If it wasn't for the sake of giving face to the dragon soul, I would have killed you right now. Seeing that the situation wasn't looking good, Bloodthorn stepped forward and grabbed Yi Fan's collar. Are you crazy? Hurry up and follow us down. However, Yi Fan suddenly grabbed one of Bloodthorn's left arms and coldly said, If you want to go down yourself. Don't get in the way here. You idiot. Even if the military advisor blames you, I will still teach you a lesson today. Bloodthorn flew into a rage out of humiliation. He condensed his innate chi, and the strength of his body suddenly increased. The 3 fingers of his right hand sharply grabbed towards Yi Fan's arm. However, the moment Bloodthorn's hand, which carried the innate chi, touched Yi Fan, it did not have the slightest effect. Yi Fan didn't move at all. He looked at him indifferently, just like an adult looking at a 3-year-old child scratching himself. Xiantian Elementary Zhenqi 36 grappling hands. With such little ability, you still dare to jump around in front of me. Just who is the idiot here? Yi Fan's entire aura suddenly changed, as if the entire deck of the ship was enveloped by a dark and eerie shadow. Bloodthorn's entire body stiffened, being swept by Yi Fan's gaze at such a close distance. He, a Xiantian martial artist, actually felt as if his blood was about to freeze. You. Bloodthorn was speechless. He had never felt such a powerful pressure before. Yi Fan suddenly swung his right hand backwards, and with a casual swing, he actually threw Bloodthorn's body backwards. This move couldn't even be considered a move. Bloodthorn was like a sandbag, being thrown by Yi Fan in a parabola. Plop! Falling into the sea, the people from the Dragon Soul were stunned. Why did Bloodthorn go to stop Yi Fan, but instead get thrown out by Yi Fan like trash? Bloodthorn! Lung Shui cried out in alarm. She didn't even have time to save him. All of this happened too suddenly. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go to the sea and save Bloodthorn. Lung Shui immediately ordered them to fish up. The ones who were even more shocked were naturally the tiger-head shark and the wandering souls. Wasn't the dragon soul protecting Yi Fan? Why did Yi Fan kill an expert of the dragon soul? The key was that the pressure that Yi Fan displayed at this moment caused everyone present to feel as if a rock was pressing down on their hearts. Yi Fan walked towards the army step by step. All right, the annoying flies are gone. Are you going to commit suicide, or should I do it? If he committed suicide, death might be a little better. Kill him. Jun finally couldn't hold it in anymore. The feeling of fear made him have to forcefully resist in order to prevent himself from collapsing. All of a sudden, the wandering souls all took out their guns and aimed their black muzzles at Yi Fan. Captain Kinney also gave the order, fire! Puff, puff, puff! In an instant, the bullets on the deck were like a torrential rain, whistling towards Yi Fan. However, the moment the bullet reached Yi Fan's position, Yi Fan's figure had already disappeared. The sail was like a ghost, appearing behind the army of 10,000. What are you shooting at? When Yi Fan's voice fell into the ears of the army, it was no different from the whispers of a demon. How is this possible? Jun suddenly turned his head. His battle instinct caused him to muster up all of his innate Jinqi and fiercely strike towards Yi Fan's chest. Yi Fan did not dodge. He grabbed the elbow with his left hand and pinched it. The bones of the elbow all shattered with a ka-ka sound. Jun screamed miserably. He couldn't figure out why his innate Jinqi was unable to cause any damage to Yi Fan. Yi Fan clearly didn't even have the slightest bit of Jinqi. However, Yi Fan didn't stop at all. He smoothly raised his right hand and chopped down on the head of the army. Pong! With a crisp sound, red and white objects flew out, and the head of the army exploded. Chapter 213 0213. It was as if the sail had done something insignificant. After pushing away the corpse of Jun, It also pulled out a large caliber revolver from the back of Won Jun's waist. This kind of pistol produced by Smith Company only had 5 bullets, but for Yi Fan's marksmanship, these 5 bullets were equivalent to 5 lives. When Yi Fan aimed his gun at the other wandering soul killers, they realized that they were in a battle and had to protect their lives first. A group of killers shot at Yi Fan again, but Yi Fan seemed to be able to predict the trajectory of all the bullets. As his body floated, he dodged all the bullets. At the same time, the gun in Yi Fan's hand fired 5 bullets in a row. Bang, bang, bang. After 5 consecutive sounds, the heads of the 5 wandering soul killers exploded. After taking care of the 5, Yi Fan used the pistol as a prop and threw it at an assassin behind him. The assassin didn't even have time to react before his entire head was smashed into pieces by the pistol. All of a sudden, there were only 5 assassins left on the deck. These 5 people were so scared that they immediately planned to escape, or even jump off the ship. However, Yi Fan quickly ran up. His speed was so fast that afterimages could already be seen. He grabbed the necks and arms of these assassins one by one, and then without saying a word, he threw them towards the metal railings on the deck. Clang, clang, clang. With 5 consecutive collisions, the 5 assassins either had their heads smashed to the ground or their bodies twisted and deformed from the impact of the railings. The enormous power killed them as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. They were unable to retaliate at all. All the pirates on the deck were dumbfounded. They had never seen anyone kill people so effortlessly. Rather than killing people, it would be better to say that Yi Fan was trampling ants to death. The key was that Yi Fan's movements were like an artistic dance, without any unnecessary details. Instead, every time he attacked, he was able to perfectly avoid the attacks of so many people, and at the same time, he was able to find the right target to attack. After taking care of all the wandering soul members, Yi Fan turned his gaze towards the Zheng father and son. Zheng Hongji's eyes were bloodshot, and he was trembling in fear. Zheng Junfeng was in an even more sorry state. He was kneeling on the ground, and his pants were wet. Yi Fan, don't kill me. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. I'm not your match at all. Zheng Junfeng cried and shouted. The sail walked in front of the father and son and was about to make a move when it heard Captain Kenny's roar from behind. Preposterous! You dare to kill someone that our tiger-head shark brought in front of me? Do you really think that I, Captain Kenny, am just an undeserved reputation? Kenny threw away his hat, took a sawtooth scimitar made of steel from his subordinates, and fiercely chopped towards Yi Fan. His strength was a bit stronger than Won Jun. He had the cultivation of initial success of the innate realm. The saber art he used was the saber art honed on the battlefield in the army. It was straightforward, fierce, and violent. The scimitar left a white mark on the deck, causing metal sparks to fly in all directions. Kenny turned around and slashed at Yi Fan's waist with his saber. However, Yi Fan's body suddenly jumped, and after jumping straight up, he fiercely stepped on Kenny's blade with the tip of his foot. Ah! Kenny screamed. His hand felt as if it had been struck by lightning. The web between his thumb and forefinger went numb, and the machete fell to the ground. At the same time, Yi Fan kicked in the air, hitting Kenny's chin. Fortunately, Yi Fan did not have any killing intent and did not use much strength. Even so, Captain Kenny was still sent flying, blood flowing out his mouth and nose. The pirates on the ship were all stunned. In their eyes, the captain, who was already incomparably powerful, was actually kicked over by Yi Fan in one move. Yi Fan picked up the scimitar that fell to the ground, indifferently glanced at Kenny who was lying on the ground, and said, "For the sake of the Leviathan, I'll give you a chance to live." Finished speaking, Yi Fan suddenly grabbed the blade of the scimitar with one hand, and the hilt with the other. He pulled it inward, clang. The thick scimitar made of steel was actually broken into 2 pieces, as if it was a fake made of foam. Captain Kenny's face flushed red, filled with unwillingness. However, he felt guilty and did not dare to act rashly. At the same time, he rejoiced that it was still useful for him to join the sea demons. The vicious reputation of the sea monster Leviathan, had saved his life. At this time, Bloodthorn, who had just climbed out of the sea, was still drenched and in a sorry state. He originally wanted to find a chance to compete with Yifan again, but seeing this scene, Bloodthorn was stunned on the spot and did not dare to go forward. The rest of the Dragon Soul also completely understood that it wasn't that Bloodthorn underestimated his opponent, but that Yifan's strength was indeed too strong. Yifan threw the broken scimitar in front of the Zheng father and son. "Killing you all, I find it dirty. Commit suicide," Yifan said. Two ordinary people, moreover, they had completely lost their family business, their reputation, and everything else. It was just two rotten lives. Yifan didn't even have the interest to kill them. But how could the Zheng father and son bear to die? They kept kowtowing in front of Yifan, begging for forgiveness. Yifan was annoyed when he heard this, so he simply grabbed the father and son pair with one hand. Then he strode to the side of the ship and threw the two of them out. The two of them cried out in fear as they fell into the sea. They flopped around and watched the ship leave them. Yifan didn't need to look to know that the two of them would sink into the sea before long. This way, it could be considered as avenging Su Chongping and Su Qingxue. However, Yifan scanned the boat and found that there was still a woman missing, Tong Huijian. This poisonous woman had deliberately wanted to seize the wealth, which was why she had caused today's tragedy. Yifan naturally wouldn't let her go. He couldn't help but ask Kenny, "There's a middle-aged woman. Have you seen her?" Kenny grinned and said, "You're really taking advantage of us. Do you think that we will obediently cooperate with you? Whatever you ask, I will answer you. You and the people of the Dragon Soul killed our friends of the Tiger Head Shark on the high seas. If this matter gets out, where will our Tiger Head Shark's face go?" Yifan couldn't help but want to laugh. Face is earned by yourself. If you can't keep it, could it be that you still want to blame me? Kenny coldly snorted, took out a satellite phone, and said, "Even if my strength is not as good as yours, don't forget that we are members of the Sea Demon. I will tell Lord Leviathan what happened here right now. Don't think that everything is over just like that." Hearing this, the people of the Dragon Soul could no longer remain calm. If the Leviathan found out that the Dragon Soul was involved in this matter, it was very likely that it would rise to the level of enmity between the Dragon Soul and the Sea Demon. Chapter 214, 021, 4-inch Captain Kenny. This matter was caused by Yifan alone, and he has no direct relationship with our Dragon Soul. I hope you can treat this conflict with caution, Lung Shui said seriously. Kenny smiled. He enjoyed the anxious appearance of this group of people because of the fierce reputation of the Sea Demons. It's your Dragon Souls that sent him here. We, the Tiger Head Sharks, are indeed not strong enough to defeat your Dragon Souls. However, if you want to beat a dog, you have to look at its owner. Just wait for the wrath of the Sea Demons. After saying that, ignoring the nervous expressions of the Dragon Soul members, Kenny called the satellite phone. After all, that didn't seem right either. They could only anxiously think of a way to explain to the upper echelons of the Dragon Soul. "Yi, look at what you've done. Even the military advisor can't help you get rid of the demons at sea." Bloodthorn threw the responsibility to Yifan. Yifan looked at Captain Kenny calmly, waiting for him to make the phone call. Kenny had already started talking. "It's me, Kenny of the Tiger Head Shark, yes. I have something to tell Lord Leviathan. Please let me talk to him." In a blue sea, several silver-gray steel battleships were like metal fortresses, majestically stopping on the surface of the sea. The flags hanging on these battleships were all black with white stripes. They were ferocious and terrifying. All of them were muscular pirates. Some of them were competing in jumping into the sea, while others were competing in fighting skills on the ship. Of course, there were also quite a few pirates who were holding wine glasses and hugging some disheveled women on the ship, drinking and reveling. On the deck of a destroyer at the front of the fleet, a graceful blonde girl in a bikini quickly walked to the top of the deck with a satellite phone in her hand. There, a strong, bronze-colored man with a head full of black braids was holding a glass of vodka in one hand and a little girl who looked to be 2 or 3 years old in the other. This little girl also had a head of blonde hair, fair and chubby, and a pair of round eyes, looking longingly at the cup of vodka. The man grinned and chuckled twice, as if he felt that this little girl was too pitiful. He put the glass of wine over, intending to let the little lowly drink a little. Leviathan. I saw it. The giant Leviathan turned around awkwardly and looked at the blonde with a helpless expression. Monica, drink a little. Little Debbie will be fine. Your daughter is not even 3 years old, and you let her drink vodka? Do you really want to raise her into a pirate? Monica rolled her eyes at her husband and snatched her daughter away. Little Debbie looked pitifully at the wine glass that had left her, but she didn't dare to resist her mommy. There's nothing wrong with being a pirate. I want to nurture her into the world's #1 empress of the sea. Leviathan said with a silly smile. Dream on. When Debbie goes to kindergarten, I'll bring her back to the magnesium country. I've already told my boss that I'll go back to work next year. If you want to see us in the future, come to New York, Monica said forcefully. Leviathan looked disappointed. My dear, why do you still want to be a reporter? What's so good about being a reporter? What if I get bullied by those damned capitalists? Who would bully me for no reason? Only you. Back then, I came to interview you, but you captured me and locked me up at sea for a few months. Now that my daughter is almost 3 years old, can a capitalist be as bad as you? Monica threw a hygienic eye at him. The Leviathan spread out its hands. Darling, that's not my fault. I was busy fighting a naval battle when I was being chased and attacked. How could I have the time to send you back to land? Didn't you fall in love with me at that time? How shameless. Who loves a big squid like you? Hurry up and answer the phone. Something seems to have happened to your new little brother. Monica threw the satellite phone over. Hearing this, the Leviathan frowned and finished the vodka in one gulp before picking up the phone. Is it Kenny? What's wrong? Don't you know I'm on vacation? Yes, Lord Leviathan. Forgive me for disturbing you, but something big has happened, Captain Kenny said respectfully. The Leviathan said discontentedly, hurry up and fart. We've been attacked. It's the Dragon Soul and a person from China. They came to our ship and killed more than a dozen people from our ally, the Wandering Souls. They simply ignored our status as a vassal organization of the sea demons. The Leviathan narrowed its eyes. Dragon Soul? Are you on the high seas? Yes, we're on the high seas. They forcefully chased after us to kill the people we want to protect. The Leviathan's face darkened. Got it. I'll get an explanation from the Dragon Soul about this. On the Tiger Head Shark's frigate, Captain Kenny was overjoyed when he heard the Leviathan's gloomy attitude. Thank you, Lord Leviathan, for your protection. Even if we die here today, we will still be grateful to Lord Leviathan for his kindness. The people of the Dragon Soul were especially nervous. They actually spread the news to the Leviathan's ears. It wouldn't be long before the Dragon Soul headquarters was questioned by the sea demons. Damn it, Yifan, you've made a big mistake, Bloodthorn said hatefully. The corner of Yifan's mouth curled up into a strange smile. Suddenly, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Kenny. Captain Kenny was shocked. He didn't even see how Yifan got close to him. My lord, that Chinese wants to kill me. Captain Kenny thought that he was going to be assassinated and quickly shouted. However, Yifan snatched away Captain Kenny's satellite phone, helplessly shook his head at this guy, and kicked him away. On the other side of the phone, the Leviathan asked loudly, Who is it? Who has such guts? Yifan picked up the phone and sighed, What are you shouting for? It's me. On the other end of the phone, there was a long silence. After nearly half a minute, the Leviathan's trembling voice came through, and its volume was much lower. Yes, boss. The Leviathan's aura instantly became very weak, but it carried a trace of excitement. Yifan said in a fluent foreign language, Leviathan, your squid claws are very long. You even have a vassal organization in the high seas near China. This Kenny is very arrogant. He sent over 100 people and pointed their guns at me. Yifan said in a fluent foreign language. The Leviathan suddenly woke up from his stupor. Boss, this can't be blamed on me. How would I have known that you would appear there? On the other side, the Leviathan explained in annoyance. On this side, the Tiger Head Shark pirates and the members of the Dragon Soul were all petrified. In the end, Yifan actually knew the sea monster, the Leviathan, Moreover, listening to the conversation between Yi Fan and the Leviathan, it was very relaxed, and even carried a trace of casualness, as if a superior was teaching a subordinate a lesson. Captain Kinney's entire body trembled. He suddenly came to a realization. Previously, Yi Fan said that for the sake of the Leviathan, he would give him a way out. It wasn't that Yi Fan was afraid of the Leviathan, but rather, Yi Fan was just giving face to an acquaintance. Chapter 215. 0215 on the Destroyer of the Sea Demon. The Leviathan explained excitedly, afraid that Yi Fan would misunderstand him. Boss, you know that I'm an old bore. Most of the time, I have a one-track mind. I accidentally took in an idiot, and that guy dares to be disrespectful to you. Just kill him. If you're still not satisfied, then kill the entire tiger head shark. The Leviathan, will definitely not say a single word. Boss, you have to believe me. I really want to find you. You are in China. My daughter Debbie has never seen you. All right. My wife Monica has never seen you either. All right. My wife Monica, she has never seen you either. The Leviathan said a lot, and Yi Fan, who was on the other side, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. All right. I've never heard of the Tiger Head Shark Organization, so it's normal that they don't know me. Tell them to take care of themselves, and there's no need to say anything else. As for your wife and daughter, you'll always have a chance to see them in the future. There's no need to be in such a hurry. Enjoy your life. Don't keep stealing things. I don't have the time to help you clean up the mess. Yi Fan said. The Leviathan nodded vigorously and said, All right, boss, you have the final say. I'll let Kenny listen to your orders, and you can do whatever you want. That's it. I'll give him the phone. Yi Fan said. The Leviathan's face turned solemn. He slapped his chest with his right hand and bowed in the direction of China. Divine Wrath, my prince. Yi Fan didn't answer. He only replied with an eh. Not long after, Kenny took the phone and said weakly, Lord Leviathan. What's going on? Is he someone you know? The Leviathan immediately cursed at him, causing Kenny to be so scared that he almost peed his pants. Let me tell you, no matter what that lord says, you have to listen to him. If you can save your dog life today, then it will be his special kindness to you. As for who he is, you are not worthy to know, so don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Kenny felt a chill in his heart as he hurriedly nodded. Yes. I understand. Hang up, serve me well. In the future, shrink back a little. After the Leviathan finished speaking, he cut off the communication. On the deck, Monica, who was holding her daughter, asked excitedly, Leviathan, was it really Fallen who called just now? Leviathan's eyes were filled with longing and emotion as he nodded. Yes, it's been more than 2 years since I've heard Boss' voice. Monica said bitterly. When can I meet him? He's the most legendary figure in the underground world in the past 100 years. It's a pity that there isn't even a clear picture of him. If I could interview him and write a report, it would definitely be wonderful. Come on, my dear, my boss's great achievements are more than enough for you to write a few biographies. It's already an epic experience. How can you finish writing a report? The Leviathan laughed out loud. You still have the cheek to say that. You useless dead squid. And you still say that your relationship with Fallen is better than that of a real brother. You can't even bring your wife and daughter to see him. Monica said in disdain. Leviathan curled his lips. Boss doesn't want to see us. Who dares to disturb him? Sigh, on the Tiger Head Shark ship, Captain Kinney and a group of pirates all began to kneel. Respected Mr. Yi, please forgive us. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please atone for your sins. With Captain Kinney leading the way, the group of pirates began to kowtow and beg for mercy. They had seen awesome people before, but they had never seen such an awesome person. Just who was Yi Fan? Even the sea monster Leviathan had to give him face like this? Bloodthorn and Lung Shui couldn't help but feel a little scared. They thought to themselves, as expected of someone the military advisor knows, he is indeed extraordinary. Bloodthorn's face was burning hot. Thinking back to what he had done before, he was simply too stupid. Everything that had happened was under Yi Fan's control. Get up, we've already wasted too much time. Yi Fan was still worried about Su Qingshu at home, so he said, Where is that Tong Huijin? Kenny said carefully. She's inside. Yi Fan frowned. Lead the way, I want to go take a look. Yes. Yes. Captain Kenny didn't dare to refuse. So he personally brought Yi Fan into the cabin. When he arrived at a resting room, he pushed open the door and saw a naked woman lying on the ground. This woman's body was covered in bruises and bloodstains. Her face had been slapped too many times, so it was already red and swollen. Her eyes were also swollen from crying. From the sorry state of her body, it could be seen that she had been violated by an unknown number of people. She had even been toyed with until she fainted. Mr. Yi, it was that father and son pair who sold her to us. Kenny tried his best to shirk responsibility. Yi Fan was also very clear about what kind of characters the pirates were. He didn't find this kind of thing strange at all. Do you want to wake her up? If you want to take her away, I'll tie her up right away, Kenny said courteously. Yi Fan thought for a moment, then shook his head and said, No need. Leave her here. Originally, he wanted to kill Tong Huijun, but from the looks of it, letting her live in this world was probably more painful than dying. After coming out of the cabin, Yi Fan went to the fishing boat and found Su Chomping's corpse. Not long after, the group of people returned to the seas of China on a speedboat. At night, after returning to Huahai, Yi Fan called Su Qingxue. However, the person who answered the phone was Aunt Jiang. Yi Fan, how is it? Aunt Jiang's voice was also a little hoarse. Yi Fan said, The Zheng father and son, Tong Huijun, and the wandering souls have all been taken care of. The corpse has been brought back. Good job. The old madam really didn't trust the wrong person. Go and cremate the old master's body. Don't let the young miss see it. The young miss is already in the hospital. She can't be provoked anymore. Aunt Jiang sighed. Hearing that, Yi Fan frowned and said, What's wrong with Xiao Shui? What else could it be? When she heard that the old madam had also passed away, the young miss fainted from the double blow. However, her mind is stable now, and she's sleeping and resting. I'm in the hospital with her, Aunt Jiang said. Li Fan Xian immediately said, I'll go over now. Half an hour later, Yi Fan arrived at the hospital and entered a single VIP ward. At this moment, Qingxue had just woken up and was leaning against the head of the bed, taking a drip. Seeing Yi Fan walk in, the woman's pair of red, moist eyes rippled. Seeing Yi Fan come in, Aunt Jiang stood up and patted his shoulder, saying, I'll go out and prepare dinner for the young miss first. You can chat with her. Yi Fan nodded and let Aunt Jiang busy herself first. He sat on the side of the bed and looked at the woman with pity, saying, The matter has been resolved. Ever since he knew Su Qingxue, he had never seen such a weak side of this woman. She was like a delicate pear flower with dewdrops on it, clear and gentle, making people feel sorry for her. I heard from Aunt Jiang. Su Qingxue said in a clear voice, Thank you, you saved me again, and you even helped me do so many things. Yi Fan lowered his head and chuckled. He took out the thumb ring that he carried with him and waved it in front of the woman. It was the family heirloom that Bai Shuqin had given him. What are you talking about? I'm your husband. Isn't it natural for me to do these things? If you really want to thank me, then call me good husband. Yi Fan blinked. Chapter 216. 021, 6 time, passed minute by minute. Seeing that the woman was actually considering, Yi Fan couldn't help but look forward to it. Call. Yi Fan called out in his heart. Finally, Su Qingxue raised her head and said, Good. What's so good about it? Come out. Yi Fan was very anxious. Su Qingxue blinked her eyes, but in the end she said, I still can't seem to call out. Yi Fan almost fell to the ground. He was so happy that he thought he was going to call out, but in the end, this was what he said. However, seeing that the woman had just suffered so many blows, he didn't want to make things difficult for her, so he just made a joke. Not long after, Auntie Jiang brought some food in. Su Qingxue hadn't eaten anything for the whole day, and she was too stimulated, so she really needed to recuperate. Although Su Qingxue was in a low mood, her stomach was rumbling with hunger as she ate the food in small bites. Halfway through eating, Su Qingxue seemed to have thought of something and said, Su Weiming, how is it? Although that brat was the illegitimate son of Zheng Hongji and Tong Huijin, he had been a young master of the Su family in name for so many years, Su Qingshue's younger brother. It was also very difficult for Su Qingxue to treat him as an outsider all of a sudden. A cold light flashed in Aunt Zhang's eyes as she said, "Miss, he is no longer your brother. He is just an outsider." "Auntie Jiang, I also know, but after all, as a family member, it's been so many years. Missy, the fate of the entire Su family now rests on your shoulders. You can't be soft-hearted towards that evil woman and the bastard child born from an outsider. Otherwise, sooner or later, you'll be nurturing a tiger that will bring disaster upon you," Aunt Jiang said seriously. A trace of doubt appeared in Qingshue's eyes. "Aunt Jiang, are you hiding a lot of things from me? Why? You suddenly changed." In the woman's eyes, this old maid had always been an amiable elder, a warm existence like family. But today, Aunt Jiang personally knocked down a professional killer, and even asked her to treat Su Weiming coldly. This was simply not something that the old woman she knew would say. "Miss," before the old lady left, "she asked me to pass on a message to you." "What?" Aunt Jiang said word by word. "If you won't wear the crown, you must bear its weight." Qingxue was stunned. She didn't seem to understand why Bai Shuqin would say such words that carried such weight. Yifan narrowed his eyes and sighed in his heart. When all the truth was revealed, perhaps it was too heavy for Su Qingxue. After all, she was only a young woman in her 20s. "Auntie Jiang, our Su family is just a business family, and we can't be considered a big family in China. Why would Grandma say such things?" Su Qingxue was very confused. "Miss, you just need to remember. In the future, you will slowly know." Aunt Jiang forced a smile. "Just like this time, did you know that the underground world was filled with danger in every direction in the past? This world was not what most people imagined or saw. The real struggle had always been hidden in the darkness. No matter how rich one was, no matter how high one's status was, in the eyes of a powerful assassin, no amount of money could stop the loss of life. This was the cruel underworld. If a clan wanted to establish themselves in the world, not only did they have to rely on their strength on the surface, they also had to compete with their strength in the dark. In the past, the old master and the old madam had always been supporting the Su family because your father wasn't able to take responsibility. That's why this responsibility fell on your head after a generation." Although Qingxue was still a little confused, she also realized something. She silently lowered her head and ate while thinking about something. Aunt Jiang still had to take care of Bai Shuqin and Su Changping's funeral matters, so she left the hospital first. Su Qingxue needed to stay in the hospital for a night to observe her mental state and relieve her fatigue. Yifan naturally wouldn't leave Su Qingxue alone, so he found a recliner and played with his phone while taking care of the woman. At around 8 p.m., the upper echelons of the embroidery group came to the hospital to see Su Qingxue one after another. The news of Bai Shuqin's death and the transfer of the shares to Su Qingxue was no longer a secret. From today onwards, Su Qingxue was already the largest shareholder of the embroidery group. In terms of law and position, she was unshakable. Naturally, everyone started to do their best to curry favor with Su Qingxue, hoping that they could continue to stand firm in the future. At the same time, the news also reported that the Zheng's group had completely collapsed after being investigated for some bad operations. Their property was used as a mortgage to pay off their debts. For a time, the business world of Huahai started to spread the rumor that Su Qingxue had defeated the father and son of the Zheng family. While the woman's fame continued to grow, many people also felt fear. After all, the father and son of the Zheng family had already disappeared. Even Su Changping of the Su family had mysteriously died. In the end, the one who benefited was Su Qingxue. Naturally, many people felt that Su Qingxue was the mastermind behind the scenes. This young businesswoman was as intimidating as the Black Widow. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, a beautiful woman in a beige long-sleeve jacket carefully pushed open the door of the ward. Director Su, the one who walked in, was Feng Yuing. The woman seemed to have just come after working overtime. It was still raining outside, and her body was a little wet. Yi Fan stood up. Ying, why are you here? Didn't I send you a message? Feng Yuying's face was slightly awkward. After all, this was the first time Yi Fan had called her so intimately. Even if you say Director Su is fine, I'm still worried. I want to come over later when there are fewer people, Feng Yuying said. Su Qingxue coldly glanced at Yi Fan, but didn't say much. She pointed to the chair at the side. Sit, senior sister. Feng Yuying nodded. Just as she was about to sit down, she thought of something and took out a stack of documents from her bag. Oh, right, because you weren't at the company and so many things happened, there were a few contracts that Qinya wanted to show you, but she was afraid that there would be too many people today and would disturb you. So she asked me to bring them over. Seeing this scene, Yi Fan clicked his tongue. I say, Ying, can't you put aside your work first? I've just recovered a bit of my energy. Hearing that, Feng Yuying quickly put the document back and said apologetically, I almost forgot. I'm sorry, I'm just used to. The corner of Su Qingshue's mouth moved slightly. It's fine, let me take a look. It's not like he's seriously ill, he's just in a daze, his body isn't that weak. The woman took a few documents and started flipping through them under the bedside lamp. The atmosphere in the room was a little strange. After all, the relationship between the three of them was a little complicated. Yi Fan was fine. Because he was thick-skinned, Su Qingxue couldn't see any change in his emotions and seemed to be looking at him very seriously. The most awkward one was Feng Yuying. Although she had already decided to calmly face her feelings for Yi Fan, it was still very difficult for her to adapt. For a moment, Feng Yuying didn't know where to put her hands. Her face was getting redder and redder, and her body was very stiff as she sat there. Chapter 217. 021, 7-inch, huh? Feng Yuying panicked and stammered. No. Li Fanxian felt that Su Qingxue was bullying an honest person too much. She even asked this question. Wasn't the answer obvious? Feng Yuying probably didn't expect that the three of them would be so nervous in the same room. Ying, relax. We'll be family in the future. There's no need to be too restrained. Yi Fan chuckled. You. Don't say it anymore. Feng Yuying's face turned even redder. This man really knew how to cause trouble. Su Qingxue coldly rolled her eyes at the man. Shut up. You're the one who caused her to be nervous. Go sit to the side. Yi Fan smiled embarrassedly and stood behind the bed, not saying a word. As long as Su Qingxue didn't flip out, it meant that there was a chance. Su Qingxue looked at the document for a while, then extended her hand towards Feng Yuying. Give me a pen. Oh. Feng Yuying secretly heaved a sigh of relief. She quickly took out a pen and handed it to the woman. Su Qingxue wrote on the document. In less than 20 minutes, she had finished dealing with the matter. Is there anything else? Su Qingxue asked. Feng Yuying hesitated for a moment and said, Director Su, maybe you haven't heard the news, but the Huahai business world has been spreading some bad rumors about our embroidery group since this afternoon. They said that the disappearance of the Zheng father and son was because of your scheme, and then the death of the old CEO will cause turmoil in the upper echelons of our embroidery. Are you afraid of the stock price fluctuations? Su Qingxue asked. Feng Yuying nodded. Our cooperation with WQ has just started, and we still have to expand our European branch. If the stock price falls too much or fluctuates too much, it might affect the confidence of investors and shareholders. Once Madame Zheng falls, there will be an extra piece of cake for Huahai. They just want to mess up the pond water so that they can take advantage of the chaos to get a share, Su Qingxue said. Feng Yuying asked worriedly. Director Su, then what are your plans? Su Qingxue muttered to herself for a moment, then looked at Feng Yuying with sparkling eyes. Let me ask you, if the boat you're on capsized at the seaside and the group of you fall into the sea, there are sharks around. What do you have to do to escape from the shark's mouth and return to shore? Feng Yuying couldn't react in time and asked subconsciously, swim faster so that the sharks won't catch up? Su Qingxue shook her head and said, no, you just need to swim faster than the others who fall into the water. Feng Yuying's eyes lit up as she suddenly understood what the woman meant. She smiled and said, I understand, Director Su. I'll get someone to contact a few media outlets that we have a good relationship with later. Yi Fan, who was at the side, shook his head with emotion. In terms of business methods, he really wasn't as good as Su Qingxue. Since his own company was being slandered by others, he might as well encourage the media to slander other companies. If everyone was being slandered, it would naturally appear that he was not being slandered. In any case, they were all baseless rumors without any evidence. Those who had a bad relationship with the Zheng father and son were definitely not limited to Jin Xiu. They could more or less find some basis to write some reports. Therefore, Su Qingshue's move was truly ruthless. CEO Su, I won't disturb your rest any longer. I'm leaving. Feng Yuing got up and prepared to leave. However, Su Qingxue called out, Senior, there's something I wanted to tell you before. What? What? Feng Yuing was nervous. Could it be that it had something to do with Yi Fan? Su Qingxue said, I want to hold a funeral for my grandmother and my father. I want to go back to my hometown and bury them. This week, I won't go to the company. What? Feng Yuing was even more surprised. Director Su, if you don't go to the company, then the company's operations. Su Qingxue said, the company has left 2 old vice presidents, and the position of vice president is vacant. I plan to let senior sister officially take over the position of vice president at the shareholders' meeting next week. This week, you will take over the position of CEO for me. I will tell Chunya that she knows how to help you. Hearing this, Feng Yuing was in a mess. Her head felt like it wasn't enough, and she felt dizzy, as if she was in a dream. No, Director Su, I'm a vice president at my age. When the words came to her mouth, Feng Yuing felt that something was wrong. After all, Su Qingxue was even younger and was already a CEO. Age is not the key. What matters is ability and comprehension. You understand my business strategy better than the other old higher-ups. Su Qingxue smiled and said, and I trust you a lot. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to go to WQ to negotiate. Feng Yuing was silent. Her bright eyes flickered as she looked at Su Qingxue and then at Yi Fan, who was at the side. Her emotions were complicated. In the end, Feng Yuing nodded. I understand. I will do my best. It's not that you have to do your best. It's that you have to do it well. The brocade doesn't need people who do their best. They only need people who do it well. Su Qingxue said. Feng Yuing bit her lower lip. I understand. Yi Fan sat at the side, listening to the conversation between the 2 women, but didn't say anything. The 2 of them were talking about work, not about their private lives. Yi Fan felt that it was better for him not to interrupt and let them handle their own matters. This was respect for Su Qingxue and also for Feng Yuing. After Feng Yuing left, Su Qingxue seemed to be a little tired and slowly lay down on the bed. Go back and sleep. It's useless to stay here. Su Qingxue said leisurely. Yi Fan lay on the chair and said, Why is it useless? You're so bored by yourself. It's good for me to chat with you. Chatting. Su Qingxue seemed to think for a moment and said, Did you already see that Aunt Jiang knows Kung Fu? Li Fan Xian's gaze froze. He didn't expect that Su Qingxue would talk to him about these things. But since Su Qingxue had already involved quite a few people from the underground world, there was no harm in telling her about it. Thus Yi Fan nodded. Those who have practiced martial arts, their spirit, their walking posture, the weight of their footsteps, and their auras are all different from ordinary people. After seeing more, they will naturally be able to tell. Then what about Grandma and the others? Su Qingxue asked again. Yi Fan said, Grandma has never practiced before, and neither has your father. Perhaps in the eyes of your grandparents, not practicing martial arts and not entering the underground world is the best result. However, it seems that it's impossible not to come into contact with them. Su Qingxue replied with an N. After a moment of silence, she asked, The underground world, what exactly is it like? This question is too big. How do you want me to answer you? Yi Fan smiled. Then tell me, the organization that came to capture me this time is called Wandering Souls, or something. What level is it in the underground world? Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan curled his lips. Wandering Souls can barely be considered a B rank organization. Because their range of activities is small, they haven't experienced much of a test, so they can be considered to have taken advantage of the situation to get to B. In the underground world, this kind of organization is considered very ordinary. Grade B? Are there any more A rank S? Yes, the lowest is C, and the highest is B, A, and the highest is S. However, the number of S organizations can be counted on one hand. It's too few. Yifan explained. Chapter 218. 0.218-inch battle damage ratio, Yifan said. What do you mean? Su Qingxue didn't understand. Yifan continued. It is to compare everyone in the organization with the defeated opponents of the organization to produce a ratio. For example, if one person killed 10 people, then the battle damage ratio would be 1:10. If one killed 100, then it would be 1:100. Generally speaking, in the underground world, the base level of combat strength was at least at the level of a special forces soldier. According to the battle casualty ratio, the requirement for a C rank is 1:10, for a B rank 1:100, and for an A rank 1:1000. As for an S rank 1:10,000, no more, no less. Su Qingxue's delicate body trembled in her blanket. Her gaze moved as she said, "What you mean is, to reach an S-class organization, on average, each member would need to kill 10,000 special forces soldiers before they could do so? I might not necessarily kill 10,000 people. If I kill some experts, then I can count it as dozens of people or even hundreds of people. Therefore, the reason why the requirements for S-class were so high was mainly because people at this level often killed experts. Naturally, it's very easy to add a few hundred heads after a battle." Yifan smiled bitterly. "Do you think this is too crazy?" Su Qingxue was silent for a while. It was really hard for her to imagine what it was like to kill thousands of people. However, the woman was also very puzzled. How did all of this come about? She asked, "Who has the final say on this level?" Li Fanxian shrugged his shoulders. Several major countries in the world and a few top organizations have jointly established a neutral evaluation organization called Seth, which is also known as the Seth Association. Seth was the ancient Egyptian god of chaos and war. This was in line with the main characteristics of the underground world, chaos and war. The main responsibility of the Site Association was to evaluate battles of all sizes in the underground world and judge the battles between the various organizations. Generally speaking, the ratings of the Site Association are relatively accurate, and the higher the level of the organization, the more accurate it is. Some of the C and B level are suspected of being fake. After Yifan finished speaking, he was afraid that the woman wouldn't understand, so he asked, "Is there anything you don't understand?" Su Qingxue was silent for a moment, then faintly said, "Why are you so familiar?" Li Fanxian grinned. "After all, I've been here before, so I more or less know the rules." Su Qingxue didn't ask any further. The man's answer clearly showed that he didn't want to talk about his own experiences. Perhaps she should also try to understand the appearance of the underground world. Su Qingxue muttered in her heart. The next day, Yifan accompanied Su Qingxue out of the hospital. When they returned home, Aunt Jiang had already prepared the ashes. The three of them set off for their hometown and city, which was only half a day's drive from Huahai. Back then, Su Yuwei and Bai Shuqin started their business in this small city. Later on, they moved to Huahai and established the embroidery group. But for Su Yuwei and his wife, this quiet and beautiful little city was the home they truly loved. In the afternoon, Yifan and Su Qingxue brought the urn to a cemetery bought by the Su family. A light drizzle was falling from the sky, and the whole world was overcast, making people feel quite depressed. Yifan held a large black umbrella and walked together with Su Qingxue. Aunt Jiang, who was behind him, held an umbrella and silently followed. Yifan held a large black umbrella and walked with Su Qingxue. Aunt Jiang, who was behind him, held an umbrella and silently followed. It was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He had slightly curly hair, a slightly narrow face, and a small mustache. He wore a gray-striped mandarin jacket and gray and white trousers. He was dressed very conventionally. He was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He had a head full of slightly curly hair, narrow cheeks, and a mustache. He wore a gray-striped mandarin jacket and gray pants. If one took a closer look, they would discover that although this man didn't have an umbrella, the rain couldn't get close to his body, keeping his clothes dry. On the other hand, when Aunt Jiang saw this person, her face became a bit uneasy and worried. "Who is it?" Su Qingxue was a bit curious. She came to the tombstone and asked. The man had been staring at the tombstone the entire time, and only now did he slowly turn around. After sizing up Su Qingxue, he slightly nodded. When he saw the two urns in Su Qingxue's arms, his gaze became somewhat strange. "It seems like you're the only one left," the man said. Su Qingxue raised her guard. "What do you mean? Who are you?" The man's mouth curled into a strange smile. "My name is Su Wei, but you might not have heard of me." Su Wei. Su Qingxue was stunned and turned to look at Aunt Jiang. Aunt Jiang frowned, but also shook her head, indicating that she didn't know. "Who the hell are you?" Su Qingxue asked suspiciously. "Why are you in front of my ancestral grave? Are you my relative?" "Ancestral grave?" Su Wei chuckled and said, "Do you think this is your family's ancestral grave? Isn't it?" Su Qingxue asked. Su Wei lowered his head and smiled. "It doesn't matter, if you say so. You don't need to ask too clearly who I am. It will only be bad for you if you know. Today, I came to find you because I wanted to ask you to take back something. What is it?" Su Qingxue was confused. She felt that Aunt Jiang, who was behind her, was also hiding something from her. Su Wei said, "A thumb ring. On it is written, 'Nothing can be seen.'" Hearing that, Su Qingxue subconsciously looked at Yi Fan beside her and said, "That is our Su family's heirloom. How did you know about it? Why should I give it to you?" "That is not your family heirloom. It does not belong to you. With your ability, you will not be able to protect it," Su Wei said. "I'm sorry, in my opinion, you're purely a bandit. I will not give you my family heirloom," Su Qingxue said coldly. Su Wei narrowed his eyes. His gaze swept towards Aunt Jiang, who was behind him, and said with a grin, "You must be Jiang Yuan. Do you think that it is really good for her to do this?" Su Qingxue suddenly turned her head. As she expected, Aunt Jiang knew about Su Wei's background. Aunt Jiang had a guarded look on her face. "I am just a servant. These matters are not under my control." "Is that so? You think that you are a servant, but Su Qingxue probably thinks that you are her relative." Su Wei's lips curled into an evil smile. Then he suddenly reached out and grabbed Aunt Jiang's neck. Aunt Jiang instantly reacted. She threw away her umbrella and retreated. Her body slid backwards, and she flew back more than 10 meters in an instant. "Aunt Jiang!" Su Qingxue exclaimed. She didn't expect that Su Wei would make a move without any warning. In the rain, Su Wei's body was extremely light, as if he was walking with the wind, carefree and unrestrained. Although Su Qingxue was very surprised by Aunt Jiang's qigong, in front of Su Wei, she seemed to be quite restrained. Two figures flew through the bushes and shrubs. The slope at the waist of the mountain seemed as if they were walking on flat ground. One of Su Wei's hands passed through the curtain of rain. All the rainwater was unable to get close to his body as it continuously approached Aunt Jiang's throat. "Jiang Yuan, with your skills, it would be a waste to be a servant," Su Wei teased as he chased after her. Chapter 219, 0219. How could Su Qingxue be willing to leave now? Her family had passed away, and the only elder who was like a family member was Aunt Jiang. If Aunt Jiang was killed, she would definitely not be able to accept it. "Stop, Su Wei. No matter who you are. Stop now," Su Qingxue shouted, but Su Wei had no intention of stopping. At this moment, Aunt Jiang was forced to the side of the mountain wall. She kicked the stone wall behind her, spun her body, and struck towards Su Wei's forehead. Su Wei extended 2 fingers from his right hand and pierced Aunt Jiang's palm sharply. Bam! The zhenqi produced an explosion, and Aunt Jiang cried out in pain. She fell to the ground and took a few steps back. Her palm was already scarlet red, and her entire hand was starting to go numb. "You are only at the beginning of the innate stage, and I am already at the peak of the innate stage. I am 2 levels higher than you. You are not my match at all." Su Wei smiled proudly and stepped forward. wanting to capture Aunt Jiang. Aunt Jiang took a step to the side and kicked a rock. The rock drew a strong trajectory and smashed towards Su Wei's chest. Su Wei scoffed coldly. He condensed a ball of grayish-white innate chi in his left hand and slammed it towards the rock. Boom! With an explosion, the solid rock shattered and flew in all directions. Heaven and earth, aura. Aunt Jiang's face was ashen. Su Wei's face was cold. Since you can still recognize the heaven and earth aura, you should obediently surrender. Don't even think about it. Even if I have to risk my life, I won't let you get away with it. Aunt Jiang saw that Yi Fan still didn't bring Su Qingxue away and shouted anxiously, "Yi Fan, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and bring the miss away." But Yi Fan didn't say anything. He frowned and was thinking about something. Su Qingxue didn't want to leave at all. She pulled Yi Fan's arm. "Yi Fan, hurry up and help Aunt Jiang. Go." Yi Fan hesitated for a moment and asked with a serious face, "Xiao Shui, are you willing to hand over that thumb ring?" Su Qingxue was stunned. She didn't expect Yi Fan to suddenly ask about this. "I can help Aunt Jiang, and I can bring you away. But the thumb ring is with us. They will still find us. Are you willing to hand over the thumb ring?" Su Qingxue's eyes slowly turned from confusion to clarity and persistence. "That's what my grandparents have kept for their entire lives. How can you hand it over so easily?" "Then in the future, there will definitely be a lot of trouble," Yi Fan reminded. Su Qingxue said angrily, "Is there less trouble now? There are only winners standing, no losers standing. I don't know who that person is, but I would rather die than kneel for the rest of my life." Yi Fan narrowed his eyes, grinned, and reached out to touch the woman's smooth cheeks. "No wonder you're my wife. You have a backbone. What are you doing?" Su Qingxue was going crazy. What time was this? And this man still had the mood to tease her. "Don't worry, Aunt Jiang won't die that easily." Yi Fan smiled. Qingxue's face was filled with confusion, but suddenly her vision blurred and she discovered that Yi Fan had already disappeared. At this moment, Su Wei condensed another ball of universe energy in his hand and slapped it down towards Aunt Jiang. Aunt Jiang was forced to the point where she had nowhere to retreat. She could only gather her true energy and forcefully take on this attack. Just at this moment, a figure appeared in front of Aunt Jiang like a ghost. Bam! The sail raised its left hand high up, and its palm met Su Wei's palm. The Qinquan energy let out a muffled, thunderous sound. Su Wei somersaulted in the air and landed steadily on the ground. He looked at Yi Fan in astonishment. "It's you." Su Wei didn't care about Yi Fan at all, because Yi Fan didn't have the slightest aura of inner force cultivation. However, Yi Fan actually forcefully received his palm and didn't use any true energy. This naturally shocked him. Even Aunt Jiang looked at Yi Fan in surprise. The old lady already knew that Yi Fan was strong and had an extraordinary background, but she had never seen it with her own eyes. Yi Fan turned around and asked with a smile, "Aunt Jiang, are you all right?" Aunt Jiang nodded and panted, "It's nothing serious." "Aunt Jiang, accompany Xiao Shui. I'll handle it," Yi Fan said lightly. She didn't know why, but when Aunt Jiang heard Yi Fan's calm words, she felt an irresistible pressure. Aunt Jiang had a lot of experience and felt that Yi Fan's identity was extraordinary and unfathomable. Yes, Aunt Jiang's tone became a lot more respectful as she silently walked back to Su Qingxue. Su Wei's expression changed for a while and said, "You must be Su Qingxue's husband. I remember now. Your name is Yi Fan." Yi Fan smiled slightly, then took out the thumb ring that he carried with him. "You're looking for this, right?" Once he saw the jade thumb ring, Su Wei's eyes immediately revealed a hint of warmth. He stretched out his hand. "Leave it to me. This doesn't belong to you." Yi Fan shook his head. "This is already mine. Bai Shuqin gave it to me. I'm the owner of this thumb ring now." "Nonsense. Quickly hand over the thumb ring." Su Wei was furious. However, Yi Fan's face turned cold. He put the thumb ring on his thumb and said with a dignified expression, "See the truth." Su Wei's entire body trembled and his face stiffened. He seemed to be very unwilling as he gritted his teeth and said, "You are not one of our Heaven's Eyes people. Even if you were the Ghost Valley Ring, you still can't order me around. According to the rules of Sky Eye, the wearer of the Ghost Valley Ring is the rightful master of the Ghost Valley. Not to mention that you came to snatch the ring without permission. Now that you see me wearing the ring, you still refuse to kneel down. Isn't this treason? If the elders of the Ghost Valley found out, guess what would they do?" Yi Fan asked. Su Wei's face was ashen, and his expression was hesitant. "You? How could you be so familiar with our Heaven's Eyes? Just who are you?" Yi Fan noticed his expression and immediately laughed evilly. "Sure enough, my guess was right. You came out of the Ghost Valley on your own, right? You definitely didn't get the approval of the Elders Guild. Haha, you are really daring. Humph. That depends on whether or not you have the chance to spread the news." Su Wei's face was fierce. His hands were spread out in front of him, and two balls of Jinshi, one gray and one white, quickly converged. He fiercely pushed forward, and in an instant, dozens of grayish-white streams of air turned into arrows and whizzed towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan didn't seem to be able to react. He just stood there in a daze with an indifferent face. In the distance, Su Qingxue and Aunt Jiang were both frightened out of their wits. Seeing that Yi Fan didn't move at all, their hearts beat even faster. "Yi Fan, run!" Su Qingxue exclaimed. Seeing that Yi Fan was about to be engulfed by the Qinquan aura, the corner of Su Wei's mouth revealed sneer. Bang, 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 bang. Chapter 220. 0220. However, when the smoke and dust dissipated, everyone discovered that Yi Fan's entire body had actually disappeared. Su Wei's eyes narrowed, wondering how this could happen. No matter what, it was impossible for him to explode to the point where not even his bones could be seen. "You're looking for me?" A teasing voice appeared behind Su Wei. Su Wei's entire body quivered. He suddenly turned around and discovered that Yi Fan was actually standing behind him. Yi Fan smiled evilly and said, as expected of one of the Ghost Valley's absolute arts, the Heaven and Earth Supreme Qi. "It's indeed powerful, but unfortunately, no matter how fierce your bombs are, the people you throw them at won't be able to kill you." "You? How could you?" Su Wei couldn't understand. Yi Fan didn't even have any Jin Qi, so he shouldn't have any movement techniques. Could it be that he forcefully used his speed to avoid so many astral energies? Yi Fan was too lazy to explain. "You are not my match. Before this matter gets out of hand, I advise you to leave." Su Wei flew into a rage out of humiliation and pretended to strike Yi Fan's chest again. At such a close distance, he believed that Yi Fan would not be able to escape. However, Yi Fan was a step faster and grabbed Su Wei's arm. "I already said, you're not my match." Yi Fan was a little impatient. After saying that, he turned around and threw Su Wei out. With this throw, Su Wei's body was like a cannonball, spinning 7 or 8 times in the air before falling diagonally down the hillside. Su Wei's body was out of control in midair. He felt as if his arm was about to be dislocated, and in the end he fell into a pile of bushes in a sorry state. Aunt Jiang, who was not far away, widened her eyes. Su Qingxue couldn't see through it, but Aunt Jiang could. Yi Fan didn't use any Jin Qi at all. He only used his physical strength to throw Su Wei, an expert at the peak of the Xiantian realm, down the mountain like a sandbag. This was not simply a matter of strength. This meant that Yi Fan's body could completely ignore the Jinqi of the peak of the Xiantian realm. How is this possible? Aunt Jiang had never seen such a tyrannical and unreasonable martial art before. Su Wei stood up shakily from the bushes. He was also baffled. He didn't even know how he had been thrown down. Raising his head, he saw that Yi Fan was already more than 30 meters away from him. One could imagine how much strength he used to throw it. "Damn it, stinking brat. Who the hell are you?" Su Wei roared. Yi Fan looked towards the entrance of the graveyard in the distance, then jumped, directly jumping over 30 meters and steadily landed in front of Su Wei. Su Wei subconsciously took a few steps back. He couldn't figure out where Yi Fan came from and was already afraid in his heart. "Don't be afraid. I won't hit you. I think you should think about how to solve your own problems first." Yi Fan pouted towards Su Wei's back. Su Wei turned around, and his expression immediately changed. A rather handsome man with shoulder-length hair, wearing a dark red long-sleeved coat, and two gray-robed servants quickly leaped from the foot of the mountain to the mountainside. These three people were dressed the same as Su Wei, as if they were out of place in this era. They were very different. Su Wei, you acted on your own and came here to snatch the Ghost Valley ring. This matter has already been found out by the Elders Guild. Immediately return to the Ghost Valley with us and accept the punishment of the Elders Guild. The long-haired man said with an ice-cold gaze. Su Wei said with a disdainful expression, Zhu Gaxiang, what nonsense are you spouting? I was only ordered by my father to come here to pay my respects to my deceased elders. Don't use the heart of a villain to measure the heart of a gentleman. As he said that, Su Wei pointed at Yi Fan's hand. The Ghost Valley ring is perfectly fine and is being worn by that outsider. Hearing that, Zhu Gaxiang's gaze immediately locked onto Yi Fan's body. He looked at Yi Fan thoughtfully and said, Who are you? However, Yi Fan gave a strange smile and asked, Your name is Zhu Gaxiang? So what if I am? Who is Zhu Tianming to you? Zhu Gaxiang's expression became serious, and he asked hesitantly, You know my master? Oh, so you are his disciple. I guess we know each other. Yi Fan nodded and smiled. You guys can leave. Although I don't know what happened inside your heaven's eye, this thumb ring belongs to my wife. She said that if she doesn't want to hand it over, then you guys won't be able to take it away. You are Su Qingshue's husband, Yi Fan? Zhu Gaxiang frowned and said, Since you know quite a bit, then you should be clear that the Ghost Valley ring is not something that outsiders can wear. First of all, since I married Su Qingxue, I am not an outsider. Secondly, with just you guys, you can't control me. Yi Fan smiled confidently. Su Wei said sourly, Zhu Gaxiang, did you hear that? Now, even a random person can take away this thumb ring. Do you think this is proper? Zhu Gaxiang said, I will report this matter to Master, and the Council of Elders will also make a decision. As for you, Su Wei, you have no right to interfere. Do you think I would be afraid of your Zhuge family? So what if the Su family came here to pay their respects? Su Wei's face was full of disdain. Zhu Gaxiang looked at Yi Fan and said, I have never heard my master mention you. What proof do you have that you know my master? What? I don't know your master. Are you going to attack me? Yi Fan smiled playfully. The Ghost Valley ring cannot be worn on the hands of an unknown person. Zhu Gaxiang said seriously. Yi Fan sighed. Looks like the Ghost Valley is indeed in chaos. I am wearing the ring, but you guys don't have the slightest bit of reverence. If we didn't have any reverence, we would have already attacked you and cut off your finger. Zhu Gaxiang's face darkened. Yi Fan was silent for a moment, then said, Divine wrath. Both Zhu Gaxiang and Su Wei's expressions changed. They subconsciously took a few steps back as if they were facing a great enemy. The two of them looked nervous. After confirming that Yi Fan didn't have any hostility, Zhu Gaxiang respectfully said, So that's how it is. Since that's the case, then we will leave first. I will definitely report this matter to my master. Su Wei, on the other hand, revealed a trace of lingering fear. He finally understood why he couldn't take advantage of Yi Fan at all. He was even glad that he was still alive. Tell your master that the thumb ring belongs to my wife. I'm just keeping it safe. Since we've been living harmoniously for so many years, there's no need to make things too stiff. Yi Fan lightly said. Zhu Gaxiang expressionlessly nodded. I will pass on the message. Goodbye. After saying that, Zhu Gaxiang looked at Su Wei and left with his two servants. Zhu Gaxiang was very clear that even if they didn't capture Su Wei wouldn't dare to stay in front of Yi Fan for even a moment longer. Sure enough, when Su Wei saw Zhu Gaxiang leave, he immediately followed him. The graveyard once again returned to silence. Chapter 221. 0221. Su Qingxue looked at Yi Fan with a complicated gaze. Although she was pulled away by Aunt Jiang because of safety concerns, she could tell a lot of things from listening to what they were saying. When my grandmother gave this to you, you knew that there would be trouble, right? Su Qingxue asked. Yi Fan shrugged, thinking that the real trouble hadn't arrived yet. so he could only admit it now. Yes. Then why did you take it? Yifan laughed heartily. There are gains and losses. To marry a beautiful wife, you have to pay something. In order to marry me, you can disregard your life? Su Qingxue asked aggressively. Yifan rubbed his nose. Xiao Shui, your words are a bit serious. I'm still fine, but what if you die? Su Qingxue's eyes were sparkling. Then I don't regret marrying you, Yifan said. You idiot. Su Qingxue's nose was sore. Aunt Jiang said happily, Miss, it's all thanks to the old madam's foresight that she didn't misjudge Yifan. Su Qingxue's eyes were red, and she said softly, from the beginning to the end, everything was hidden from me. Only I was like an idiot. I didn't know what happened at all. Miss, why would you think that? Old master and old madam both want to protect you. They're doing it for your own good. There are a lot of things that you know too early. It will only be bad for you, Aunt Jiang hurriedly explained. What about now? Can you tell me what Grandpa and Grandma are hiding from me? Why did those people come looking for me? What does this thumb ring represent? Su Qingxue asked repeatedly. This. Aunt Jiang was very hesitant. Yifan sighed. Aunt Jiang, it's time. Actually, there are a lot of things that I don't understand. Tell me everything you know. Otherwise, we won't be able to prepare for what might happen in the future. Aunt Jiang let out a long sigh. All right, I didn't expect that they would find us so quickly. After we bury the old madam and master, we'll go home and talk slowly. Yifan and Su Qingxue were naturally not in a hurry. They carefully placed the ashes of their two relatives and placed the flowers before leaving the cemetery. When they returned to the Su family's old mansion, the sky had already darkened. Turning on the yellow antique lamp in the living room, Yifan and Su Qingxue sat on the sofa and prepared to listen to Aunt Jiang talk about the past. Aunt Jiang didn't seem to know where to start, so she asked Yifan, Yifan, what do you know now? Why don't you tell me first? If there's anything you don't understand, I'll add it. Qingxue also looked at Fan, her beautiful eyes flashing as she listened attentively. Fan, Qingxue, Yifan, Qingxue said. Fan, Qingxue said, and you said that the highest level is S-class. The battle damage ratio needs to reach 1 to 10,000, and the number can be counted on one hand. Su Qingxue's memory was extremely good. As Fan, rank, Yi rank Fan, Yi be the Yi and I, Yi of Dynasty, Yin of Long. As for the third one, it was Sky Eye, the Heaven's Eye. In China, this organization was also known as the Ghost Valley. It was said that there was nothing in the world that the Sky Eye could not investigate, and there was no truth that could be hidden from the Sky Eye. As long as the Sky Eye wanted to know, they would know. They knew too many secrets. These secrets were enough to set off a great war in the world, enough to turn those in power into street rats. No country dared to provoke them. Even if their combat strength wasn't the strongest, the intelligence network they had established since ancient times dominated the world. Therefore, the creed of the heavens, I, is see the truth in the world, which is also a sentence derived from the omniscient written on this thumb ring. Qingxue was stunned. You mean, my grandparents are from the heavens, I? Yifan smiled bitterly. If it was just someone from the heaven's eye, then he wouldn't have the Ghost Valley ring. As far as I know, only the Ghost Valley Lord can have this ring. However, your grandparents are clearly not in the Ghost Valley and are not the leaders of the Heaven's Eye, so I'm also very curious. Aunt Jiang smiled and said, Yifan does indeed understand a lot. Next, let me, this old woman, say a few words. Actually, the old master and the old madam took the initiative to leave the Ghost Valley when they were young. Listening to Aunt Jiang's explanation, Yifan and Qingxue finally understood the ins and outs of the situation. It turned out that the Ghost Valley had continued to this day with the changes of the times, and the internal structure had also slowly evolved. Initially, the Ghost Valley was managed by the Su, Zhang, Sun, Zhuge, and a few other clans. The Su clan had always been the most orthodox successor of the Ghost Valley. Countless geniuses had appeared in the past generations, leading the Ghost Valley through difficulties time and time again. They were the most respected main clan in the Ghost Valley. Therefore, the Ghost Valley ring had always been owned by the Su family patriarch. However, in Su Youwei's generation, Su Youwei was born unable to cultivate, and his talent was too poor. As the master of the Ghost Valley, he didn't need to be the strongest in the Ghost Valley, but he couldn't be too weak either. Therefore, Su Youwei's father adopted another adopted son called Su Yi after pleading for a son and a daughter to no avail. Su Yi's talent was extremely high, and he quickly surpassed Su Youwei in all aspects. However, Su Yi was not of the Su family's bloodline after all. Therefore, if Su Youwei was here, he would not be able to let Su Yi take over as the master of the Ghost Valley. Because the Su family occupied a lot of seats in the Elders Guild, the conservative Elders Guild did not wish to change the situation of the Ghost Valley, which was dominated by the Su family. In the end, it was decided that before Su Youwei's descendants came out, the Zhuge family, who was in the limelight at that time, would first manage the daily operations of the Ghost Valley together with Su Yi. Su Youwei and Bai Shuqin were both from the Ghost Valley. They knew that their existence was not welcomed by the Zhuge family and Su Yi. If it wasn't for the protection of a group of stubborn people in the Elders Guild, they would have been killed long ago. Therefore, they silently left the Ghost Valley and came to the outside world to work hard, avoiding anything related to the Ghost Valley. However, because the Zhuge family and Su Yi were not the real master of the Ghost Valley, the Ghost Valley ring was still kept by Su Youwei. In name, the Su family was still the main branch of the Ghost Valley, but in fact, the Ghost Valley had already become a division between the Zhuge family and Su Yi, the outsider. When Su Chongping was born, there were people from the Elders Guild who came over to see if they could bring him back to the Ghost Valley to be nurtured. In the end, the Elders Guild was very disappointed. Su Chongping's aptitude was not even as good as Su Youwei's. As the elders died one after another, the voices of protecting the Su family and waiting for the new master of the Ghost Valley also weakened. Su Youwei and Bai Shuqin had always been very worried that sooner or later, when the Elders Guild could not suppress the Zhuge family and Su Yi, would they kill their own descendants. Even if they were willing to hand over the Ghost Valley ring, their blood and their descendants would be a threat to anyone who took over as the master of the Ghost Valley. Moreover, as the legitimate successor of the Su family, how could Su Youwei and his wife be willing to give up the inheritance rights of the Heaven's Eye? Actually, when the old master brought you home, he had great expectations for you. He even wanted to find the Elders Guild of the Ghost Valley to teach you martial arts. But Su Yi and the Zhuge family are already too powerful. If they know that you're practicing martial arts and are preparing to return to the Ghost Valley, they might be forced to jump over the wall. In the end, the old master and the old madam were also very conflicted, so they could only take a step back and keep a low profile so that the people in the Ghost Valley would not come looking for trouble with us. Aunt Jiang said with a helpless expression. Su Qingshue's eyes were blurry. She didn't expect that her family would have such a background. She needed to work hard to control her emotions in order to calmly think about other things. Chapter 222. 0222 Aunt Jiang also nodded worriedly. That's right, but we don't have a better way. Previously, we could only try our best to keep these things a secret. Otherwise, the more Miss knows, the more threat she will pose to the people of the Ghost Valley. Now that Su Yi's men had found their way here, it seemed that the Elders Guild was no longer able to control the situation in the Ghost Valley. Yi Fan, it's better if you bring that thumb ring with you. In your hands, there's at least a chance that you can defend it. Li Fanxian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't this the reason why Bai Shuqin gave him the thumb ring? Rather than letting them take Su Qingxue and the thumb ring away, it would be better to separate the thumb ring from the person. This way, even if they caught Su Qingxue, they would still have to consider how to get the thumb ring. At the very least, they wouldn't immediately harm Su Qingxue's life. And Jiang, this is just a thumb ring. Even if it represents a lot of things, if they really want to kill me, why would they care about this thumb ring? Su Qingxue shook her head desolately. It's not like that. Aunt Jiang hurriedly explained. Miss, this Ghost Valley ring is definitely not a simple symbol. It has a special meaning. It is extremely important to the Ghost Valley. Yi Fan and Su Qingxue were both stunned. Oh, what do you mean? Aunt Jiang cautiously said, I am only a servant in the Ghost Valley, so I am unable to come into contact with too many secrets of the Ghost Valley. But was said that there was a shocking secret on the Ghost Valley ring that involved the founder of the Ghost Valley. The founder relied on this secret to ascend to immortality. Ascension? Become an immortal? Su Qingxue felt that it was too absurd. Aunt Jiang, how could there be such a thing? It's just a legend that doesn't exist. Li Fanxian narrowed his eyes and muttered, could it be that the rumors in the outside world, the Ghost Valley is hiding the wordless heavenly book, is true? Wordless heavenly book? What is that? Su Qingxue asked doubtfully. Yi Fan thought for a moment and said, I have also heard my master mention it before. The reason why the Ghost Valley is known as the Heaven's Eye in the world is because their founder obtained a wordless heavenly book left behind by an immortal. By opening the Heaven's Eye and reading the heavenly book, the martial ancestor had ascended. Later on, he left behind the ancestral teaching of omniscience, which became the creed of the Ghost Valley. It's just that no one has really seen the wordless heavenly book. After the ancestor, no one has heard of any successor of the Ghost Valley ascending to immortality. So, as time passed, it became a legend. Su Qingxue was stunned when she heard this. She had always been a more realistic and rational woman. She was very repulsed by this kind of illusory thing. She couldn't help but be a little suspicious. She couldn't help but look at Aunt Jiang and ask, Aunt Jiang, is there really a wordless book? Mississippi, I was just a servant girl. Back then, when the old master saw that the old master couldn't cultivate, he told me to cultivate and serve and protect the old master. How could I know these secrets? On the other hand, Yi Fan really knows quite a bit. Aunt Jiang smiled bitterly. Yi Fan chuckled and said, Xiao Shui, there are some things that you might think are myths and legends, because there is no reliable scientific theory. But think about it. You have never seen an ancient emperor, you have never seen an ancient Egyptian pharaoh, and you have never seen a Stone Age tribe. But through writing and archaeology, you know that they do exist. Some myths are the same. You have never seen a dragon, you have never seen a phoenix, you have never seen a flying immortal, but it is very possible that there are no words left behind, no fossils left behind, or that we have not found any evidence. But that does not mean that they do not exist. Current scientific research shows that the universe that humans see only accounts for 2% of the universe, or even less. There's still 98% of the universe that we cannot understand or see. If humans use their own scientific thinking model to think about some existences that transcend humans, that would be equivalent to a blind man touching an elephant, short-sighted and biased, isn't it? Su Qingxue became silent and said eagerly, Why do you have to say it one by one? Didn't you say that you didn't even go to university? I can't beat you. I don't understand this either. I need to calm down and think about what to do in the future. After she finished speaking, Su Qingxue stood up, silently walked up to the second floor, and locked herself in her bedroom. Yi Fan sighed. Perhaps to Su Qingxue, unraveling the secret of her life like this was too cruel. She was the only one left in the family, but she had to shoulder the heavy burden of a legendary family with a long history. If it wasn't for Su Qingxue's strong mental fortitude, she would have collapsed a long time ago. Aunt Jiang, make some soup or porridge for her. She didn't even eat dinner. Yi Fan said. Aunt Jiang suddenly stood up with a complicated expression, then knelt down on the carpet. Aunt Jiang, what are you doing? Yi Fan was stunned and hurriedly went to support her. Yi Fan, if it wasn't for you today, Miss and I would have been persecuted by Su Wei. From today onwards, Miss will have to rely on you. You must not give up on Miss. Aunt Jiang looked at the man eagerly. Yi Fan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This was so grand that he felt awkward. He hurriedly helped Aunt Jiang up and said, Aunt Jiang, I took the Ghost Valley ring, so I won't regret it. Don't worry, as long as I'm alive, I won't let them succeed. It doesn't matter if Xiao Shui wants to live a peaceful life, or if she wants to return to the Ghost Valley to revive the Su family. I won't leave her. Aunt Jiang's eyes were brimming with tears as she smiled and nodded. All right then. Then I'll go make soup. Seeing the old lady turn around and run into the kitchen, Yifan raised his head to look at the closed door on the second floor inside. The next day, Shu Qingxue didn't plan to return to Huahai. It seemed that this relatively quiet city could allow a woman's tired body and mind to relax better. Yifan originally wanted to pull Shu Qingxue out for a walk, but Shu Qingxue wasn't in the mood and told Yifan to ignore her. Yifan had no other choice. It wasn't a big deal to stay at home and watch TV all day, so he walked out of the house by himself. And city was a tourist city. Many places had antique pedestrian streets, so there was no lack of places to stroll. Yifan strolled around by himself, planning to find a small restaurant on the old street to have lunch before going back. When he passed by a small shop that was shooting balloons, he stopped in his tracks. At this moment, there were a few young girls and young men working hard to shoot balloons. One of them was actually very familiar with Yifan. "Aya, Moo, stop playing. You could buy a bear with the money you spend." No, I don't believe that I can't beat 9 of them today." Chapter 223. 0223 inch were you playing at? Seeing an acquaintance in a city, Yifan was naturally in a good mood, so he went up and asked. This gave Moo a fright. She turned around and saw that it was Yifan. The girl's white and clean face revealed a happy smile. "Yifan, why are you here?" Yifan shrugged. "There's something going on at home, so I came over." "What about you? Why are you here instead of going to school?" "We are doing extracurricular activities and field training. Today is a free activity, so we came over to play," Moo said. Yifan also didn't know that the school actually had these tricks, so he couldn't help but ask in anticipation, "Then did your teacher Do come?" "Oomph, you're only thinking of our teacher Do didn't lead the team this time." "Why? Is it a pity? Am I not good looking?" Moo muttered sourly. "You little girl, I'm looking for your teacher Do. What does it have to do with you?" Yifan laughed. Moo pouted and said, "I don't care. You came at the right time. Hurry up and help me take down that bear." As Moo spoke, he pointed at the especially large teddy bear in the shop. "That bear needs to hit 9 out of 10 to get it. I've already spent more than 100 yuan. At most, I can hit 5 or 6 at a time. It's so annoying," Moo complained. When Tang Ji-hui saw Yifan, his face was filled with displeasure. "Moo, I'll fight for you. Just now, I hit 8 times, so I'll definitely be able to do it a few more times. Even if I hit 1,000 times, I'll still help you take down that bear. I'll let Yifan fight for me. What does that have to do with you?" Moo rolled his eyes at Tang Ji-hui. Fan Xian had nothing better to do, so such a small request could still satisfy the girl. Thus, he took the gun and asked the owner of the shop, "How much is it once?" The young boss smiled and said, $10 a time." "All right, 10 then." Yifan took out a piece of change and handed it over. "Hey, you're only going to top up 10 yuan? I advise you to directly take 100, or else it will be troublesome to recharge again and again." Tang Ji-hui mocked. Yifan didn't care about him. He picked up the air gun and fired at a balloon. In the end, it was empty. "Huh, Moo, look, do you think he really knows everything? You can sing, play games, and even shoot balloons?" Tang Ji-hui was relieved. Moo retorted, "He just started fighting. Why are you in such a hurry?" He just wanted to test the trajectory of the air gun. After all, this was not a real gun, so he was very clear about the basic trajectory. After confirming the trajectory, Yifan made a slight correction and then started shooting. Bang, bang, bang. 9 consecutive explosions shocked Moo and the other 3, as well as the owner of the shop. Yifan put down the air gun, smiled, and extended his hand toward the boss. "Boss, bring the bear over." The boss's face turned pale. He had never encountered such an accurate shot in the 2 years he had been in business. Occasionally, some soldiers would come over, but they would have to shoot 4 or 5 times before they could succeed. Moo happily took the big bear doll and proudly made a face at Tang Ji-hui. Tang Ji-hui threw away the air gun with an ugly expression on his face. He was too lazy to fire the remaining shots. "Yifan, can you hit it a few more times? I want that Pikachu, and that chinchilla too." Moo's big eyes blinked as he said coquettishly, "Moo, you're too dissatisfied. Look at the boss's face, it's already dark." Su Xiuxiu laughed from the side. The shop owner was indeed a bit embarrassed. What he feared the most in this kind of business was to meet an expert. Fortunately, Yifan didn't want to bully people too much. It wasn't easy for them to do some small business, so he said, "I'm hungry. I want to go eat, so I'll be leaving first." Moo pouted regretfully, but quickly grabbed Yifan's arm. "I'm hungry too. Let's go eat together. For Big Bear's sake, I'll treat you to a good meal." When Yifan heard that someone was treating him, he also beamed with joy, thinking that this girl was quite sensible. Tang Ji Hui's expression changed. He took out his phone and looked at it, saying, "Then you guys go ahead and eat. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." "Don't, Boss Tang. If you want to chase after Moo, how can you be afraid now?" Zhang Kaiqiang said with a smile. "How could I be afraid? It's just that someone is treating me to a meal, so I have to go over." Tang Ji Hui's face was full of displeasure. He glared at Yifan and left first. Moo couldn't wait for Tang Ji Hui to leave quickly. She dragged Yifan and ran towards the direction of the food street. The four of them arrived at a local restaurant in the city. They ordered a bunch of dishes and were enjoying themselves. At this moment, an honest-looking man wearing a jacket and holding a single-lens reflex camera walked into the restaurant. The man politely came to Moo's side and asked with a smile, "Hello, beautiful lady. I am a photographer from Enchi Media and also a talent scout. This is my business card." The man placed a business card in front of Moo. His name was Zhao Jian. "Star Scout?" Moo was eating the chicken feet. There was still some grease on her mouth, and her little face was a little stupefied. "Yes." Zhao Jian smiled and said, "I just passed by here and found that your looks and temperament are very outstanding. I want to invite you to our studio for an audition. If it's suitable, I want to invite you to be our model." Being praised like this, as a young girl, Moo was a little vain, so she was naturally happy. Especially with Yifan by her side, Moo was especially proud and subconsciously glanced at Yifan. "Did you hear that, Yifan? This uncle said that I can be a model." Yifan also admitted that the girl's conditions were more than enough to be a celebrity. "Then do you like to be a model?" Moo giggled and handed the business card back to Zhao Jian. "I don't want to be a model, nor do I want to be a celebrity, so forget it." Zhao Jian was not angry. He smiled and said, "Then this little beauty, can you help us take a group of photos? Depending on the effect, we will give you a price of 5 to 10,000. Sign a contract and pay on the spot. It won't take you much time." "Wow, Moo, you can earn 10,000 just by taking a few photos? Hurry up and go. You usually take selfies anyway." Su Xiaoxiao said excitedly. Moo was also a little moved. It wasn't a matter of 10,000 yuan, but it was a matter of taking beautiful photos. A girl like her would definitely like it. "Is it troublesome? Will you wear a bikini?" Moo was still very careful, afraid that he would meet a bad person. Zhao Jian laughed and said, "Miss, you worry too much. We're shooting winter clothes, and they're all very thick clothes. We are a local company in a city, not some kind of scammer." Moo thought for a moment, then asked, "Then can you give me a copy of the photo after you finish?" "Of course you can, but you can't take it out for commercial use. After all, it's our copyright," Zhao Jian said. Moo's gaze moved as he looked at Yifan. Finally, he was moved and agreed. After spending some time, after finishing his meal and paying the bill, Yifan planned to go back. However, Moo pulled the man and insisted on letting Yifan see the photos she had taken. Chapter 224. 0224. Everyone followed Zhao Jian across 2 streets and arrived at the entrance of a company. This media company rented 2 floors, and Moo was invited to the studio on the 2nd floor. Yifan and the other 2 were in the reception room downstairs, eating snacks and drinking tea. Su Xiaoxiao originally wanted to run upstairs to take a look at the filming site, but she was stopped by the staff with the reason that unrelated people were not allowed to enter the studio. In order to reassure them, the female staff at the front desk even displayed the company's license and certificate, telling them not to worry too much. Li Fanxian didn't really look at these licenses. He only looked at the staff at the front desk and the 2 security guards guarding the door, revealing a suspicious expression. "Su Xiaoxiao, you 2 stay here. I'll go out and buy a pack of cigarettes," Yi Fan said, and walked out of the company's door. The two security guards saw Yi Fan go out and didn't care much. At the same time, Moo, who was on the second floor, walked into a studio and found that there were indeed a lot of winter clothes and props used for filming. The girl saw some of the staff walking back and forth, looking rather professional, and felt a little relieved. "Come, Miss Moo, drink some water. This is the contract we prepared for you." Zhao Jian took a cup of water and a document and placed it in front of Moo. Moo took the cup of water and thanked him. After taking a sip, he began to read the contract. But halfway through, the girl asked curiously, "Didn't you say that you would pay based on the effect? Then I'll sign this first. How should I set the price?" Zhao Jian was startled, as if he hadn't thought of this question. He then chuckled and said, "Miss Moo, we'll give you 10,000 yuan. Your figure and appearance are definitely outstanding, so 10,000 yuan is definitely necessary." "Oh, is that so?" Moo was overjoyed when he heard this. Just as he was about to finish reading the signature, he realized that his eyes were a little blurry and his head was a little dizzy. Zhao Jian asked with concern, "Miss Moo, what's wrong?" Moo held his forehead. "I don't know. I'm so dizzy." Zhao Jian looked carefully, and after confirming something, he stood up and waved to the staff around him. "All right, I've taken the bait. Come over and work." A clothing master man, who was pretending to tidy up his clothes, grinned and said, "Brother Zhao, you're good. You can even find such a beautiful girl." Another man who was playing with the lights rolled up his sleeves and said with a smile, "Young ladies nowadays, the more beautiful they are, the more arrogant they are. Which one of them doesn't want to become a famous star? Cut the crap. Quickly strip him and take a picture. When she wakes up, she'll be crying and throwing a tantrum. It'll take a lot of effort to take her down." Zhao Jian commanded. Brother Zhao, don't be anxious. Such a beautiful girl. If you don't enjoy the process a little more, what a waste. Once the photos are released, there will definitely be bosses who will want to buy her. At that time, we won't have a chance to enjoy her." Moo was already lying on a table. She could vaguely hear these words in her ears. She was anxious, angry, and filled with fear. However, she didn't even have the strength to speak, and her tongue didn't even listen to her. In her blurry vision, she saw a hand reaching towards her chest. A tear fell from the corner of Moo's eyes. Clang! The deafening sound startled everyone in the studio on the second floor. He saw that the window on the second floor, which was made of bumpers, had been forcefully destroyed by someone, and all the aluminum alloy had fallen to the ground. Amidst the smoke and dust, Yi Fan pushed open the window and jumped in. From the beginning, Yi Fan was at the top of a house next door, watching everything inside. Seeing that it was as he had thought, there was a problem with the people in this company, Yi Fan directly barged in. You're that person from just now." Zhao Jian's face turned green as he recognized Yi Fan. "Your acting skills are not bad. I almost thought that you guys were a regular company." Yi Fan smiled. Moo forced his eyes open and saw that it was Yi Fan. He wanted to shout, but he became more and more dizzy and fell asleep. Zhao Jian and the rest looked as if they were facing a formidable enemy. They had never encountered such a situation before. Usually they would trick the girls over, take pictures and videos, then threaten them. After the girls were released, the girls would not dare to report them. Every time, they would do it flawlessly. "How did you know? You're a plainclothes cop?" Zhao Jian asked. Li Fanxian shook his head. "I'm just wondering. You're just a small media company. How come the young lady at the front desk and the security guard at the door are all serious practitioners? Who are you trying to guard against?" Zhao Jian was stunned. He didn't expect Yi Fan to be able to see through this. At least you have some eyesight, but don't think that you can do anything to us. We are from the Iron Blood Alliance. If you know what's good for you, then hurry up and scram. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving in city alive." Zhao Jian said fiercely. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. "Iron Blood Alliance, Sun family? Oh, that's right. This is already the border of the Western Province." The Sun family, one of the 5 great underground families of China, was located in the Western Province. The Iron Blood Alliance that they founded was famous for their numbers, and their businesses covered all major areas. The Sun family did not put on any airs and came into contact with all sorts of people. It was said that they were the family that was best at making money among the underground families. If you know the Sun family of the Iron Blood Alliance, then you should obediently scram. Otherwise, if we make a phone call, you know what the consequences will be. Zhao Jian sneered. Yi Fan was too lazy to care about him. He walked over and planned to take Mu away. As for the rest, he didn't care too much. After all, the Sun family was a big family. If a company fell here, there would probably be other places. He wasn't interested in being a hero to punish evil. He had already caused enough trouble. Stinking brat. You still want to take our prey away? Brothers, kill. Zhao Jian commanded. The few men immediately revealed their ferocious looks. They took out some daggers and sharp knives from some hidden places and pounced towards Yi Fan. In this small city, even if they killed someone, they would have plenty of ways to destroy the corpse and destroy the evidence. There wouldn't be any problems. Li Fanxian was helpless. He had let them live, but this group of fellows were not satisfied, so he could only pursue the matter to the end. Yi Fan casually made his move from left to right, all of them using his palms to directly pinch the wrists and arms of those youngsters. The attack was as fast as lightning, causing these men to be unable to clearly see what was going on before the bones in their hands were crushed. These weapons fell to the ground one by one. In the studio on the second floor, screams could be heard. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhao Jian quickly ran downstairs and shouted, "Quickly report to Lord Jean. Someone is here to cause trouble." When the front desk on the first floor heard this, it hurriedly made a phone call. Su Xiuxiu and Zhang Kaiqiang hurriedly ran out. They didn't know what was going on upstairs, but they saw Yi Fan carrying the unconscious Mu down the stairs. Mu, what happened to you?" Su Xiuxiu exclaimed as she stepped forward, only to find that the girl didn't have any reaction. Li Fanxian comforted her. "It's fine. She just took some medicine and temporarily fainted." Hearing this, Su Xiuxiu and Zhang Kaiqiang's faces turned pale. They didn't expect to encounter such a dangerous situation. Chapter 225. 0225 Yi Fan actually didn't plan to leave. Firstly, Mu hadn't woken up yet, so it wasn't convenient to take her anywhere. Secondly, he didn't want Su Qingxue and Aunt Jiang to be disturbed by the Iron Blood Alliance again. It would be best to end this matter as soon as possible. Su Xiuxiu, you two can leave. I'll guard Mu here. Nothing will happen. Yi Fan said. No, we can't leave Mu alone. Su Xiuxiu was very worried. Yi Fan smiled. He didn't expect this couple to be so loyal. Since they didn't want to leave first, it didn't matter. Yi Fan let Mu lie on the sofa first, then slowly sat down. He said to Zhao Jian, "If you want to call for help, then hurry up. Don't waste my time." He's really not afraid of death. Zhao Jian laughed sinisterly, but he was a little nervous in his heart because Yi Fan was too calm. In less than 10 minutes, he heard the rumbling sound of an engine coming from the door. An orange Lamborghini LP 700 came to an abrupt stop at the door. Leaf, the one who got out of the car, was a fashionable young man wearing a bright blue jacket and black slim-fitting pants. Seeing the man get off the car, Zhao Jian and the security guards of the company were all shocked and quickly went over to greet him respectfully. "Aya, third young master, what kind of wind has blown you here?" Zhao Jian smiled flatteringly. The man, on the other hand, said excitedly, "I was eating with old Jean just now. He said that someone had kicked the place. I want to see who has the guts to destroy our Iron Blood Alliance's place in the city." At this moment, a white Mercedes-Benz G500 arrived at the door. The one who arrived late was a middle-aged man with a big beard and a few other entourages. "Lord Jean, you're here." Zhao Jian hurriedly went over to welcome him. Lord Jean pushed Zhao Jian away and respectfully said to the young man, "Third young master, I'll take care of this. You have an honorable status. There's no need for you to deal with such a small matter." "Jean Yugang, what are you saying? Your territory is protected by our Iron Blood Alliance. and the face you lose is also the face of our Iron Blood Alliance's Sun family. How can I just watch and not care? When Jin Yu Gang heard that, he could only turn his head and ask, Zhao Jian, what's going on? Lord Jin, it's that brat. He ruined our business and even injured our brother. Zhao Jian pointed at Yi Fan and said. Jin Yu Gang stepped forward and sized up Yi Fan. Do you know where this place is? Fan Xian thoughtfully looked at these people and said, Your Iron Blood Alliance is also a big family with a big business. Why do you still feel that your hands aren't long enough and are still doing this business that harms women? Kid, don't try to reason with me. We are an underground gang. We only follow the rules and not reason, Jin Yu Gang said. Fan Xian smiled. Then what are your rules? The rule is if you destroy my business and hit my people, you have to pay the price. As Jin Yu Gang spoke, he took a dagger from one of his subordinates and said, I heard that you are very good at fighting. I wonder if you can still fight after cutting off one of your hands. Seeing this, Su Xiuxiu and Zhang Kaiqiang trembled in fear. They were only high school students and had never seen such a scene before. At this moment, a voice came in. Don't, Lord Jin, they are my friends. Tang Ji Hui actually got out of the front passenger seat of the Lamborghini and shouted with an awkward expression. Boss Tang, why are you here? Zhang Kaiqiang said in shock. Tang Ji Hui pointed at the young man with a red face. He is my cousin, Sun Yu. It was my cousin who invited me to dinner just now, so I went over. Sun Yu laughed and said, Little Hui, so these are your friends? Isn't that like a flood rushing into the Dragon King temple and almost drowning our own people? Tang Ji Hui was also embarrassed. When he was in the car just now, he discovered that the ones who were in trouble were Yi Fan and the others, so he didn't dare to get out of the car. But seeing that Jin Yu Gang had even taken out his knife, he was afraid that he would really see blood, so he could only run down to stop him. Since he is young Master Tang's friend, then I will let him go this time. Jin Yu Gang glanced at Yi Fan contemptuously and said. Yi Fan smiled evilly. Hey, I didn't say that I would give you face. This matter isn't over yet. What did you say? Jin Yu Gang frowned. I say, although I know this kid surnamed Tang, I'm not familiar with him. Why should I give him face? Do you think it's that easy to let it go? Jin Yu Gang's face twitched. He was so angry that his face was gloomy, while Sun Yu and Tang Ji Hui, who were at the side, felt even more baffled. He had already let him go, yet Yi Fan still took the initiative to provoke him. This was too ungrateful. Yi Fan, on the other hand, was considering while looking around, I think it's better to burn this place down so that you guys won't continue to harm young girls in the future. Third young master Tang, I'm sorry. If I don't teach him a lesson, he won't know who he is. What a joke. Tang Wulin laughed. Jin Yu Gang held the saber in his hand and quickly rushed forward. He was a martial artist and had the strength of an initial stage Hotian. Otherwise, the Sun family wouldn't have let him manage the business in his city. At this moment, he sprinted towards Yi Fan with all his might. He slashed out with his saber, bringing with it a strong gust of wind, as fast as lightning. However, just as the knife was about to touch Yi Fan's right arm, he discovered that Yi Fan's left hand had already extended out 2 fingers, grabbing onto Jin Yu Gang's dagger. Jin Yu Gang was shocked. He discovered that the knife was actually stabbed into a crack in the rock, unable to be taken out at all. Yi Fan also didn't want to go overboard, so he kicked Jin Yu Gang's lower abdomen, causing his entire body to fall backwards. The dagger fell into Yi Fan's hand. Yi Fan walked in front of Jin Yu Gang and looked down at him. All right, according to the rules, what do you think I should cut off? Jin Yu Gang was so scared that his face turned pale. He realized that he had kicked an iron plate and was unable to say a single word. Sun Yu, on the other hand, was very excited as he laughed and said, This bro, forget it. I'll apologize on his behalf. I promise, this place will be closed in the future, so please be magnanimous and don't get yourself stained with blood, or else it'll be troublesome. That's right, Yi Fan. Lord Jin is quite experienced in the Iron Blood Alliance. Don't make things difficult for my cousin. Tang Ji Hui was also sweating profusely as he watched. He realized that this love rival of his was becoming more and more unfathomable. Yifan also didn't want to get into a fight with the Iron Blood Alliance. After all, Sun Yu had already taken the initiative to ask for a way out, and he had already given him face. Since that's the case, I believe that the young master of the Sun family will not go back on his word. I won't cut anything today. Yifan threw the dagger away and said. Jin Yugang, who was on the ground, heaved a sigh of relief and hurriedly got up. He was grateful for Sun Yu's kindness and repeatedly said that he was wrong. Seeing that the matter was over, Yifan didn't plan to stay any longer and prepared to leave. However, on the sofa behind him, Mu woke up. The girl didn't drink much water, and the effects of the medicine passed very quickly. Hearing the quarrel just now, she woke up in a daze. Yifan. When Mu saw Yifan's figure, he couldn't care less about his dizziness and ran over while crying. Without caring about anything else, Mu hugged Yifan and sobbed in grievance. Yifan froze on the spot. This time, he couldn't leave immediately, so he could only stroke the girl's hair and say, "All right, don't cry. It's fine now." Chapter 226. 0226 Mu still had a lingering fear in his heart. I was so scared just now. If you weren't here, what would I do in the future? Li Fanxian didn't know what to say. Just be careful in the future. Who told you to be so shameless and like to take pictures? But I want to take a beautiful picture for you to see, Mu said bitterly. Fanxian felt strange in his heart. He really didn't know whether to say that she was simple or stupid. He could only reiterate, "Why are you showing it to me? I already have a wife." Mu pouted. "Your wife might not be as good-looking as me." Li Fanxian really wanted to say, "You really can't compare to this girl," but he couldn't say it out loud. That would be too much of a blow to the girl's self-esteem. Mu, are you all right? Don't worry. This is my cousin's territory. You'll be fine. Tang Ji Hui hurriedly came over and said, wishing that he could pull Mu away from Yifan. "You still have the face to say that. What kind of people do you know?" Mu said angrily. Tang Ji Hui's face flushed red as he lowered his head, not knowing how to explain. Sun Yu mischievously said to Tang Ji Hui, "Little Hui, could it be that this little girl is the Mu that you said you couldn't catch up to? This brother is your rival in love?" Tang Ji Hui's face was sullen as he helplessly nodded and replied with a N. "Interesting. How about this? Cousin will help you," Sun Yu said happily. Tang Ji Hui was very worried. "Cousin, what do you want to do?" Sun Yu gave a strange smile and said to Yifan, "This brother surnamed Yi. You already have a wife, yet you still want to kiss this little girl. It's not too appropriate, right? You can't be too greedy. You're thinking too much. I'm this girl's tutor, but my business, you can't care about it." Yifan said. Sun Yu shook his finger. No, you can't say that. This beauty is someone my cousin has been interested in for a long time. You suddenly appeared and wanted to steal a woman. My cousin, Sun Yu, has been bullied. I can't just sit back and do nothing. If you're like a man, then why don't you have a competition with my cousin and use a man's method to see who's more worthy of this beauty? Competition, Yifan smiled. Why should I compete? Are you scared? I haven't said what to compete in yet, Sun Yu said. No matter what, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just Mu's tutor, an ordinary friend. There's no other relationship. When Mu heard this, his heart ached and his eyes reddened. Yifan, do you despise me that much? It's not that I dislike you. Isn't that our relationship? Yifan sighed. Mu angrily clenched her fists and turned to Sun Yu. Speak. Compete in what? I'll compete with Tang Ji Hui. If I win, tell your cousin to stop bothering me. Hearing this, Tang Ji Hui hurriedly advised, Mu, don't take it seriously. This is what my cousin said. However, Sun Yu stretched out his hand and stopped him. Hey, cousin, if the beauty wants to compete, then let's compete. You're all adults. What are you afraid of? Cousin, what are we competing in? Tang Ji Hui asked with a sullen face. Racing? Aren't you planning to go to the club with me to play racing? It just so happens that you can bring your friend along. Sun Yu grinned. Without saying anything further, Mu shouted. All right, I agree. If I win, Tang Ji Hui, when you see me in the future, just take a detour. Yi Fan felt a headache coming on. Hey, little girl, you don't even have a driver's license. How are you going to race? None of your business. We're just ordinary friends. You're just my tutor. I can do whatever I want, and it's none of your business even if I die. Moo 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 glared at him bitterly. Yi Fan was speechless. He really didn't know what was wrong with this girl, but seeing her so wronged, he couldn't bear to do it. Stop messing around. This is not a joke. Yi Fan advised. I'm not joking with you. Ordinary friends. You can leave now. I'm going to drive a car. Moo Moo Moo's face was cold. Sun Yu happily smiled and said, since the little beauty has agreed, then we shouldn't delay any longer. Let's go now. Don't worry. Our club doesn't need to look at our driver's license to drive. Tang Ji Hui's eyes flickered. Seeing Moo 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 getting angry at Yi Fan, he was also very moved. Yi Fan, on the other hand, frowned. If he just left like that, Moo 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 might really do something stupid. All right, then let's go take a look. Yi Fan planned to follow them first and make a decision based on the situation. If Moo 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 didn't dare to drive, then that would be great. If the girl acted recklessly, he would still have to stop her. When Moo 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 heard Yi Fan change his words, he felt a burst of joy in his heart. However, he still pretended to be unhappy and hurriedly got into the car. The group of people followed the Lamborghini all the way to a sports car club in the north of the city. The land here was cheap and far from the city. Many young masters of the western province would leave their sports cars here and come to play in their spare time. When Moo 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 got off the car, her eyes sparkled. Although she didn't know how to drive, her playful personality still made her yearn for this kind of place. Looking at the luxury cars that would occasionally fly past on the track, Tang Ji Hui, Su Xiao, and the others were also very excited. Sun Yu called over two of his subordinates and drove over two racing cars, one gray and one white. He smiled and said, all right, I just happen to have two GTRs here. They haven't been modified yet. Both of them have 550 horsepower and a 100 kilometers acceleration of 2.7 seconds. It's just right for the competition. It's absolutely fair. Miss Moo, do you plan to give it a try? When Moo 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 heard the melodious sound of the GTR's engine, she was ready to make a move. However, she had never driven a car before, so now that she was sitting in it, she was a little afraid. Moo Moo, forget it. You've never driven a car before, so something will happen. Tang Ji Hui advised from the side. Moo 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 asked, have you driven it before? Ha! My cousin used to come here to play on holidays. He's an old driver. He can drift, burn tires, and turn around on the spot. It's just that he's not old enough to get a driver's license. Sun Yu laughed. Tang Ji Hui was quite pleased with himself. He felt that his face was shining as he nodded. Not bad. It's all because cousin taught me well. Moo 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 secretly glanced at Yi Fan. Seeing that the man wasn't moved at all, he felt vexed and said, what's so great about it? I've never driven it before. Haven't I seen it before? Let's compete. After saying that, Moo 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 sat down in the silver-gray GTR. However, the moment she entered, Moo 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 was dumbfounded. She didn't even know how to drive the car, let alone understand the bunch of buttons on the steering wheel of the GTR. Little girl, come out. Stop messing around. Yi Fan walked to the car door and said with a smile. When Moo 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 heard this, he said angrily, you don't need to care. Go away. After saying that, the girl ignored everything else and randomly stepped on the ground. Chapter 227. 0227 Hey. Yi Fan wanted to stop him, but he didn't make it in time. Fortunately, the car was in parking mode with the handbrake on. It didn't start. However, this explosion still scared Moo 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 to the point that her face turned pale. Yi Fan's heart also tightened. He couldn't wait to drag this stubborn girl out and beat her up a few times. This was too much of a disregard for his own life. Are you crazy? You're really stepping on it. When Moo 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 heard Yi Fan scolding her, he felt especially wronged. I'll step on it. What do you care? It's not like you're anyone to me. Yi Fan originally wanted to curse a few times, but when he saw the girl's big, watery eyes, he couldn't say anything. After all, she was still young and didn't know much about many things. It was normal for her to have some fantasies at the beginning of her love. Yi Fan thought for a moment, then dragged Moo 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 out. Let me go. What are you doing? Moo 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 struggled. I'll compete. Get out of the car. Hearing Yi Fan's words, the girl immediately quieted down and obediently got out of the car. Li Fanxian sat in the driver's seat and said to Tang Jihui, "Hey, brat, hurry up and finish this in one lap." Seeing Yi Fan get on the car, Tang Jihui naturally wished for nothing more. He believed that in terms of driving skills, it was impossible for him to lose to Yi Fan. "That's what you said. If you lose, you have to leave Moo Moo," Tang Jihui said excitedly. "Let's talk about it after you win," Yi Fan muttered. Moo 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 happily bit her lower lip, leaned against the window, and asked, "Yi Fan, you want to compete for me? Come on, I just don't want to see you commit suicide." Yi Fan rolled his eyes. I knew it. You actually care about me a lot." Moo 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 smiled sweetly. Yi Fan looked at the girl's cloudy and sunny expression and was speechless. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Yi Fan, why don't you stop competing? If you lose to that Tang Jihui, how troublesome would that be?" Moo 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 said. "Why? Didn't you say that you would leave me if you lost?" "If you don't compete, then it's fine," Moo 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 said. Yi Fan smiled stiffly. "Didn't you want to compete? I just want to confirm that you care about me a lot, and I don't really want you to compete." After Moo 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 finished speaking, she covered her mouth and giggled. "What are you laughing about? I'm already here, and you're saying you don't want to compete?" Yi Fan felt that his IQ was almost pulled to the same level as this group of high school students. He said, go away. Either we don't compete, or I can't lose." At this moment, Moo 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 had already pushed aside the clouds and saw the sun. Even if Yi Fan told her to leave, she would still have a smile on her face. "Then do your best. Even if you lose, I won't blame you." Moo 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 waved her fist as if she was watching her lover go to the battlefield for her. Her face was filled with satisfaction. Seeing all this, Tang Jihui felt extremely uncomfortable and started to press the car horn. "It's starting." Soon, the two cars arrived at the starting line. As the light turned green, the car instantly let out a beast-like roar, and the two war gods shot out like arrows from a bow. F***CK. Little Hui is going all out. I've never seen him start so fast before. Sun Yu watched with a face full of interest. Third young master. This Yi Fan's driving skills are also very good. He feels like he's on par with young Master Tang. Jin Yu Gang and the others commented together. Moo 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 and Su Xiao were in the stands, watching nervously. In fact, they couldn't even see which car was closer to the front. When the car reached the bend, Yi Fan's silver-gray GTR finally began to move forward. Borrowing an even more perfect arc, it accurately surpassed Tang Jihui's car by half a body's length. It's a pity that GTR can't drift. Otherwise, young Master Tang might not have lost his position. Someone on the side began to lament. Sun Yu narrowed his eyes and said, "No, even if he could drift, this Yi Fan's control of the car is still stronger than little Huey's. He is still not a match for him. Yi Fan, I've never heard of this person before. I didn't expect him to be so good at Kung Fu, and even his driving skills are so good. He's really not simple." When everyone heard Sun Yu's words, they all paid extra attention to him. This was because they knew that Sun Yu had the intention to befriend him. Although the third young master of the Iron Blood Alliance's Sun family seemed to be playful, he was actually very good at winning over people's hearts and making friends. Within the Iron Blood Alliance, Sun Yu's connections were even more solid and developed than his two elder brothers. While Moo Moo and the others in the stands were still cheering for Yi Fan's driving skills, Tang Jihui, who was sitting in the car, felt as if every second was like a year. Seeing that he was driving the same car as Yi Fan, he was stunned to see that Moo 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 was completely leaving him. I can't lose. I definitely can't lose this time." Tang Jihui kept telling himself that he was stepping on the accelerator with extra force. The speed of the car was already close to 280 kilometers per hour. When he was about to reach a bend, Tang Jihui saw that he was about to overtake Yi Fan and was unwilling to slow down. However, when he was about to turn the corner, the car was no longer able to withstand the centrifugal force and began to roll over. "Not good. Too fast." Sun Yu, who was in the stands, shouted. From the rearview mirror, Yifan also noticed that there was a problem with Tang Ji Hui's driving. He frowned and immediately started to brake. ZZZ. Tang Ji Hui's GTR flipped over and was thrown out. The car rolled violently and crashed into a pile of tires, then slid onto the sand. The airbags in the car also popped out, causing everyone in the arena to be dumbfounded. Even if Moo 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 hated Tang Ji Hui, his heart was still beating fast and his throat was in a daze. "Little Hui," Sun Yu shouted, "hurry up and call an ambulance. Quick!" At the same time, Yifan had already gotten out of the car and quickly ran over. He forcefully pulled open the deformed car door and carried Tang Ji Hui out of the car. Looking at the completely unconscious Tang Ji Hui, his mouth, body, and forehead were covered in blood, the situation was very bad. After Fan Xian felt his pulse, he frowned and quickly put him in his car, then drove to the grandstand. "Where's the nearest hospital?" Yifan came in front of Sun Yu and the others and asked. Sun Yu knew that Yifan was planning to directly send him to the hospital. This was faster than calling an ambulance, so he took the initiative to sit in the front passenger seat and said, "I'll show you the way." Yifan didn't waste any time. Listening to the direction that Sun Yu said, the car sped away. "How is little Hui? Is he unconscious?" Sun Yu turned his head and looked at his unconscious and blood-covered cousin. His expression was extremely ugly. After all, he was the one who brought him out to play. If something happened to Tang Ji Hui, he wouldn't be able to explain it to his family. He's in shock. From the symptoms of a simple examination, it's a blunt heart injury that caused a blockage in the heart. He needs to have surgery as soon as possible to drain the blood, otherwise his life will be in danger. Yifan said methodically as he drove. Sun Yu was puzzled. "How do you know so much?" Yifan turned his head and looked at him. "Because I'm a doctor.